What bad intentions could Batman have? This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351 The Strongest Wizard Meets a Superman Who Is Not Afraid of Magic. What's your situation now, Barry? Chen Tao stopped paying attention to Maxwell Lord's situation and first let his eyes wander over the blue-purple scales on his face. This was still an outward manifestation of being controlled by the eclipse, but now Barry was speaking freely, not looking like he was under control at all. I accelerated myself, Barry explained. I was able to break free from the eclipse's control for a short time, just like a person who accidentally fell into a quagmire. Although he was trapped, he had not completely lost the power to resist. He still had the strength to briefly stick his head out, to breathe a breath of life-saving fresh air, but after breathing it, he still had to sink back into the quagmire. But I used the speed force to maintain this state, Barry explained. At that moment, I got a breath of fresh air and chose to travel to the future when I sank back into the quagmire. This caused the past me to replace the present me, thus refreshing the state. Chen Tao immediately understood how the Flash's set of procedures worked. The Flash knew that he could only get rid of the control temporarily, so he traveled to the moment when he was about to be controlled again at the time when he just got rid of the control. Because of his time travel, the Barry who was about to be recontrolled became a time remnant and was erased from the timeline. Instead, he was replaced by Barry who traveled from the time point of just breaking free to the present. It was equivalent to Barry refreshing his own state. As the Barry who was about to be controlled was erased from the timeline, the Barry who traveled through time could also receive all the memories of the erased Barry in real time, without even a delay. In essence, this set of skills is the same principle as the most commonly used skill of the speedster, the time remnant. This set of smooth and advanced application of the speed force and the quick thinking made Chen Tao almost applaud Barry. Ugh. Seeing that Barry actually turned against his control on the spot, Maxwell Lord vomited. Literally. He suddenly fell to the ground and then vomited a large amount of black water uncontrollably. At this time, it seemed that countless tiny earthworms were drilling under his skin, and the whole person kept wailing. No. He hugged his head. No, 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 that's not real. That diamond appeared in my brain and made me hallucinate. Help, help. I can hear his voice. He is transforming me. He opened his clothes in a panic and kept stroking the magic symbols of the moon and the sun on his body. He forced the High Priest of Devil's Island to engrave them on him. He thought that this would prevent the eclipse from invading his mind. Barry, your mission in a while will be to capture the entire Justice League. We can't be sure if they are still under the control of the eclipse. One possibility is naturally a happy ending, but if there is another possibility, Chen Tao explained his next plan to the Flash who appeared beside him and ran quickly to Maxwell Lord's side. His head turned into the state of the Bat Wizard, and he hurriedly cast several sealing magics on Maxwell Lord, but with little effect. The wrath of God's spirit, from the perspective of the total amount of magic power, is not even on the same level as a magician of the Bat Mage's level. Moreover, Eclipse was fully prepared for his own revival and had planned for a long time, so he naturally made enough protective magic. Therefore, in the end, Chen Tao could only shake his head helplessly and retreat. The opponent was indeed well prepared. Although Chen Tao had some preparations, Eclipse used magic that the Bat Mage had never seen before. It would be a miracle if he could interrupt and understand it, so he quickly gave up. Unless the ghost appeared here now, or gathered many magicians to attack, it would be impossible for the entire magic world to interrupt it alone. So Chen Tao could only step back 2 steps, and then shook his head. Don't say anything, this is the most clownish episode. Maxwell Lord didn't understand at all how terrifying the eclipse in Heart of Darkness was a magical monster, just as he didn't care who the other party was when he used the crime syndicate. For him, as long as he pulled it over, I thought this thing could be controlled and used, and that was it. He is even less responsible than Luthor. At least after Luthor discovered that he accidentally created a deadly virus like the Amateur virus, he even knew to seal it up. Even Luther would not touch something that he obviously could not control, but Maxwell Lord knew nothing, not even magic, and dared to snatch the heart of darkness and use it in his hands. Although there may be a subtle influence of the eclipse behind this mysterious behavior logic, it is undeniable that the long-term use of superpowers has indeed made Maxwell Lord too arrogant. In his opinion, anyone who can be affected by his ability is not worth his trouble to collect intelligence. So now, everything is too late. What's wrong with the sun? Holly screamed from the side. She grabbed Amanda and pointed outside the window of the building. The sun is gone. Amanda Waller ignored Harley Quinn's madness with a gloomy face. So Harley somersaulted to Chen Tao's side again. Oh my god, the sun is gone. Maxwell Lord was still vomiting, as if he had vomited out all his internal organs. And the black mucus he vomited gradually gathered into a human shape on the ground. Maxwell Lord wailed desperately, but nothing could stop him. Chen Tao silently heard a voice ringing on the field. Have you ever wondered that darkness will always come back? Hissing, 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 hissing. A series of fine muffled sounds followed the sound. With the black water, vomited by Maxwell Lord as the center, the visible darkness spread in the corridor, corroding the relatively wide corridor wall like tofu, revealing a smooth fracture. Soon, the surrounding buildings, walls, ceilings, domes. In order to ensure the safety level, Amanda Waller even cast these places purely with metal. However, at this moment, as if being gnawed by a dog, everything was corroded and disappeared. It's not over yet. At this time, they were standing on a raised rock, and the black fog flattened the uneven rocks. Maxwell Lord single-handedly transformed their location from a corridor to a large platform. What was worse was that, just as Harley Quinn had just called out, there was only a solar eclipse in the sky, which was blocked by something, and there was no sunlight at all. The things that Maxwell Lord vomited out finally reached a certain amount, so they began to condense, and gradually turned into human form. I haven't felt the feeling of the dark night covering me for a long time. Soon a tall man with a goblin-like face appeared in the center of the entire platform. It was the Eclipse who had escaped from the cage. This world belongs to the Eclipse, he said. When I raise it to the ground, I will corrode everything. Snap. The flash hit a magic shield at the edge, and he immediately tried to force his way through with his speed, but soon found that he was powerless. So he could only rush back and put the still laughing Wonder Woman back in front of Chen Tao. Darkness never really leaves. The potential for evil always exists in your nature. I'm not asking people to step into evil. Eclipse is just releasing the darkness in your hearts. Eclipse said, do you feel it? The power in the air. Not just fear of rage, chaos, and corruption, but joy and rejoicing. Under Eclipse's feet, the Justice League that failed to be transferred out burst into laughter. Eclipse noticed them, and he reached out to try to take over the baton from Maxwell Lord and continue to control the entire league. Don't rush to act, Flash. Chen Tao whispered to Barry, be careful. This may be a trap. He saw that under Eclipse's control, those laughters were ended one by one, like pinching out the candles burning on the dark lawn bit by bit. We should be careful, Chen Tao said. He said to the Flash, don't do anything yet. Even if the entire Justice League is controlled, I still have the ability to target them. But if you try to interrupt him now, you might fall into a trap instead. He said, I have no way to ensure that everyone can break free from Eclipse's control. If he pretends not to control anyone, and then manipulates the person who controls him to hit him from behind, no one can bear such a result. Then what should we do? Barry asked. Just watch Eclipse do this to the other members of the league. And then wait until they are all controlled, and then you take action and beat them down one by one. Chen Tao did not answer him, but just nodded his chin, and then the next second, Bloodsport passed everyone and rushed directly towards Eclipse. Amanda Waller was surprised. How did you go there? Come back. But Bloodsport seemed not to have heard Amanda Waller's order, but summoned countless guns and pointed them at Eclipse. Talk to yourself, ugly bastard. Come here. You always want to solve all problems by shooting, right? Why don't you let the world see your face? Eclipse just stretched out his hand, and Bloodsport, who was still shooting, was captured in his hand through the air, as weak as a little chicken. Let me see what you want to hide. I have seen many killers on this planet. Eclipse pinched the other's neck, but strangely, while he was doing this, neither Amanda Waller nor Batman was indifferent. He tore off Bloodsport's mask and continued, "The deepest secret in their hearts is never the desire to kill, but something they are unwilling to admit. Your daughter." Blue-purple scales climbed up the black man's face under Bloodsport's mask. He thought absent-mindedly, "She is the only thing that keeps me human, but if I kill her, I will never feel shame or guilt again. I can kill without regrets." How lovely. Go ahead and find your own way. Why would the killer stop in front of your daughter? Yes. I will kill everyone. I will create a Bloodsport. Interesting. Eclipse dropped the Bloodsport and turned his attention to Amanda Waller. The other party stood there like a puppet. No matter how you look at it, something is wrong, but Eclipse didn't care. Who's next? Amanda Waller, can I ask you to dance? Soon Amanda Waller followed the footsteps of the Bloodsport. She danced with Eclipse. Eclipse hooked his fingers, and Amanda Waller was attracted to his side like a magnet. Eclipse put his arm around Amanda Waller's fat waist and grabbed her with his other hand. He lowered his head, as if whispering to lovers, "Your primitive fluorescent lamps can't stop me from living in the heart of darkness. Neither you nor the ghost can control me forever. I have to try, you monster." Although she was completely surrounded by Eclipse's energy, Amanda Waller's mouth was as hard as ever. "Monster, me." Eclipse laughed dumbly. "You put your most sinister intentions into practice, do those shameful actions, and make a lot of use of them. I like this about you." Eclipse threw Amanda Waller, who had been controlled, behind him. The faces of the entire Suicide Squad began to show blue and purple scales. Then he turned his head to look at Batman and the many giants who kept laughing. "You have controlled the Justice League, and you have done a good job, but I still have an inexhaustible supply of troops. Well, in order to prevent you from misunderstanding something, I'd better finish the job quickly." Then he stretched out a hand and grabbed in the void. Chen Tao immediately groaned, and the mental connection he had secretly established with the entire Suicide Squad and Amanda Waller was instantly cut off by Chiangxi. He said sarcastically, "Yes, you deliberately brought them to me, and you tampered with their brains, hoping to plot against me? It didn't work." He said, "Do you think I'm a third-rate character who connects his own brain with the thinking of his servants?" He said, "But to be honest, your behavior makes me a little interested. I also want to see what else you can do." "So?" Chiangxi asked in a low voice, "What else do you have?" Chen Tao sighed. He lowered his head and muttered, "Yes. It seems that conventional means are indeed useless to Chiangxi." The other party easily saw through his plan to use Task Force X to plot against him, which made Chen Tao, who originally wanted to directly inject the other party's brain with the idea of laughing, feel a little regretful. So he said, "Super. My last response is a person called Super." Chapter 352, Magic Nemesis. Super Tyrant arrives. "Superman? What's that?" "A Superman who is good at dealing with magic," Chen Tao said honestly, his eyes full of sincerity. He said, "To be honest, to some extent, you are an opponent that I'm not very good at dealing with." Chen Tao said this very sincerely. In terms of personality alone, as the angry spirit of God, the heyday of Eclipse is almost the same as the Spectre. It is a completely evil version of the Spectre, and is the first tier strength of DC's magic side. Dr. Fate, Swamp Thing, Demon Etrigan. These powerful characters on the magic side are not worth mentioning in front of the heyday of Eclipse. As for Chen Tao, before meeting Eclipse, he had never seen an enemy who used magic purely like him. Even for the real Batman Bruce Wayne, magic is a complicated and confusing thing. Whether it is Darkseid or Brainiac, they are playing with the physical rules that Chen Tao can understand. No matter how strong Darkseid's Omega Rays are, he will be beaten to his knees by brute force when he sees Superboy Prime. No matter how strong Brainiac's mental control ability is, he will be disgusted if he accidentally connects to the Joker's laughing mind. But magic is different. What effect can this magic circle have? To what extent does Eclipse control the Justice League? Will every action of Eclipse hide a magic trap that he is not aware of? These are all unknowns, and Chen Tao hates this state very much. Although he has read comics in his previous life, comics are not magic books, and they will not record all the complex magic one by one. After synchronizing with the Batman, based on the Batman's shallow understanding of magic, Chen Tao finds it even more difficult to estimate the power of Eclipse, and has no idea what he can do. Behind the seemingly simple spells, there may be countless traps, waiting for the layman who doesn't know the business to step into them. Sometimes, seemingly normal behaviors are actually hidden traps. Once you do this in front of a magician, you will just step into the opponent's plan, and you don't know what unpredictable consequences will be caused. It can only be said that magic is such a complicated and troublesome thing. For example, in the comics, there is a very famous magic trap created by Constantine. As long as you step into Constantine's lair, mysterious house, you will sign a magic contract with Constantine without knowing it, and the main content of the contract is that when Constantine needs you, he can pull you over to be his thug at any time. And with Constantine's character, the unlucky people who are pulled over are either used as sacrifices, or as meat shields, and they are pitted badly. Many magic-related characters such as Swamp Monster and Vampire Andrew have been victims of this magic trap. Note, refer to the plot of the comic book New 52 Dark Justice League. Constantine said if you don't come to help, forget it, and then did that on the spot. So now facing this uncontrollable situation, Chen Tao's attitude is, do more, make more mistakes, do less, make fewer mistakes, do nothing, make no mistakes. That's right, even if Eclipse is now gradually controlling the entire Suicide Squad, even if Barry is now struggling to deal with the entire Justice League, Chen Tao has to wait. Before Superman arrives, he must ensure that Eclipse can't control himself. That's right. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. Even if he has only a vague understanding of the complicated traps and routines of magic, Chen Tao knows how to fight. A battle usually has a clear purpose, a tactical goal. If he is Eclipse, there is no reason to let him go. He is the one who is worth controlling in the entire Justice League. As long as he controls himself, Eclipse may not find a more powerful superpower than himself in the world. He will become Eclipse's weapon, the most powerful weapon, and then help him turn the whole world into ruins. He was like a locked box now. The power of the metal spirit and his brain, that had become a weight, were preventing Eclipse from using his innate magic power on him. But if he were Eclipse, he would definitely find a way to pry open this iron box. As long as he could get Batman, the other members of the Justice League would no longer be so important. Super, how long will it take you to get there? He asked Super in a low voice on the communication, and then heard the other party's cold voice. About a minute. My process of absorbing kryptonite should not be interrupted. If you want, I can directly. Don't even think about it. Super said, don't think about using your portal to appear directly beside me. To be frank, I don't trust you. Chen Tao was indifferent. Damn it. If he could use the golden portal opened by the Death King's treasure, the golden ball, to instantly pull Super over, it would be great. However, the crime syndicate had its own parent box as a means of transmission. Super used the parent box to actively block all the possibilities of using the portal to pull him over. He was always wary of Chen Tao, and Chen Tao also understood Superba. If he allowed himself to open a portal next to him at any time, would it be possible that the next time the portal was opened, he would be assassinated? Superba would never allow this. After all, Superba was not Amanda Waller. He came from another universe, and had a set of technological systems belonging to his own universe. It was difficult for Chen Tao to control him. Chen Tao raised his arm, and looked at the communicator on his wrist. Superba was addicted to kryptonite, and there was no way to stop him halfway. But fortunately, he was reliable. If it took 1 minute, he would probably be there, right? So, there were 50 seconds left. I'm curious. Cheyenne Eclipse said. He manipulated Amanda Waller, whose face was already blue and purple, to stand next to Bloodsport. The fat top female agent also took out a gun and shot at the Flash not far away, standing in a row with Bloodsport at the same time. Although under control, both Bloodsport and Amanda Waller lost their excellent marksmanship. But for the already exhausted Flash, the bullets like rain still took up some of his energy. Raw. Eclipse stretched out his hand and grabbed the king shark, who was howling loudly. Not far away, the Flash created a storm, sweating and fumbling under the siege of Wonder Woman, Martian Manhunter, and Killer Frost 40 seconds. With a burst of howling, King Shark's face turned blue and purple. Thunder Shazam has now turned back into Billy Butters, who is the easiest member of the Justice League to deal with. The Flash just used his extreme speed to steal Wonder Woman's lasso of truth and then put it around the neck of the controlled Shazam, asking him what his transformation spell is. With the Shazam, Billy's weapons were immediately disarmed. The Flash has tied him up and thrown him not far away, but the remaining people are not so easy to deal with. Killer Frost was previously assigned by Amanda Waller to guard the Heart of Darkness, but he met Maxwell Lord and was controlled by him. He became his follower and helped him break open the door. Then he was brought here. The opponent's cold air was too much to restrain Barry's speed. With the addition of the magic power of Eclipse, Barry couldn't take her down for a while. When Barry was slowed down, the situation was even worse when facing Wonder Woman and Martian Manhunter. But he gritted his teeth and didn't say a word to Batman for help. It's different, right? It's different. No matter why Batman didn't follow him, he must have his own reasons. 30 seconds. You are deliberately letting the entire Suicide Squad be controlled by me. Cheyenne, she said, you have long thought that if you bring them here, they will most likely be controlled by me. So you left a mental link on them, trying to connect to my brain when I control them, and then instill your dirty mental pollution into them. He said, but you failed. Yes, I failed. Chen Tao said, but I successfully wasted your time. You failed to control countless ordinary people in the first time, like you escaped from the Heart of Darkness countless times. He said, you wasted your time controlling the Suicide Squad. And I was stalling for time. Chen Tao keenly noticed that Cheyenne was stalling for time. He didn't understand why, but it was just what he wanted. 20 seconds. King Shark also joined the siege of Flash. In a corner that no one noticed, the wild laughter on the corners of Wonder Woman and Martian Hunter's mouths appeared and disappeared repeatedly, as if someone was constantly looking for the source of the connection through them. 10 seconds. At that moment, Chen Tao suddenly felt an extremely huge spiritual force rushing into his head, almost tearing his mind apart. He turned his head suddenly and saw Martian Manhunter standing up like a corpse. The spiritual connection that Chen Tao had shared with him before became a means for him to bind his brain in reverse. The endless mental shock was forcing Chen Tao to remove his ability to use the metal spirit to protect his brain. But the problem was not big. Chen Tao looked at the Martian Manhunter with a distorted expression indifferently. Martian Manhunter's mental ability was not that strong originally. From just now to now, Xiangxi was probably busy strengthening him. Because he turned his brain into an iron weight, Xiangxi's corrosion had no effect on lifeless machines, so he had to find a way to remove himself from the state of being protected by the metal spirit. And Martian Manhunter's mental control ability was a good medium. But Chen Tao outputted the laughing thoughts to the members of the Justice League, interrupting Xiangxi's spell, so he was not enough to make a success with one strike. Chen Tao frowned and looked at Xiangxi. But now is a good opportunity. If he is the other party, then. Wonder Woman Diana got up from the ground. She raised her sword and shield and rushed towards Chen Tao, swinging her sword without mercy. At this time, Chen Tao also shouted, "Super, you have to show up immediately." 5 seconds. Chen Tao turned around and grabbed Wonder Woman's neck and pressed him to the ground on the left. At the same time, Eclipse grabbed his head and pushed him back. Chen Tao was forced to let go. The two people entangled and retreated, leaving Wonder Woman in place, so that she appeared behind Eclipse. Eclipse's goblin-like face showed a smile. Even though the Martian Manhunter's mental control ability was not strengthened to the point of completely controlling Batman due to the influence of the laughing mind, it still won him a chance to get close to Batman. Yes, Batman is still protected by the metal spirit, but so what? At such a close distance, it can completely change a host. As long as he leaves Maxwell Lord's body and takes Batman as his new host, no matter what protection will collapse at the touch of a button. He can completely control Batman, manipulate his body to change his metal skull back, and then everything will be under his control. For Eclipse, a powerful host can definitely take his strength to the next level, not to mention the information he obtained from Maxwell Lord's mind. The various messes that Batman can turn into will surprise even the knowledgeable Eclipse. But now all this will belong to him. Batman will become the strongest Eclipse host in history, and help him collect all the Eclipse fragments. Finally, challenge the ghost and recapture them. However, what people did not expect was that Wonder Woman, who seemed to be controlled by Eclipse, swung her sword and chopped Eclipse's back at this time, causing the opponent to stagger. Eclipse's spell was interrupted. He turned his head angrily and saw Wonder Woman's face showing a mixture of laughter and dementia. The powerful magical life instantly understood the reason why Wonder Woman was controlled. Using drugs to directly bypass the brain to control the body. He turned his head and looked at Batman. "How dare you do this to your teammates?" Batman responded with a grim smile. "You know what? It's almost time." "What?" 0 seconds. Superman descended. The silver portal opened and endless light fell from the sky. Eclipse looked up and saw a figure in a red cape descending like a god. His face was no different from the former Superman, but his face was full of disgust and indifference that Clark would never show. "It's so annoying," he said. "You really make me restless, Batman. I have to stop my meal and come to babysit for you." "Thank you, Kal-El." Then Eclipse heard Batman say, "This guy is a powerful wizard. Dealing with such dangerous wizard characters should be your specialty. I'm not your parent. You shouldn't come to me for everything." Speedmaster crossed his arms and floated in front of Chen Tao, then said, "For the sake of the Speed Force, but there will be no next time. Never take my kindness for granted." And Speedmaster turned his head and looked at Eclipse next to him. Then his face showed even more disgust and contempt, as if he was looking at a bug and garbage. "Is this the thing?" he asked. Chapter 353, Full Level of Magic Resistance, Tough Boss Cries, 5,000 words long chapter. "Is this the reinforcement you're waiting for?" Eclipse turned his head and looked at Cheoba. So, at this moment, two strangers looked at each other and sneered at each other. "Really? X2, I was worried for a while / I was looking forward to it." Chen Tao crouched beside him, and Wonder Woman beside him followed him with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes, looking like a beauty with out of control expression management. Raw. Martian Hunter suddenly moved without warning, but the next second, his whole body was suppressed by the subsonic gun that Chen Tao suddenly took out. In the violent subsonic wave that Chen Tao had prepared long ago, the Martian Hunter, who had been completely controlled by Eclipse, fell to the ground unexpectedly. At that moment, the molecules in his body were violently disordered. "Sorry, Ron." Chen Tao quickly stepped forward and directly thrust the subsonic gun that had been fused with his left hand and enhanced and assembled by countless nanorobots into the Martian Hunter's body, almost making him unable to maintain his human form. "I use the variation of Black Canary's howl to create a frequency specifically for you, which can make every molecule in your body dance waltz." The Martian Manhunter, who was good at transformation, switched uncontrollably to various alien creatures he could transform into. Then he waved his transformed giant claws to try to resist, and then Chen Tao swung his right hand and punched him in the face. Because the connection between molecules was destroyed, the green face of the Martian Manhunter became like dough, causing Chen Tao's fist to sink deeply into it. Then Chen Tao's right hand combined into a gun muzzle and suddenly spurted out cold air, freezing him into an ice sculpture. "Mr. Freeze and Captain Cold's freezing technology will not kill you, Ron. I'm sorry, I need to assure you that this will only cause a little bit of damage to you." In a flash, the Martian Manhunter was demobilized on the spot. Chen Tao had rehearsed this process many times in his mind. This was easier than expected. The Martian Manhunter under the control of Eclipse obviously lacked his outstanding tactical talent. The most important problem was that, if it was the Martian Manhunter on himself who controlled this body, he would never be stupid enough to stand there and let Chen Tao point the gun at his head. But in fact, the reason why Chen Tao was able to knock down the Martian Manhunter on the spot with a series of operations was that there was another more important contributor. Chen Tao turned his head to look at Eclipse, and the other party's face was a little ugly. He was not stupid, since he was the strong reinforcement that Batman had been waiting for a long time. It was obvious that he would not be a crooked one. At this stage of confrontation, it might be a safe method to let the Martian Manhunter use his telepathic ability to take the initiative unexpectedly. However, his idea was obviously within Batman's expectations, and it helped the other party to silence the Martian Manhunter directly. But Eclipse wanted to say something, but the next second he was grabbed by the neck by the flying Superman. The two flew out like meteors, knocking down a large area of walls and floors, and raising a cloud of dust. On the other side, without Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman watching closely, Killer Frost simply couldn't keep up with the speed of the Flash. Although she was also a freezing villain, she was not the type like Captain Cold who often fought with the Flash. Killer Frost didn't understand the truth. When facing the Flash, output was not the most important thing. The most important thing was to slow down the Flash and build a cold field around her. Before, she could spray cold air at the Flash unscrupulously because Martian Manhunter and Wonder Woman were the main attackers, and she was just a support. But now, with a clang, Killer Frost was thrown aside, and then her whole body was wrapped with ropes that Barry ran to pick up from nowhere. Just when Chen Tao thought that Barry would be stupid enough to tie up Killer Frost with ordinary ropes. Note, because Killer Frost can freeze ropes into pieces, he saw Flash raise his hand knife and hit Killer Frost on the back of the neck directly, and she fainted without a word. Sorry, Catherine. So why did you tie her up with ropes? Barry tilted his head. Sense of ritual. Well, actually it's to let the police know who to put on the prison van. Barry changed the subject. He disappeared on the spot, and soon the other two members of the entire Suicide Squad were also arrested by him. Harley Quinn and the extra period Bloodsport were tied up like human pupae and twisted on the ground. Oh, come on. Why did the game end so quickly? Chen Tao looked at Harley Quinn, who was expressing dissatisfaction on the ground. Although half of the opponent's face was covered with blue and purple like everyone else, and it was obvious that he was under the control of Eclipse. But look at bloody sport. Kill them all. Kill everyone. I'm going to kill you all. As long as I kill you all, I will never again. Boring. I want to see a river of blood. Holly groaned in the controlled state, then turned her head and saw Wonder Woman with a crooked mouth and squinting eyes. Wow, look at this beauty. She is completely under your control now, right? Haven't you ever thought about doing something to her? Chen Tao tore the sleeves of bloody sport casually and then stuffed her mouth with the torn cloth, making Harley twist around on the ground in anger. The Flash came back. Batman, I can't deal with King Shark. It's too tough. He's a demigod after all. Chen Tao said, wait, I'll give you a puff. Holly spit out the cloth in her mouth and said, ha. Don't tell me it's the classic 1966 Bat Shark spray again. Note, DC Stalk. The 1966 version of Batman is a funny version. That version of Batman has a lot of nonsensical props. Chen Tao took out a bottle of spray from his belt and handed it to the Flash. This is a hallucinogen specifically for King Shark, a mixture of biological enzymes and hormones that can reduce its aggressiveness and cause it to become physiologically comatose, and then, this is a Bat Shark spray. Holly shouted from the side. Not really. Chen Tao said, this is a spray that I spent a lot of time making specifically for the Shark King. If something looks like a shark spray, smells like a shark spray, and works like a shark spray, then it is a shark spray. Okay, it is. Chen Tao stuffed the thing to Flash. Go and deal with the Shark King. Flash made a small okay gesture and then left. No matter what you deal with, you only need to use anti-XX spray. I think this is the lazy behavior of the screenwriter, which will lead to comics. Chen Tao didn't want to pay attention to Harley's crazy talk. He first opened the portal of the Death King's golden ball and sent Harley and others who were still chattering on the ground away. Before Harley left, she was still asking if there was any anti-Wonder Woman spray and anti-Superman spray. Chen Tao. In short, now he finally has time to put his energy back on the side of the Superman. I'm the nemesis of magicians. Superman grabbed Eclipse's neck, and Eclipse also did the same. The fight between the two people actually developed to the point where they tried to strangle each other to death. But one of them is a Superman from a parallel universe, and the other is the angry spirit of God. It is obvious that such a confrontation will not produce any results. The nemesis of the magician? Xiangxi finally realized that he could not gain any advantage in a close combat with a brute force monster like Super. He broke free from Super's entanglement and flew into the sky. Let me show you my power. There is nothing better than clearing life like moss, and there is no greater pleasure than this. He stretched out his hand to super, and purple blue lightning flashed in his eyes. The dark side of the moon always faces away from the earth, but the sun bleaches its surface. His words had a strange rhythm, and Chen Tao felt the ground began to tremble. But eternal darkness still exists at the bottom of the deepest crater. As Xiangxi whispered, the obscured sun emitted a black light, and Chen Tao heard all the living and dead creatures in the entire Elf prison wailing together. He even saw with his own eyes that the remaining soul on the body of a guard who had just died not long ago was wailing and trying to escape farther away from Xiangxi. Roses have thorns, silver produces dirt, clouds, and eclipses taint the sun and moon. Eclipse's voice became louder and louder, and the lightning surrounding him became brighter and brighter. Even Speedmaster began to feel like he was facing a formidable enemy, and silently prepared to resist the attack. And the disgusting mud exists in the stamens that become sweetness. All things in the world, obey my command. Boom. As Eclipse finally exerted his great power, or at least part of his former great power, a huge cylinder of purple black lightning fell from the sky, and the jumping and surging plasma directly wrapped Speedmaster in it. Half of the Elf prison was razed to the ground in an instant, and countless prisoners and guards were wiped out in the wailing. After a long time, the smoke and dust dissipated. Eclipse stood quietly in the air. You know what, Batman? He turned his head. Once, when I built my sanctuary, I deliberately raised the spire and extended it into the hateful sunlight to remind me that the pain always shines on me in that hateful straight line. Chen Tao saw Eclipse flying towards him. Before I was exiled, I was omnipotent, and now I will regain my omnipotence. This time, I will complete my revenge and plunge the earth into eternal darkness. He watched Batman slowly retreat, his eyes constantly wandering to the place where Speedy was struck by lightning. Eclipse suddenly wanted to laugh. You don't understand what I am at all, and you don't understand the power I wield. The last hope you called is gone. Who do you think he is? A ghost? No one can. Then his movement suddenly stopped. He turned back suddenly and saw that Superba flew out of the deep pit created by his lightning strike without any injury. You want to knock me down? Just rely on your mouth. Xiangxi glared at him. That's impossible. Superba rushed over like a mad dog, grabbed Xiangxi's neck, and fell to the ground with him. Are you good at chanting? You. Xiangxi didn't have time to say anything before Superba slapped him in the face with supersonic slaps. Can you chant another one for me to hear? Then Xiangxi actually planned to chant the spell in front of Superba, and it was conceivable what would happen at such a close distance. Are you really chanting? Chen Tao, who was watching from the side, almost felt pity for Xiangxi. Superba was originally a professional in dealing with magicians, which can be proved by the magicians on Earth 3 who were slaughtered by him. He was not afraid of kryptonite, but took it as food. He had full magic resistance and strong physical resistance. If it weren't for the weakness of yellow sunlight, Superba would be almost a perfect Superman. As luck would have it, the yellow sunlight was also one of Xiangxi's weaknesses, which was why he used magic to block the sunlight above their heads at this time, creating a favorable environment for himself. But this was also the easiest environment for Chaoba to perform. In such an occasion without sunlight, Chaoba could really exert his full strength. Xiangxi said that Chen Tao had never seen him, and could not understand him. No. Chaoba was a monster that Xiangxi could not understand or predict at all. Chaoba continued to beat him. He crushed Xiangxi's chin with his bare hands, and then punched him on the chin. If you can still recite it now, I will let you go. However, this physical injury was not fatal to Xiangxi. After all, he was now possessed by Maxwell Lord. He quickly recovered his facial features that were blown apart by the beating, and continued to try to recite a long string of difficult and complicated spells. Originally, as the angry spirit of God, he would not need to chant spells like ordinary magicians to exert his great power, but now he was imprisoned in the heart of darkness for too long by the ghost, and the heart of darkness was divided into thousands of pieces. Only a small part of it was here at this time. Although it was barely enough for Xiangxi to put on the resurrection armor, it was a bit unrealistic to call on magic power casually like before. And it was obvious that Xiangxi had become accustomed to his own strength. Inertial thinking made him ignore the huge gap between needing to chant spells and not needing to chant spells to cast magic. So he was hit by Superman again, and his head exploded. If it was Maxwell Lord, he would have died countless times here, but Xiangxi possessed his body and gave him the characteristics of immortality, causing the broken head to be quickly put back together. Xiangxi finally got a little anxious. He tried to possess Superman, but the full level of magic resistance obviously also included the ability to not be controlled by magic. If Xiangxi possessed others, before like earthworms burrowing into the soil, Superman was a fucking hard and heavy piece of pig iron. Not to mention drilling, even opening a hole is impossible. Boom. 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 As Speedmaster raised his fist and smashed it down continuously, the ground shook like an earthquake. Eclipse was pinned down by the opponent, and for a moment he couldn't break free. However, in the next second, he suddenly found a flaw. Drops of blood flowed from Speedmaster's nose, and Speedmaster was forced to stop, and then reached out to touch it. Too much energy is consumed. I need kryptonite. Unlike Superman, who absorbs sunlight to strengthen himself, the only energy source to drive Speedmaster is those green glowing small stones. This means that it is difficult for him to get real-time replenishment like Superman, who fights and basks in the sun. And no matter how full the magic resistance is, it is not magic immunity. Eclipse's magic lightning, which he tried his best, eventually consumed too much of Speedmaster's power. Although Speedmaster had absorbed a lot of artificial kryptonite before, the biggest disadvantage of this thing is that the purity is far lower than real kryptonite. No matter how much he eats, the power he actually absorbs is far inferior to real kryptonite. Superman took 2 steps back. I've consumed too much energy. He crossed his arms and let Eclipse knock him flying. Chen Tao's face darkened. Superman was not incapable of continuing to fight, but he didn't intend to do so. He knew that this kind of villain never had the will to fight to the end, and Superman was a complete coward. He only fought for himself, nothing more. Just the excessive consumption was enough to make him retreat. But, what did that sentence say? If we bring Big Brother and get frustrated, don't question Big Brother's strength. We must first reflect on our own problems. Superman's damage is not enough. That must be because he didn't bring magic attribute weapons to increase damage. Chen Tao directly controlled Wonder Woman beside him and took off all his equipment, including the lasso of truth, shield, sword, crown and a pair of Hercules wrist guards. He snapped his fingers, and Flash ran to his side to wait for his orders. Although he didn't quite understand what was going on, Flash faithfully carried out Batman's orders. So the next second, when Super looked down, he found himself wearing a set of divine clothes, and there was a large group of nanorobots on his shoulders with the magic of the metal spirit attached to his body. That's right, as long as the equipment is given, Big Brother will wear it himself, directly adding magic damage to every attack, and every sword will be a critical hit. Big Brother is not tough enough. Chen Tao's head turned into a car computer, and a radio wave was directly launched from his head into outer space. A long time ago, in order to deal with Superman, crossed out, he used the satellite of the Wayne Group to prepare a global rainfall system. Through the remote launch of the satellite's rain-inducing bomb, it can be anywhere on the Earth, anytime, anywhere. Kryptonite rain. It is not the kind of artificial kryptonite, but the real pure natural kryptonite inventory. Therefore, due to the limited inventory, this kind of rain can only fall a few times, but it is enough. Although it takes a certain amount of time to prepare for rain, due to his previous preparations, now, this rain is almost ready. Tick 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 tick. In an instant, heavy rain poured down. Superba took only a breath, and all the green rain falling from the sky was sucked into his stomach. If this was an online game, Chen Tao almost saw the blood volume on his head restored to full in one breath, and he turned into an invincible King Kong. The other green kryptonite rain dripped on Superba's body and was absorbed by his skin, which was equivalent to adding a layer of hardness buff. Xianxi realized that something was wrong. He summoned a magic lightning to strike Superba again, and then he felt like he kicked a metal plate, which was so hard that he wanted to cry. Superba stood there without even frowning. The thick magic lightning was like striking the air, and there was no reaction. Go. Chen Tao squatted behind Superba. Smash him. Chapter 354. Super, quickly become an idiot. Superman had never fought such a wasteful battle in his life. On his Earth 3, he had almost eaten up all the kryptonite into precious energy. He was a coal-burning train driven by kryptonite. He knew very well that without the green little stones as coal, he would be a weak and sickly ghost. This was also the reason why he never wanted to go all out, because once he exerted too much strength, consumed too much, and lacked the supplement of kryptonite, his weakness would be revealed to his allies without reservation, which would easily make them have some strange thoughts. The crime syndicate was not a place of humility and friendship. Night Owl, Super Queen, and even Deathstorm and Johnny Quick below were not kind people. As for the powering, Superman automatically excluded him. What big incident could a coward cause? But this time was different. The kryptonite rain that fell from the sky moistened the body of Superman. This was a huge supplement that he could not get, even after chewing on artificial kryptonite for a long time. Superman looked at the kryptonite dust that fell on the ground and could not be absorbed. He was so distressed that he could not breathe. Stop it, don't let it fall anymore. He was wearing Wonder Woman's equipment at this time, which made him look a little out of place. He swung his shield and smashed it on the face of Eclipse. The evil version of Superman from the parallel universe did not know any skills to use the shield. He just used brute force to smash it randomly. You asked me to help you deal with your enemies, and I did so. So now stop wasting kryptonite. Every grain of kryptonite that didn't enter my mouth is a huge waste. In fact, Superman did try to absorb all the rainwater into his stomach at the beginning. When it just rained, he even blew it into his mouth as soon as he inhaled. But the problem is that his stomach is not a black hole. With so much rainwater, even if the kryptonite concentration is high, he can't drink water alone. Although these kryptonites can be absorbed by his body, they are not as effective as eating them directly. The rain has already started. In the green rainstorm, Chen Tao said, it is almost impossible to stop now. Unless what? Unless you can quickly solve the eclipse. Chen Tao took out a weather wand from his belt. This thing is a technological creation used by the weather wizard to control the weather before he gained superpowers. But as the weather wizard became a superpower, this equipment was put aside along with Captain Cold's freezing gun, Heatwave's flame gun, Mirror Master's mirror gun and other weapons. As the entire Rogue gang changed jobs to become superheroes, Chen Tao naturally took these weapons into his pocket. At this time, he held the weather wand in one hand and the mirror gun in the other, secretly operating something, and continued to say, I can use this equipment to temporarily prevent the rain from falling completely. You can slowly absorb it after you solve the eclipse. You have absorbed enough kryptonite from just now to now, which should be enough for you to maintain your combat effectiveness. But you should know that using equipment to forcibly control the rain clouds that have already formed from not raining is equivalent to violating the gravity of the earth and can only delay the rain for a short period of time. So, Superman rushed towards the eclipse as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Chen Tao shook the weather wand behind him, temporarily stopping the rain from falling. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Superman, who rushed out. The other party did not rush up to force him to use the weather wand to get the kryptonite for him to absorb first, but really obediently attacked the eclipse. Chen Tao was still a little surprised at this point. He had originally prepared countermeasures in case of such a situation, such as making Superman have a brain congestion, but now it seems that it is useless. This shows that his preparations in advance worked. For someone like Speedmaster, he only needs to be able to fight. He doesn't need a brain. A Speedmaster without a brain is the best Speedmaster. That's why Chen Tao added a lot of heavy metal impurities to the artificial kryptonite he provided to Speedmaster. Yes, Chen Tao knew very well that according to Speedmaster's temperament, he would never have the patience to wait for his crime syndicate to slowly collect raw materials to make kryptonite for him, and it was inevitable that he would accept the batch of artificial kryptonite he provided to him. And Chen Tao certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to add nanorobots to those artificial kryptonites. Speedmaster's X-ray and microscopic vision are not for show. He still has this basic vigilance, but this does not mean that Chen Tao will not do anything to those artificial kryptonites. For example, adding heavy metals. Of course not excessive heavy metals, but completely within the normal range. Just looking at it, at most you would think it was a technical problem during synthesis, not a deliberate addition. But Speedmaster ate enough artificial kryptonite. In fact, the human body is not completely incapable of expelling heavy metals, and with Superman's physique, it is even easier to expel those heavy metals. However, if Chen Tao deliberately intercepts those heavy metals in his body through the metal spirit, it would be a completely different concept. Those heavy metals will, contrary to their normal behavior, avoid the metabolism that may expel them from the body and then enter Superman's brain through the blood, deliberately damaging his nerve cells. For this reason, Chen Tao also spent half a day to do magic on the heavy metals that were about to be mixed into the artificial kryptonite to ensure that they could be accurately controlled by the metal spirit. Yes, he needs Superman to become stupid. Chen Tao does not need to control Superman. The main reason is that with Superman's physical characteristics, that no one knows what he is immune to. If you want to control him, you are destined to go through a lot of trial and error, nanorobots, drug control, and even telepathy. Superman is completely a Superman from another parallel universe. Superman's physical data is completely inapplicable to him. These little tricks to control people, once discovered by Superman, their cooperation will end. So why not change the idea and directly turn Superman into an idiot? Frankly speaking, as a fighter, Superman thinks too much, which is actually a very bad sign. A toolman who is specially called to fight should raise his fists, blow up all the enemies designated by Chen Tao, and then happily receive his kryptonite reward. Simple and rough, instead of wanting to choose to run away when frustrated. The Night Owl in the parallel universe did not train Superman well. Chen Tao shook his head. What's wrong, brother? Isn't taming Superman a necessary skill for the Bat family? In short, too high IQ brings huge uncertainty. For example, just like now, if Superman's IQ is a little higher, he will think that, if he can reach a cooperation with Eclipse, Eclipse will be a stable ally that he will eat. His super high resistance to magic naturally restrains the opponent, while Eclipse's powerful ability suppresses Batman. If Chen Tao were super, he would definitely find a way to reach a cooperation with Eclipse. The other party is simply an excellent trump card for him to deal with Batman. He must be on guard against others. Although he has reached an alliance with Batman now, will he not do so in the future? But if Super becomes an idiot, all these troublesome things will be solved. Because Super can't think of this at all. The decline in IQ makes his thinking more single-minded and his actions more stubborn. Super was not particularly smart to begin with, and now he is even more stupid. This means that Chen Tao does not need to manipulate him directly, and can use his IQ advantage to trick him into working for him, achieving the purpose of indirect manipulation. For example, hit him hard. Haven't you eaten? What is the sword in your hand for? An embroidery needle. Super held down Eclipse, and no matter how the other struggled, he could not stop himself from being chopped into pieces by Super. All kinds of magic lightning poured down on Super without cost, and under the continuous bombardment, blood spurted out of Super's mouth and nose. No matter how high the magic resistance is, it is not magic immunity. The only Superman who is truly immune to magic is Superman Prime. When Superman faces Eclipse, he will eventually get hurt. If Superman with normal IQ suffered such a huge consumption, at this time, with his temperament, he should give up immediately, just like at the beginning. But after his IQ was affected, Chen Tao used the excuse of "I will give you kryptonite" after beating Eclipse to easily make him obediently fight with Eclipse. No matter how much consumption he had, he did not feel anything wrong. You see, does this sound like what kindergarten teachers often say? Now take a nap obediently, I will give you a red star sticker? Of course, Chen Tao must use kryptonite to help Superman replenish all his consumption afterwards, and even let him absorb more kryptonite to improve his strength. Otherwise, even if his brain is not very smart, Superman, who is in pain all over his body, will react. Why is he injured while helping Batman? Then no matter how stupid he is, he can deduce something is wrong. I'm not the kind of person who helps others with his mind. That would be a disaster. But if Chen Tao helped Superba replenish his consumption afterwards, it would be equivalent to completing a Pavlov dog-style conditioned reflex training, which would definitely make it more convenient to use next time. Note: Pavlov dog, a famous conditioned reflex experiment, is given to dogs when the bell rings. Eclipse was beaten by the violent Superba and couldn't say a word. Superba's IQ was affected, but Eclipse's was not. Chen Tao could think of the idea of him and Superba joining forces, and Eclipse could naturally think of it too. But he didn't have the chance to say it at all. Superba was desperate to withstand his various magic violent outputs. The body he possessed was torn into pieces before he could speak, and before he could continue to recover, it was torn into pieces again. Eclipse couldn't figure it out. He couldn't figure it out at all. Is Superba an idiot? Just now, Batman told the other party that if he beat up Eclipse, he would give you kryptonite. Eclipse was almost dumbfounded by the operation. It's that simple. It's that simple to obey orders? Huh. Although he didn't know Speedmaster, he could roughly see the relationship between them from Speedmaster's appearance and the conversation with Batman, which was nothing more than employment and alliance. In the previous situation, the normal person's thought should not be you hand over the kryptonite first, otherwise I won't work. But what is the situation now? Speedmaster is obviously not Batman's dog. How can he listen to everything he says? This is too honest. He has lived from ancient times to the present, and he has never seen the objects of mutual alliance so honest. Moreover, this guy is tough and hard. From just now to now, Xiangxi has changed no less than 7 or 8 kinds of magic to deal with Speedmaster: lightning strikes, flames, and even freezing magic. There are also some weird curses that no matter what kind of magician sees. As a figure at the ancestor level of the magic world, these are all small tricks that Xiangxi can easily use. But it's useless. It's useless at all. Speedmaster's body rejects all fancy things. No matter how powerful the magic attack is, it only makes him spit out a few mouthfuls of blood. After spraying, he wipes his nose and swings his little fist more happily. Now it was not just Eclipse's head, his whole body was enjoying the massage of Super's fist. Violent shock waves exploded from his body, and even if he was possessed by someone else, the intense pain was so real. Ouch. After being punched through the heart by Super again, Eclipse finally made a decision. This idiot called Super was simply crazy, fighting against him regardless of the loss. No, this was not a solution. Of course, Eclipse was not unprepared. Purple black light emerged from his eyes. No matter who touches a little bit of the heart of darkness, as long as he has any bit of darkness, then I can infinitely magnify it and easily control others to use my powerful magic power so as to bang. In the real world, there is no such thing as not being attacked when speaking lines. Eclipse's head was blown apart by Super's shield. It's strange to say that, although Super had a sword in his hand, he obviously preferred to hit people with the edge of the round shield. Those who didn't know would almost think he was Captain America. But even after being attacked like this, Eclipse still did not stop talking. Whether it is a human or a god, it is impossible to possess a completely pure and flawless mind in the true sense. As long as one has a mind, it is impossible to resist the temptation of Eclipse. Therefore, Batman, you'd better stop this mad dog, otherwise you will spread your control and make many civilians dozens of kilometers away under your control and become your hostages, right? Chen Tao said. So, a very simple question. Why don't I work with Supermaster? Chen Tao raised the mirror gun in his hand. It is the exclusive weapon of the Mirror Master. It can create countless mirror images and produce various effects, including of course, make a prism. Chen Tao said, a prism that can convert thermal vision into yellow sunlight. I have been busy adjusting the prism just now. I still don't know enough about Supermaster. This may have taken some time. So now, he looked at Eclipse. If you are finished, then those magics you want to control others will be meaningless. Chapter 355 Batman, the Tamer of Superheroes. Master Thomas. Eclipse is finished. The outsider held a tray with a prepared owl sandwich on it. Night Owl sat in front of the owl computer, quietly watching the information displayed on the screen. The screen was divided into 2 sides. One side was obviously the perspective of the communicator on the Speedmaster's arm, and the picture was shaking and blurry, while the other side looked like a camera fixed on a high place, looking down at the entire battlefield from top to bottom, unfortunately not affected by the aftermath of the battle. Frankly speaking, this was incredible. With the Speedmaster and Eclipse fighting in such a state, Night Owl was still able to grasp first-hand information. This was undoubtedly a miracle, but from another perspective, this was a matter of course, and everyone should know it. Because because he is Batman, because he is Night Owl, it is natural that Eclipse is finished, Night Owl said. He sat on the Night Owl chair, put his arm with the power armor on the table, and tapped the edge of the keyboard lightly with his sharp fingertips again and again. Whatever era he is from, it is obvious that he is outdated and not in his prime. The Queen of Super had nothing to gain from cooperating with him, and she insisted on pinning her hopes of releasing Alexander Luthor on a magician, and she also swore to me that this magician was different from those who were torn apart by Superman in the past. Night Owl said, "It seems that they are indeed different." She held on for a while longer, and she was also a sandbag for a while longer. I knew that this stupid woman would not be able to succeed, and I had to do it in the end. Note, DC supervillain Alexander Luthor, Lex Luthor's isotope on Earth 3, is a golden lion king with thick hair, and is the exact opposite of boiled egg Luthor. He has the ability to transform into a magic guard by shouting Zunsha like Thunder Shazam, and can also obtain the opponent's superpowers by killing people. This means that all superpowered people are his food, to enhance his own strength. The members of the crime syndicate were terrified of his abilities, and defeated and imprisoned him. What are you going to do, Master Thomas? And, I'm afraid I have to remind you, that it was you who told me, that the Super Queen's purpose is not simple. The voice of the outsider sounded behind him. Didn't you say that she was deliberately inducing you to help her rescue Alexander Luthor, and then pretending to be under your command? Although her purpose is the same as ours, this alone is enough to make me doubt who the father of the child in her belly is. The outsider said, if the child is not yours, Master Thomas, then it doesn't matter who the child belongs to. Night Owl interrupted him and said, and it doesn't matter what the Super Queen is thinking. I just need to confirm that she plans to rescue Alexander Luthor like me. But the outsider rarely stopped. Master Thomas, even if there is a 1 over 10,000 chance that the child is yours, don't have any illusions, Alfred. Night Owl interrupted him and said, a woman like the Super Queen will never allow herself not to be pregnant with the offspring of the person she thinks is the strongest. And, note, the outsider of Earth 3 is the isomorph for the old butler Alfred, so he is also called Alfred. Then his voice sank a little, and he continued, and when the Anti-Monitor comes to this universe, Alexander Luthor, Superman, Batman, and his Justice League, who are like ridiculous stage actors, will all fight against the Anti-Monitor with all their might for their lives. He said, as long as Super Queen does not harm the overall combat effectiveness of this universe, no matter what she does, it doesn't matter to me. The outsider wanted to say something, but opened his mouth and didn't continue. And Night Owl was still thinking, and more importantly, no matter how illogical this is, I suspect Batman has guessed that Super Queen's purpose is to use Eclipse to help release Alexander Luthor. What? But Batman doesn't even know the existence of Alexander Luthor, the outsider said. Then he at least guessed that the Super Queen wanted to release someone to fight against Supermaster, or he already knew that the Super Queen relied on someone. I don't know how he guessed it, maybe just based on the Super Queen's attitude towards Supermaster when he met Supermaster. How did you infer this, Master Thomas? Because of this. Night Owl pointed to the camera on the Owl's computer, which was obviously overlooking the battlefield from a high altitude. Do you think that without Batman's deliberate protection, this thing can really survive on the battlefield, where Eclipse and Speedmaster are fighting? Batman is deliberately conveying to me the message that whatever deal you and Queen Super have with Eclipse, it has now failed. Night Owl turned his head and looked at the outsider, but this also exposes a truth. Batman doesn't know what my purpose is, nor does he understand the subtle differences between my purpose and Queen Supermaster's. He stretched out a finger and shook it slightly, To put it simply, Queen Supermaster hopes to release Alexander Luthor now, and then Alexander kills Speedmaster, ascends the throne to become the king of this new world, and she and her son become queen and prince. Humph, idiot woman. It's best if she fails, so that I don't have to deal with her later, to prevent her from releasing Alexander Luthor immediately. But I'm different. I don't want Alexander to fight with Speedmaster now. I just want to control the decision of when to release him, and then set him free at the right time, so that he can become one of the many fighting forces against the Anti-Monitor for his own life. No matter what conflicts he and Superman had, they were forced to join forces in the face of an external enemy whose lives were threatened. No matter how great the hatred was, they would have to wait until the Anti-Monitor was dealt with before they could decide their fate, if there was a future. Night Owl said, but Batman couldn't figure it out. For some unknown reason, he even thought that my purpose and that of Super Queen were completely different. He pointed to the camera that overlooked the battlefield, and through the camera he stared at Superman, who was almost obedient to Batman. I have investigated Superman and carefully examined the artificial kryptonite. Batman didn't think he could control Superman, but he really succeeded in making Superman stupid by some means. This is an opportunity for me, and Batman also wanted to deliberately give me this opportunity. He deliberately told me the fact that Superman's intelligence had declined through this camera, and then tried to induce me to do something, so that he could understand what my purpose was. Night Owl said, but he made a mistake. He may think that I have some complicated plan that needs to be launched slowly, enough for him to stop me, while understanding my purpose, but my method is very simple. The decline in Speedmaster's intelligence has given Batman the ability to control him, but it also means that I can also deceive Speedmaster more easily. And now Speedmaster, I only need to trick him into giving me the control of Alexander Luthor. In a word, the initiative of whether to release Alexander will be transferred to me by Speedmaster. It doesn't need to be complicated at all. And when Batman realized that I had achieved my goal, I had already transferred Alexander Luthor away. Night Owl paused and continued, after all, permanently damaging Speedmaster's intelligence is a good way to control him, but it also means that Speedmaster can be controlled by others. To deal with a low IQ Speedmaster, many methods that could not be used before can be easily carried out. Night Owl stood up, and as he moved, it seemed that there was an invisible knight and the whispers of countless worshippers lifted up along with the corners of his clothes. I will not be like those scums like Speedmaster, abandoning my countless subjects, and running to a new world like a stray dog to dominate. For the sake of my Earth, that has not been completely destroyed, I can do anything, including releasing monsters like Alexander Luthor. He said, after this new Earth is destroyed in place of my Earth, I will rebuild my world in the ruins. Even though our Earth has been reduced to ruins by the Anti-Monitor, as long as it has not been completely destroyed, there is still hope. Great, Speedmaster has fulfilled his duties as a thug, and it's time to restore his intelligence. Chen Tao touched his chin. From the beginning of the battle, he noticed that there was a pair of eyes observing the battlefield through the camera. He knew it was Night Owl. Speaking of which, he didn't quite understand what Night Owl's recent operations were all about. When he was negotiating with Speedmaster before, he deliberately prompted him to pay Speedmaster artificial kryptonite and the method of making artificial kryptonite in exchange for an alliance covenant. This alone was enough to make Chen Tao confused. Because this is completely different from the comics. In the comics, Earth 3 had already been destroyed by the Anti-Monitor, and the Crime Syndicate's goal was very simple, to destroy the Justice League, and then this world should be ruled by me. And as the think tank of the Crime Syndicate, Night Owl was also conscientiously preparing for the organization to conquer the new universe from beginning to end, and he had no other ideas. But the Super Queen in the comics is different. She told Super that the son she was pregnant with was Super's, and told Night Owl that the son she was pregnant with was Night Owl's. In fact, neither of them was pregnant. She was pregnant with Alexander Luthor, and Luthor was imprisoned by the Crime Syndicate at this time. So from the beginning, the Super Queen's goal was to release Alexander Luthor, and then kill those colleagues in the Crime Syndicate, leaving only the three of them to tyrannize. Based on this, when Chen Tao realized that the Super Queen would be mixed up with the eclipse, it was not surprising that he hoped that the other party could help Alexander Luthor, who was also a magical existence, out of trouble. But what about Night Owl? He was obviously mixed up with the Super Queen. How could he not know the Super Queen's purpose? Since he knew, it would be even more strange. Helping the Super Queen save her real lover? What kind of operation is this? Could it be that he wanted to save him and then kill him? He remembered that in the comics, Night Owl had expressed his intention to kill Alexander Luthor more than once to eliminate future troubles, but it was Superman who stopped him with the two reasons of: if the Anti-Monitor needs Alexander Luthor, and I'm the leader of the crime syndicate, and I'm the only one who has the right to decide, which shows that Night Owl has the intention to kill Alexander Luthor. But Night Owl would not kill him at the cost of disobeying Superman. That is illogical. So Chen Tao couldn't figure out what Night Owl wanted to do. His whole behavior was as hard to understand as epilepsy. Of course Chen Tao couldn't guess. He subconsciously thought that Earth 3 was also destroyed by the Anti-Monitor like in the comics he read in his previous life. So Night Owl would also give up like in the comics he read and concentrate on planning a new universe. But now, Night Owl has reached a covenant with the Anti-Monitor behind the back of the entire crime syndicate. New Earth for my Earth. And his whole behavior pattern will naturally change dramatically. Chen Tao used the information he had obtained from the comics to deduce the other party's behavior, but it was naturally irrelevant and full of mistakes. This made Chen Tao very anxious. He had to figure out what Night Owl was thinking, so he made this attempt. He turned his head and looked at Superba not far away. Seeing that Night Owl must have seen that Superba's IQ was affected by him, but what he didn't know was that such an influence was not permanent. With Chen Tao's secret operation, the heavy metal particles that continued to attach to Superba's nerve cells immediately began to leave the cells that had been damaged by them and left Superba's central nervous system with the circulation of blood. For ordinary people, the damage to nerve cells caused by heavy metal poisoning is almost irreversible damage, and even if the heavy metals leave, it will not change those damaged cells. But for Superba, the Kryptonian physique and the excessive amount of kryptonite given him the ability to heal himself. As long as Chen Tao actively manipulates these heavy metals to leave him, it is only a matter of time for him to repair his nerves and gradually regain his IQ. Night Owl didn't understand what the metal spirit was. He was too arrogant. Perhaps because Superba had killed all the magicians in their universe with overwhelming force. Night Owl had neglected magic too much and knew too little about the power of magic. Without knowing that Chen Tao could not only poison Superba with heavy metals, but also detoxify him, Night Owl would be limited by inertial thinking and think that Superba's brain had been permanently damaged, and he would forever become a super idiot. At that time, he would use the method of dealing with idiots to deal with Superba, whose IQ has been restored. That would be a lot of fun. And Chen Tao could also take a peek at what Night Owl's real purpose is behind his confusing mask. Chapter 356. Can I contaminate all humanity? Even at the last stage of his desperate situation, Eclipse still tried to resist. Bloodsport, who was under his control, broke free from the rope that Flash had tied him up with and rushed up again, but he could no longer change the situation. Chen Tao had already disabled the gun in his hand. This was not difficult. He only needed to target the system that Amanda Waller had specially made for him to transmit gun parts. Chen Tao would not look down on anyone. Bloodsport, like most superhero villains without superpowers, was also famous for props. Amanda Waller didn't know how many messy things she had prepared for him. God didn't know what he could come up with. It would be bad if there were more twists and turns. But speaking of it, hehehe, I don't know what Eclipse did. Suddenly, Bloodsport's feet shook, and his whole body seemed to have expanded several times. He stepped on the ground to make cracks, and then rushed towards Chen Tao like a bull. Chen Tao was a little surprised. After he added the rapid bullet transformation to himself, he felt the struggle of Bloodsport in his hand. Like the Deadshot, the opponent was obviously an ordinary person who used guns. After being controlled by Eclipse, his strength increased so much. This was really unscientific. On the other side, Wonder Woman, who was controlled by Chen Tao, held down Amanda Waller who wanted to attack others, while Flash circled around the Martian Manhunter who was frozen before. He held the freezing gun given by Chen Tao in his hand and kept reinforcing the ice. This was the last counterattack. Eclipse was bursting out his last strength and constantly strengthening those controlled by him, but these were of no use after all. As time went on, Eclipse also deeply realized this. Damn it, I will make all of you under my control. You will all be like ghosts. Black air emerged from Xianxi's face, and then kept leaving the body of Maxwell Lord, who was possessed by him. The black air condensed on the ground, and turned into the black heart of darkness again. Bloody Sport, who was still fighting back desperately, and the other controlled people began to lose strength. Xianxi's magic failed, and the sky curtain covered by him opened. Under the direct sunlight, the magic monster that had been beaten by Chaoba to the point of being unrecognizable curled up. He was so weak that his speech was a little intermittent. He kept saying some villain speeches, like I will come back again, and it sounded like he was completely beaten by Chaoba to the point of being unconscious. Even if he was one of the most powerful monsters on the magic side, he could only fail in the end without regaining all his strength and encountering a magician nemesis like Chaoba. So many years. Why is it always? He curled up on the ground, his originally pointed hooked nose limp, as if it had no bones, and piled on his face like a slime. His pointed ears drooped like a defeated wild dog, looking a little pitiful. Chen Tao reminded himself again that the other party was a dangerous guy. The reason he could defeat Xianxi this time was not because he was weak, but because he had not reached his prime at all. Otherwise, if Xianxi really recovered to the level that was enough to become a threat, not to mention others, Ghost would definitely rush over to ensure that the old enemy was trampled back into the soil again, rather than waiting for the other party to recuperate and come to trouble him. The ghost did not appear from beginning to end in this incident, which itself meant that Xianxi had not recovered to the strength to stir up trouble and was beaten into a human form by Superman, called by Chen Tao. He watched the defeated Xianxi being sucked back into the heart of darkness bit by Ghost's magic to seal the other party, and at the same time, switched himself to the state of Bat Mage to ensure that Xianxi was completely sucked back and nothing was left outside. I obviously can control the entire Earth's population. I obviously can make everyone under my control extremely powerful. Waiting for Eclipse. It will take some time to be completely sucked back, especially when the other party desperately digs the ground, refusing to go back and still constantly making villain declarations. But some of the other party's words attracted Chen Tao's attention. He stretched his head and asked Eclipse with some curiosity, wait, do you really have the ability to strengthen everyone under your control? From just now to now, he has been thinking about the bloody sport of being pinned to the ground by him. He is very interested in the power that the other party showed after being controlled by Eclipse, just like a superpower. In fact, Chen Tao has thought about it. Superheroes can be batteries to help him share the burden, and ordinary people can actually do it too. Among the many members of the Justice League, there are not no ordinary people, such as the magician of the rogues. Unlike his other colleagues who are superpowers, he is a thorough ordinary person. Before the experiment of turning the entire rogues into superpowers, the magician was still a trainee member of the rogues, and Captain Cold did not let him participate in the experiment. As a result, apart from his strange black tech props, he is just an ordinary person. In the previous battle against Darkseid, the entire Justice League was pulled by Chen Tao to be a battery. He was also the first member who could not bear the charging, and was urgently put down by Killer Croc to prevent him from dying. But he also successfully proved that even ordinary people have the value of being a battery. However, Chen Tao never thought of using ordinary people as batteries from beginning to end, because there were many difficulties from beginning to end. The most important point is that he can't control when to power off. At that time, the magician was a battery with other members of the Justice League, right? There was also Killer Croc next to him. If anyone couldn't bear it, Killer Croc could force him to power off and pull him out of the Speed Force grid. But ordinary people are different. There is only one Killer Croc. Not to mention him, even the Flash can't take care of thousands of ordinary people. No matter how fast he runs, as long as the number increases, he can't ensure that every ordinary person who needs to be powered off can be powered off in time. Even if there is a need, Chen Tao can't bet on the safety of ordinary people. And the more realistic problem is that Chen Tao can't make crystal coffins like the ones he customized for the members of the Justice League before for every ordinary person. With so many people, each of them has a coffin. No matter how rich the Wayne Group is, it will go bankrupt. And it is also a very unrealistic idea to ask ordinary people to volunteer to act as batteries. Chen Tao has already put a lot of advertisements about Batman in the public movies, TV, and TV series. Batman's reputation is already very high, but these are not enough for him to do such a shocking act. Will anyone really dare to get into a crystal coffin and let the current pass through his body? And the more important point is, there are too few ordinary people who can share the burden for him. After working so hard to find hundreds of people, they may not be as good as Wonder Woman. But Chen Tao looked at the dark heart that Xiangxi gradually turned into, thinking, if there is any means to strengthen ordinary people into temporary superpowers in a short period of time, then the situation will be completely different. For example, Xiangxi's control. He can obviously strengthen an ordinary person to the level of a small superpower in a short period of time, or even enhance ordinary superpowers. Although those enhanced superpowers will become slightly weaker overall, because they are not as familiar with their abilities as before being controlled. In terms of strength, they are actually enhanced by the eclipse. And to act as a battery, there is no need for familiarity or incomprehension, just enough strength to carry more weight. For example, use the eclipse to pollute the entire human race, temporarily enhance them into small superpowers, and then restore them after the matter is over. Countless ordinary people become nodes, thus connecting the entire distribution network and successfully solving. Ahem. Chen Tao thought about it for a while, and then finally shook his head. But all those controlled by the eclipse will be under his control, and this alone is too dangerous. He picked up the heart of darkness that fell to the ground. Before thinking of a way to control the eclipse, such a dangerous idea should always be regarded as an idea. Batman. Amanda Waller finally regained her consciousness. She walked over and looked at Maxwell Lord, who was lying unconscious on the ground with a useless scribble on his chest, and then kicked him angrily. It's all this bastard's fault. The Shoji Club is obviously also a superhero organization under the government, but Maxwell Lord, its leader, did such a thing. The Barelf prison was destroyed. Amanda Waller has begun to plan how to use this incident as an excuse to attack other government-affiliated organizations that are not under her control and continue to ask for funds from the government and strengthen her own power. In the early days of accepting the existence of superheroes and superpowers, the government created too many uncontrolled and barbaric organizations like the Shoji Club. Amanda Waller had long thought about changing this situation, but she always lacked an excuse to do so. Those organizations represent too many interests of many other people in the government. Once many things are related to politics, they will become complicated and not so easy to pry. But this time is a good opportunity. She can take advantage of the topic and do a lot of things. Although Amanda Waller focuses on things related to superheroes, it does not mean that she does not understand the means of politicians. Unlike Colonel Steve Trevor, another major person in charge of superhero affairs, who was a soldier and straightforward, Amanda Waller, who was an agent, knew very well how to deal with those stupid people who were more likely to cause trouble than to do good. While thinking about this, Amanda Waller asked Batman, "Where is the heart of darkness?" She asked, "That thing must be properly placed. I will seal it forever, and I guarantee that no one can do anything with it anymore. This thing is too dangerous and far beyond our control." Heart of darkness? What heart of darkness? Chen Tao scratched his head innocently. "I have never seen that kind of thing," he said. "The eclipse has been destroyed, and that thing should have been destroyed." Amanda Waller's eyes widened. She had just seen Batman pick up the big black diamond with her own eyes, and then he disappeared with a flip of his hand. Chen Tao ignored Amanda Waller. The other party wanted to say something, but Chen Tao waved his hand, and some steel bars strung with concrete flew up, tying Waller up like a dumpling. She twisted her fat waist like a bucket, and twisted on the ground. The other party had caused so many things. Although Chen Tao knew that Amanda Waller could not be blamed for the resurrection of the eclipse, the imprisoned old X-Force was still Waller's problem. Do you still expect him to be polite to the other party? And what are you thinking? You still want to take the Heart of Darkness back? You can't let such a good thing be thrown in the basement to collect dust, and then you don't know when it will be hijacked by some monsters. At this time, the blue-purple scales on the Flash's face also disappeared. The Flash, who kept traveling through time and creating time paradoxes, could finally stop his behavior of destroying the timeline. Chen Tao asked the other party to send the Martian Manhunter, who was frozen into an ice ball, and the beautiful Wonder Woman, who still had a crooked mouth and squinting eyes and the effect of the medicine had not subsided, back to the Justice League headquarters. TSK, every time they go out, they are intact, and they come back as patients. This is definitely not a problem with Chen Tao, the leader. The Flash was left to worry about the treatment of the two of them, as well as the many prisoners and guards in Elf prison who were buried in the ruins during the battle. He turned to look at Superman, who used one hand to block the sunlight on his face and frowned slightly. "Thank you for your hard work," Chen Tao said. "It was a pleasure to work with you this time." Before Superman could speak, Chen Tao waved his hand again and continued, "I will not break my promise to give you the Speed Force. And, regarding the issues of Deathstorm and Johnny Quick, Luthor is already preparing a customized enhancement plan for the two of them, which will be submitted to the Crime Syndicate within this week, so please don't worry." After sending Superman away, Chen Tao breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the entire Elf prison, which was almost reduced to ruins. This place was Amanda Waller's old nest for many years, and it was also an important node for her to balance many forces. After this battle, this place was basically ruined. And the next step is, he opened a sonic boom portal. Of course, we must first find all the families who were sent to Red Lantern Atrocitus. Are we going to help Waller clean up the mess? Crime Syndicate base. Night Owl met Super, who had just returned from outside. The other party had a serious face and looked not very smart. Chapter 357 Chaoba. Do you think I'm an idiot? This is the base of Night Owl. The outsider has left the secret base of Night Owl. As the person Night Owl trusts the most, he is also the only person Night Owl can trust after Dick Grayson, the Claw, died at the hands of the Joker. Note, Dick Grayson, the superhero Nightwing, the former first-generation Robin. In Earth 3, Dick is still Night Owl's subordinate, codenamed Claw. The outsider shoulders the responsibility of helping Night Owl coordinate the entire plan. It is not an easy task to lead the Anti-Monitor to this new universe and then close the door connecting the two universes. The outsider has a lot of things to do. So at this time, in the huge room, only Night Owl sat there quietly. Thomas Wayne Jr. let out a long breath. He raised his head and looked at the ceiling in a trance. Then he tapped the screen for a while, and soon a photo of Batman Bruce Wayne appeared on the Owl computer. Rows and rows of psychological analysis and targeted data soon appeared in front of Night Owl, but Thomas didn't look at the data that he had read countless times, but stared at the stern man. That was his younger brother, Bruce Wayne. Night Owl often wondered if his younger brother had not been so soft-hearted and decisively shot and killed his parents who controlled the Gotham underworld, would they? Although Night Owl's expression did not change at all, he showed a little sadness. After ruling Gotham City for so many years, Night Owl never showed such emotions in front of outsiders, even in front of Alfred, an outsider. As the ruler of Gotham, he must be cold and ruthless enough. He is an arbitrary and dictatorial monarch, and should not show weakness in front of his subjects, even the most trusted subjects. Those past feelings should not appear in his dictionary. In the eyes of others, Night Owl will always be that emotionless monster. But when alone, Night Owl always lets himself get caught up in these emotions, which helps him vent, and also helps him become cold and ruthless when necessary, and will not be affected by these emotions at all. So now, please allow him to be sad, just sad, like the first drop of rain in Gotham in late autumn, filled with the sorrow and sadness of this city. Then Night Owl turned to the next page of information about Batman, and the shadow of the bat laughing wildly on the screen instantly interrupted his feelings. The half of the other party's face under the bat mask turned pale, and the corners of his mouth twisted up to his ears, revealing bright red gums and white teeth. In an instant, all the sadness disappeared. Damn it, this man with an open mouth laughing wildly is definitely not my brother. In this universe, his soft-hearted cowardly kind brother has combined with Night Owl's former greatest enemy, the Joker, to become a new dangerous enemy. Turning page by page, everywhere is Batman's expression of laughing wildly in different occasions. In Gotham City, on the streets of Metropolis, in the lobby of the Justice League. There is even a picture of Batman using a rope as a chain, putting it around the Joker's neck, and using him as a dog leash. It is obvious that it is a scene reconstruction painting drawn by someone, based on his memory. Night Owl turned off the intelligence expressionlessly. Then he turned on Nightwing's. Nightwing, Dick Grayson, a parallel universe version of Claw. Looking at the young face hidden under the eye mask, the face of Thomas Wayne Jr. of Night Owl softened a little. He admitted that he was a little biased, but the claws of their universe filled all the few emotions of Night Owl to a large extent. The relationship between Claw, Dick and Night Owl is no longer just that of king and knight, adoptive father and adopted son. He has become a kind of compensation for Night Owl. He poured his guilt for the accidental death of his brother Bruce Wayne in his plan to murder his evil underworld parents into Claw Dick, which made Dick's meaning to him so different. But in the end, Claw Dick died at the hands of Joker, and Night Owl was heartbroken. But now he has met an isotope from a parallel universe, a brand new Dick Grayson. Night Owl knows very well that this Dick is not his Dick, but, so what? Night Owl carefully checked the intelligence that Nightwing has been fighting crime in Gotham on behalf of Batman. He leads the part of Arkham people who surrendered to Batman, Mr. Freeze, Penguin, Ventriloquist, and many claws. There was once a man named Lincoln March who also obeyed Nightwing's command, but later this man left without saying goodbye and no one knew where he ran to. Even Night Owl's intelligence network could not find his data. The reason why Night Owl noticed this man named Lincoln March before was because he found that the other party was likely to be his own isotope in this universe, but after carefully comparing the other party's appearance, he overturned this result. The other party did not look the same as himself, and through the comparison of appearance, the other party might not even have the blood of the Wayne family. So Night Owl finally concluded that in this universe, he was a person who had never been born. Lincoln March, who was supposed to be Batman's brother, was just an imposter. This result satisfied Night Owl. Otherwise, he would have to spend time killing his own counterpart to ensure that he was unique. This was too troublesome, especially since Superman and Batman had reached an alliance under his promotion, promising to concentrate on improving their strength instead of making trouble outside. Openly disobeying the orders of the leader would definitely not end well. Then Night Owl turned his attention back to Nightwing. Maybe, before this universe was destroyed, he could take Nightwing away. The child had died for him, and now it was time to repay him. Although he was no longer called Claw, but Nightwing, Night Owl had confidence in himself. As survivors of another universe, Nightwing and himself would rebuild the world that had become a ruin. His eyes lingered on Nightwing, and then he flipped back a few pages of information, and soon saw a photo of Nightwing fighting crime in the night sky wearing a flashy low-cut V-neck disco uniform. Perhaps it was because he had discovered the reporter who was filming the camera. Dick even stuck his butt up in the air, showing everyone his plump buttocks. Why is everyone in this universe so weird? Exclamation mark. Night Owl was a little tired, and he closed the intelligence posts expressionlessly. Then he stood up, silently thinking about the plan to lure the Anti-Monitor, while walking towards the lobby of the Crime Syndicate base. Calculating the time, Speedmaster will be back soon, and while the other party's mind is now confused by Batman, he should implement his plan. He must force the Anti-Monitor to stay in this new universe for a long enough time, long enough for him to close the channel between the two Earths, instead of the Anti-Monitor coming and killing everyone in seconds, and then after destroying this new Earth, he comes back and destroys Earth 3 without martial ethics. Therefore, it is important to retain enough combat power on this Earth to temporarily resist the Anti-Monitor, and Alexander Luthor, who is imprisoned by the Crime Syndicate, is one of the most important targets. Superman was the main person who led the defeat and imprisonment of Alexander Luthor. For a long time, he has always firmly held the control of Alexander Luthor in his own hands, and does not allow anyone else to interfere. He is wary, afraid and greedy of Alexander Luthor. He has tried countless times to torture him to find out the secret of how he can take away the power of the other party by killing the superpowered, and even wants to inherit the power of the other party's Xingqiu. That's right. This is one of the main reasons why Night Owl believes that Superman never kills Thunder Xingqiu Alexander Luthor. It is not like what others claim, that he keeps Xingqiu to deal with the Anti-Monitor. Now Night Owl is going to take advantage of the opportunity that the opponent's IQ is damaged by Batman to snatch the control of Thunder Xingqiu Alexander Luthor from the opponent. He will decide how to use this amazing weapon without hurting himself. If there is any way to detonate this universe and bury the Anti-Monitor directly in the entire universe. While reviewing his plan, Night Owl thought absent-mindedly, the Anti-Monitor has the ability to travel through parallel universes. Night Owl had to consider, if his efforts to seal the passage between the two universes failed, is there any other way to prevent the Anti-Monitor from threatening his world again? But now these are just ideas. Night Owl quickly shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these. He walked along the corridor and quickly walked into a dark hall. The 7 main seats of the crime syndicate, except for the seat of the super, the rest of the seats were empty at the moment. Night Owl walked to the table and saw that they actually engraved the words Crime Syndicate on the table. It was really stupid. Next to the 7 main seats were the seats of the combat units under the main members of each crime syndicate. They also came to the new world with the crime syndicate, but like the most useless sea tyrant among the many giants of the syndicate, they were all seriously injured in the process of traveling through the universe, so they had to be placed in a petri dish to recuperate and maintain their lives. When they wake up and regain their combat power, it is unknown when. All these men I brought here can be fed to Alexander Luthor. Night Owl thought so as he walked over. He saw Superman standing beside his seat with his hands behind his back, with a not very smart expression on his face. Superman. Night Owl spoke first. He did not rashly say anything stupid to the other party asking him to give him the control of Alexander Luthor. Instead, he tried it out first. How is the cooperation with Batman? Very good, Night Owl. I have gained a lot. Superman stared at the other party in confusion. He did not remember Night Owl as the kind of person who talked nonsense. In his memory, Thomas always talked about serious matters. Did Batman give you the compensation you deserve? Superman frowned. What's wrong with this tone of coaxing a child? So he continued patiently, of course. He will give me super speed. Then my strength will be further improved. What do you want to say, Night Owl? Did you call me here to talk nonsense? Of course not, Speedmaster. Night Owl said. I just came to remind you that I think your cooperation with Batman seems a little too easy. He said, you have never been someone who easily trusts others, Speedmaster. You have never been driven by others. But now look at what we are doing. Don't you think Batman is using the so-called Covenant to manipulate you? Not at all, Speedmaster said. Superman briefly recalled the intense pleasure of inhaling kryptonite, and then said, Batman paid his dues, and I also strengthened my strength. The key is strength, do you understand? As long as my strength is strengthened, no matter what Batman is planning, he is not afraid. He said, it doesn't matter if Batman uses me. If we want to take over this universe, guys like Eclipse are also dangerous characters that need to be eliminated. Cooperating with Batman to solve the magic monster is to clear the obstacles for future rule. If you just come to remind me of this, I think our conversation can end. Superman frowned. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with Night Owl today. He suddenly asked him here, and then came up to talk nonsense without a beginning or an end. The whole process was incomprehensible and his IQ was too low. Superman thought, is Night Owl's brain broken? Night Owl thought, is Superman's brain broken? After trying twice, Night Owl felt that Superman's answers were very stupid. Not only did he not mention Batman's sinister intentions, he also did not ask himself if there was anything unusual about Batman's behavior. He had an unusual trust in Batman, which was completely due to stupid one-way thinking. Therefore, maybe he could try to attack him indirectly. The two looked at each other, and each of them felt that the other's head was probably a little bit off today, so they decided to end the conversation quickly and get straight to the point. So after saying a few more small talk and briefly verifying it again, Night Owl planned to get straight to the point. Super, the most important reason I came to you this time is that I need Alexander Luthor to help me transform a weapon. Super almost thought he had heard it wrong. What's going on? Has his prestige fallen to this point now? He has said countless times not to mention Alexander Luthor again. Does Night Owl take him for an idiot? Super's inner anger suddenly came up, but he didn't show any expression on the surface. Go on, I'm listening. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Night Owl can't figure it out. The fish talking man doesn't exist in the title. Because I need to use. What specific weapon do you want to transform? Night Owl sighed. He knew that, even if Superman's IQ had dropped, it would be impossible for him to let go with just a vague explanation. But he had already made up an excuse before he came. A magic cannon. He explained half-truthfully, this magic cannon can create a devastating explosion at the planetary level. I plan to use it to snipe the monster that is about to come to this new universe from Earth 3. He slowed down his tone and said, I want to do my part for our cause, L. While you are absorbing kryptonite, I'm also doing what I should do. Night Owl saw Superman's expression flicker. Things are easier than he thought. If it were in the past, Superman would have attacked him by now, to warn him not to challenge his authority. So you think the right thing to do is to use Alexander Luthor to build a magic cannon? Without my consent? Night Owl finally realized that something was wrong. The vision of the future and the deal with the anti-monitor blinded his thinking ability, making him unaware that Superman was no different from the past. He framed his mind with a wrong judgment and only reacted now. In an instant, a chill rushed directly from the soles of his feet to Night Owl's brain. He realized that Super did not attack him, which meant that the other party had the intention to kill him. Boom. 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 Your heart is beating fast, Thomas. Hey, I haven't called you Thomas for many years, remember? When we first created the crime syndicate, we always called each other by our real names, but in order to maintain mystery in front of those who surrendered to us, we eventually chose to use code names to call each other, which gave us damn majesty, but made us go further and further away, right, brother? Super walked over. He appeared in front of Night Owl who was standing in the same place. The two faced each other, nose to nose. Sit. Super said. Night Owl did not move. He was weighing whether to obey Super's instructions or fight back desperately now. Sit. Super said the second time. His eyes burned red, but there was still a smile on his face. What's wrong, brother? Don't you want to sit down? Night Owl jumped up, threw a smoke bomb, and then turned and ran away. He rushed to the door. Countless weapons rose from the meeting hall of the crime syndicate and shot at Superman, but Superman was unharmed. He blew away the thick smoke in one breath, and the smoke poured back into the surroundings of Night Owl who was still running away. Night Owl's armor popped up the gas mask. He saw Superman with red eyes and the thick smoke, flying like a demon, and grabbing his armor in an instant, and then tearing it like straw. What's wrong? Good brother. With a sizzling sound, Night Owl's armor shattered like a piece of paper, and was torn in half by Superman, and blood spurted on the ground like an explosion. Night Owl blinked his eyes and stopped calculating the consequences of the battle. Damn it, even if he lost, he would never sit and wait to die. He could never just obey directly, but had to sit in his seat like a well-behaved cat. Night Owl carefully calculated the amplitude of every movement, including his gestures, and he had to make sure that every movement could reduce the hostility of the Superman. There was no aggression in his eyes, but he was roaring madly in his heart. Damn. How is this possible? Why is Superman like a fool in front of Batman, but he is suddenly smarter than before when he comes to him? This is unfair. In a dark corner of the hall, some kryptonite powder mixed with heavy metal particles attached to a damp and cold moss in the corner of the wall. Soon the moss began to grow lushly at a speed beyond normal development, and soon broke through the growth limit of moss plants, and became as tall as grass. A bug crawled by and was accidentally caught in the growing moss. With a low creaking sound and the creepy sound of the bug's flesh being chewed, a tiny eyeball made of the bug's flesh and blood residue condensed on the top of the moss, with a slight metallic luster on it. After a long time of effort, Chen Tao finally connected to the screen of the Crime Syndicate base. This eye-catching trick was a trick that Bane had used before, and after combining it with the power of the metal spirit, it became even more hidden. Unless Superman could use X-rays to scan the entire hall, even he would find it difficult to find. However, being able to connect here was still somewhat beyond Chen Tao's expectations. Because if he could connect here, it meant that this base was now within the scope of the Earth in this universe, at least not too far from the Earth. Otherwise the elemental power from the Earth would not be able to get involved here. You must know that elemental powers such as the red of all living things and the green of all things are not exclusive to the Earth, but also exist on other planets. The elemental power of the Earth cannot get involved in the starfield covered by the elemental power of other planets. However, it was still difficult for him to locate the exact location of this base. Was it the unknown technology of the father box of the parallel universe Earth 3? He had just heard what Night Owl said, and he didn't know how much of it was true and how much was false, so he had to wait. Superman had to force Night Owl further to take out what he had hidden. Superman believed everything and wanted to know. This time, Night Owl took the initiative to make a fool of himself. Superpower would never miss this opportunity. He would definitely take advantage of the situation and thoroughly understand what Night Owl was doing. Yes, that's it. Superpower walked behind Night Owl. He patted his shoulder, then looked down and pressed his hands on Night Owl's shoulders. The palms that were strong enough to break steel were just placed on the softest part of Night Owl's neck at this moment. Night Owl resisted the urge to fight back. He knew that Superpower really wanted to kill him. He and Superpower met too hastily. Night Owl knew that this was not the time to reflect on his carelessness, but he just thought about it uncontrollably. If he wore the armor he made. But soon Night Owl controlled his heartbeat and breathing. He knew that he was facing a monster that ordinary people could not understand. But Night Owl had been with him for so many years, and he had already mastered the key to how to deceive him. Normal people think they can control themselves. They think they can control their own palms, their own thoughts, behaviors, movements, and personality. But what about hormones? What about the secretion of adrenaline? What about the heartbeat? What about the bioelectric waves of the brain? What about the fear? They cannot control these things. Their understanding of their own bodies is too superficial. Only those who are proficient in real training can master their own bodies, such as Night Owl. The rapid beating of the heartbeat, or even the accelerated peristalsis of the brain. It is almost an impossible task to lie in front of Superman. As long as he opens his eyes, he can see through the internal organs of a person, and even the mucus on the kidneys can be seen clearly. But Night Owl can do it. He even came to see Superman after a simple cleanup, after committing adultery with the Super Queen many times. And the other party still knows nothing about it. He can do it. I don't quite understand, Superman. Night Owl said, I know you don't like Alexander Luthor, but I'm sincerely giving you advice. We brought it from Earth 3 to this new universe, not as a decoration. If there is a need to use it, I don't think we should not do so. He tried to turn his head to look at Superman standing behind him, but Superman pressed his head firmly and couldn't move. Yes, this is the opportunity. Night Owl controlled himself and began to release the breath of fear. Everything I did was for the Crime Syndicate. Super, I'm making a request to you openly. If you don't agree, I can cancel this plan. You are the leader of the Crime Syndicate. Super began to press Night Owl's neck again and again, like a gentle massage. So, what evidence do you have? What do you mean? What evidence do you have to prove that you are making such a thing? Show me the data. Magic cannon. Right. There should be drawings and basic planning. Super said, show me. You must have prepared for this for a long time. Hiding from me, Super. I didn't hide it from you. It's just that this thing was not made before. Super interrupted him. Night Owl felt super tightened a little. His armor groaned, and even his throat groaned. Night Owl had difficulty breathing. Prepared for the Crime Syndicate for a long time. Then you should be able to produce something now. Super said. Then take out the things. Your armor has a projection function. Right now. Ha 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 ha. Night Owl began to make a gasping sound when being pinched by Superman. He immediately struggled to press the portable projector on his arm. His eyes were drooping, and in the corner, where Superman could not see, his eyes were cold. Fortunately, he had made preparations before. The words he said to Superman were not completely false, and there were some real contents mixed in. Fortunately, these real contents can be verified. Fortunately, he had prepared for a long time before. Unfortunately, he used this as an excuse to try to take away the control of Alexander Luthor instead of other excuses. So Superman raised his head, and together with Chen Tao, who was controlling the eyeball flower in the corner of the room, began to read Night Owl's plan that was projected on the table from the projector of his armor. The end plan: blast a universe, use the entire universe as explosives to stop the anti-monitor. How is this possible? Berelf Prison. Chen Tao opened the sonic boom channel, but he suddenly stood there in a daze. After a while, his head turned into a car charger, and then a blue display screen appeared. He stood there in that position for a while until the Flash ran back to the scene. Not far away, Amanda Waller organized the entire Suicide Squad to dig the ruins. Many rescuers also arrived at the scene, while Chen Tao was in a daze. There were wailing and blood everywhere, as well as dead bodies dug out. In this battle, Berelf Prison was basically dead in name only. 90% of the prisoners were dead. So what kind of prison is there? Of course, those super criminals are not included. Almost all the superpowers that Amanda Waller had painstakingly collected escaped in this battle that was about to collapse the entire prison. It can be said that Amanda Waller's accumulation over the years was completely lost in one day. If he hadn't hidden some of the more important things in the underground of Berelf Prison, her losses would have been even more serious. Batman. Chen Tao turned his head, and his head quickly changed from the huge display screen of the onboard computer to the normal pointed ears. He turned his head to look at the Flash. What's the matter? About Aquaman? The Flash said. His expression seemed a little serious. Chen Tao frowned. He had been thinking about the problem of Night Owl before, and ignored that the talking fish man disappeared when the battle started. This can't be blamed on him. Although the talking fish man's martial arts is not bad, his weakness is very obvious. So obvious that, even if he is controlled, he can quickly deal with the opponent. This is not like the Martian Hunter. His weakness is completely psychological. If Arthur didn't pay much attention to Aquaman from the beginning, it would be normal to ignore him if he didn't attack him. Arthur resisted Eclipse's control at the beginning of the battle. Barry said. He turned around and left the battlefield. So now Aquaman Arthur is missing. Flash. Barry said. I can't contact him, at least not for the time being. A guard who survived the earthquake told me that he saw him running through the surrounding jungle like crazy. At that time, the guard ran out of the scope of Berelf Prison in the first place. And according to my detection of the traces he left behind, he knocked over more than 10 big trees like a bull and rushed directly into the sea. Then, just disappeared. Barry said. This doesn't make sense. Chen Tao frowned. How could Aquaman Arthur resist Eclipse's control? The fact is indeed so. Even Wonder Woman Diana Prince, who is a demigod, can't resist Eclipse's magic control. How can Aquaman Arthur? Because he took a bath in the sea. Although Aquaman Arthur is also a character who is related to magic, no matter what, Aquaman Arthur's magic resistance cannot be higher than Wonder Woman. Then Chen Tao realized another problem. Then the magic shield that Eclipse had set up around the Berelf prison before didn't stop him? Not sure. Flash said. The guard who saw Aquaman Arthur didn't see how he broke through the magic shield. He only saw him riding away and lifting the trees into the sky like grass. Chen Tao slapped his head. I understand. I will find a way to get Aquaman Arthur back. He muttered. Okay. But now I should be able to get back those people I threw to Red Lantern Atrocitus, right? He muttered, turning his back to Flash like an unsatisfied child, not wanting the other party to see the gloomy expression on his face. The matter of Night Owl, the matter of Aquaman. It's fucking terrible. Chapter 359. The Green Lantern Corps is no longer hot. The current situation of the Red Lantern Corps. You know, just like how every story begins. A long time ago, on the planet Loot in the 666th sector of the universe, it was the hometown of Atrocitus, the current leader of the Red Lantern Corps. At that time, he was called Atris, and he was very thin. Atrocitus used to be an ordinary psychologist who would cook for his wife and children after work. But since the massacre that destroyed his world, Atrocitus' life has been filled with revenge, and there is no room for anything else. He seems to be always entangled in anger, and never stops being angry for a moment. Everyone who knows Atrocitus will say that he is a beast captured by anger. If it weren't for the few senses of justice that still drive him, he would almost sink into endless anger and become a beast that attacks indiscriminately, just like his colleagues. Raw. Talia gasped. As the only conscious human among the group of people who had passed through the black hole and appeared on the planet's ice moat, when she was led into the Red Lantern Corps headquarters, she saw a scene that she would never forget in her life. Of course, it was not the large basin of food that Atrocitus took out, which was still twitching slightly and seemed to be alive, like insects, but Talia saw a large number of Red Lantern Corps members wearing restrained collars around their necks in the huge hall, and were tightly tied to the wall by iron chains that emerged from the iron holes on the wall. In front of each person was a urn similar to a dog bowl. The people who tied these Red Lantern Corps members here seemed to have calculated how far they could reach the dog bowl, and specially adjusted their iron chains to a length that could barely touch the dog bowl, but was a little short. Therefore, those Red Lantern Corps members who looked extremely hungry could only desperately dig the floor, and then began to roar endlessly like mad dogs. Talia even saw a few of them desperately pulling the iron chains on their necks, and even strangled themselves until their necks were obviously broken, but they still couldn't break free from the mere iron chain. Talia took a half step back. Her father was an ancient man who had lived on Earth for 600 years. She had seen her father's body soaked in the green spring water countless times and resurrected intact. She had seen superpowers, magicians, demons from hell, necromancers who summoned Mr. Skeleton, telepaths, and even gods like the Justice League who walked on Earth. They were the best among humans with strength far beyond that of ordinary superpowers. She had even seen what her lover Batman had become now, a terrifying and powerful thing. But at this moment, seeing those crazy alien monsters still made Talia feel cold in her heart. "Ah. Please don't mind," Atrocitus said. He ignored Talia, who was standing there stiffly, and continued his actions. He placed pots of insect dishes on the table next to him, which was the only place where the crazy Red Lantern Corps members were not tied up. He stretched out a hand, and the red light ring on his hand materialized into some kind of alien-looking mechanical arms and manipulators, which lifted up the unconscious Teen Titans. He shot out another red light, and the red light ring materialized into a soft big bed on the ground. To be honest, I'm not very good at materializing things, but I can do it with a little practice, Atrocitus said. He put each unconscious member on the bed and covered them with a blanket. Then, the healing magic circle prepared by Atrocitus in advance lit up under each bed. If such an action was performed by a gentle and kind mother, it might seem very warm, but Talia looked at Atrocitus's red-faced and fanged face, and inexplicably felt that what he did was just like the action of an ogre placing the ingredients carefully before putting them into the pot. Atrocitus didn't know how disrespectful Talia's thoughts were. He saw that Talia had no intention of sitting down, so he didn't force her. He walked to the table and pulled a seat to sit down. Then, he used the Red Lantern ring to materialize a strange-looking cutlery that looked like a combination of a fork and a knife. He directly pierced a twitching insect and threw it into his mouth, chewing it carelessly. "You came at a very good time. It's dinner time." The blue-purple juice flowed out from the gaps between Atrocitus' sharp teeth and was licked clean by his tongue. Perhaps you will say that the internal organs of every member of the Red Lantern Corps have actually been expelled from the body by the Red Lantern ring. The red light energy fills our bodies and maintains our lives. We don't even have organs to digest food. So what's the point of eating? Atrocitus said while eating, but in fact, roar. The violent roars came one after another, mixed with a large number of hysterical and meaningless howls. Atrocitus frowned, then stood up. "Sorry, guest. This place was built not long ago, and there are not many rooms, so we have to tie everyone up in the hall." I live with them day and night, and I never thought about soundproofing. I think it's disturbing you." Talia didn't say anything, and Atrocitus raised his hand and clenched it fiercely. As he moved, each chain that tied the Red Lantern Corps members glowed red, and soon they were strangled one after another and spit out red blood foam. Wait, that's not blood foam, but some kind of blood red, burning fluid like flames. That's what every Red Lantern Corps member has in their body. Noticing Talia's gaze, Atrocitus said, "It's in my body too. This energy replaces the internal organs." Then he sat back down. "Where were we just talking about?" "About eating." Batman's teammate, "Before we start, let me introduce myself. My name is Atrocitus." Atrocitus first briefly introduced the relationship between himself and Batman to Talia. This made Talia feel a little relieved, and then he continued, "I think you have already seen that these Legion members belong to my Red Lantern Corps through the same signs on their chests as mine when you came in, but you must be very curious about what these Legion members are like." Atrocitus said, "In order to prevent you from thinking of me as a dangerous enemy or a character that is not easy to get along with, I'm afraid I must explain to you why they are like this now. After I established the Red Lantern Corps on Ice Moat, I cast the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery and began to look for members of the Red Lantern Corps throughout the universe. This is not a difficult thing. The Red Lantern Ring will automatically find those who have great anger in their hearts, and then choose them to become members of my legion." Although Atrocitus kept talking, he still ate his food like a whirlwind, almost without chewing. This is no wonder. For him, eating is just a formality. Whether he eats more or less, or chews or not, it is just a formality for him. So when he wants to stop eating, he just does it. Atrocitus walked up to a legionnaire, who was howling non-stop. He reached out his hand and stroked the strange-looking alien legionnaire, which immediately caused the other party to attack without hesitation. The other party opened his mouth full of fangs and bit Atrocitus' palm, but was soon slapped to the ground by Atrocitus and then strangled by the throat. "I'm not your prey, a beast with low IQ. If you dare to bite me again, your education will end here." Then, regardless of whether the other party could understand or not, he pressed the other party against the wall and slapped him in the face. The expression of the legionnaire suddenly became clear, and he whimpered and curled up in the corner. After dealing with the rebellious legionnaire, the other legionnaires saw that Atrocitus was killing the chicken to scare the monkey, and they immediately stopped roaring, but curled up together and whimpered, like a frightened dog. Atrocitus materialized into a mechanical arm, which continuously poured large amounts of insect food into the dog bowls of the Legion members. When Atrocitus was a little further away from them, the rope behind each Legion member would be released to a certain length, so that they could reach the dog bowl. Then, that Legion member would bury his face directly into the dog bowl like a hungry dog, and start to eat voraciously. My core is growing stronger every day, but one problem always bothers me. Every member of the Red Lantern Corps who is recruited into the Corps will fall into great anger after putting on the ring. That anger devours their sanity and turns them into mad dogs. No matter how hard I try, I can't think of a way to keep them sane for the time being. Moreover, they don't have the ability to materialize like me and the Green Lantern Corps members. Their only way of attacking is to open their mouths and spit out the red light energy from their mouths. They convert that energy into a blazing blood flame. Apart from this single method, they no longer have any other abilities. Atrocitus kept feeding his insect food to each member of the Corps as he spoke, just like an old farmer feeding a pig. It took a long time before he finally fed everyone. Atrocitus turned around and walked towards Talia with an empty food bowl. "So, I tried to feed them. Even though the Red Lantern Corps members don't need to eat, I still tried to feed them, trying to let them regain the memory of being born as intelligent life through the feeling of eating." Atrocitus said, "Eating makes people calm, brings a sense of fullness and satisfaction, and makes us mistakenly believe that we still need to eat to survive, and makes us mistakenly believe that we are not the monsters devoured by hatred now. These are just some attempts." Atrocitus said, "In short, I don't know how long you will stay here, but Batman said that he will come to you soon, so stay quietly. There is food on the table. I sincerely recommend that you try it. You just need to Atrocitus turned his head abruptly, and he suddenly felt the portal opened by the sonic boom channel appeared next to his central energy battery. He turned his head and looked at Talia. It seems that Batman has arrived. But before you meet him, Atrocitus said, I have to meet him first and talk about something. Before Talia could react, Atrocitus shot out a red light from his hand, fixing Talia in place. Okay, let's do this, right? I just solved the problem of Eclipse, and Aquaman has another problem. This job can't be done. After solving one problem of Eclipse, Aquaman and Night Owl popped up. Can this thing be over? Hal Jordan is the most talented leader in the entire Justice League. Although he himself is quite out of line, at least compared to other members with obvious character weaknesses or strength weaknesses, Hal himself is a good leader material. No, after this matter is over, I will call Hal Jordan on OA Star. If he doesn't answer the phone, I will go to him in person. He has to return to Earth quickly. Chen Tao thought as he crossed the sonic boom tunnel. As the passage closed behind him, Atrocitus, with his mouth full of fangs, came into view. Ah, it's Atrocitus, you, huh. When Chen Tao saw Atrocitus for the first time, he felt something was wrong. Simply put, Atrocitus is a beast that is always angry, but his willpower is strong enough to control his temper. But at this moment, Atrocitus seemed at a loss. It's not that his eyes lost their luster like a raped groundhog, but that he lacked the raging anger he once had from the bottom of his heart. This is very unusual, very unusual. Chen Tao lowered his head and even saw traces of a meal between the other's teeth. What kind of life is this? Does it match your temperament as the Lord of Red Lights? He saw Atrocitus flying over with a gloomy look, and before Chen Tao opened his mouth to ask what the Teen Titans were doing now, Atrocitus spoke first. Batman, I have something to tell you. Well, go ahead. A question mark floated on Chen Tao's forehead. In fact, he wanted to ask Atrocitus what was going on with his current look of losing his target, but Atrocitus seemed very serious, so Chen Tao asked him to speak first. Go ahead, what is it? Oh, it's like this. Atrocitus said, the Green Lantern Corps is gone. Chen Tao was almost choked to death. What? Say it again. Okay. Atrocitus said, to be precise, the Green Lantern Corps is missing. Chapter 360, Batman's Beauty Trap. Chen Tao felt his head buzzing, and he could hardly believe his ears. Tell me again, what happened to the Green Lantern Corps? You actually heard it clearly, but you didn't want to believe it. Frankly speaking, I didn't believe it at first. Atrocitus said, I understand your surprise, but that's the fact. In order to confirm this fact, I even went to the place where OA was supposed to be. There was nothing there, not even a fucking insects breeding eggs. Atrocitus used an unpopular alien creature as the center of the circle, and said a compound sentence of swear words, which caused some problems with the translation function of the Red Lantern ring, but Chen Tao understood Atrocitus's anger. For Atrocitus, one of the important reasons for his survival was to avenge the Guardians of OA for the massacre in Sector 666. At this time, he still didn't know that his real enemy was Colonna. Note, the story of DC villain Colonna is very complicated. Simply put, he is a crazy scientist and a former member of the Guardians of the Universe, the Blues. He was hunted by the Blues because he opposed the Blues' abandonment of emotions. In order to prove to the Blues that things without emotions cannot protect the universe, he tampered with the data of the machine hunters under the Blues at the time, which directly caused the Sector 666 massacre. This incident forced the Blues to abandon the emotionless machine hunter corps and create the Green Lantern Corps, and also created Atrocitus, the last survivor and avenger of Sector 666. In addition, Colonna has directly or indirectly led to many major events in the comics, including the Green Lantern War, etc. He even led to the famous DC Universe and Marvel joint event Justice League vs. Avengers. Therefore, without knowing who the real enemy is, Atrocitus has always regarded the Green Lantern Corps and the Blues of OA as his real enemies and revenge targets. Previously, Sinestro came to Earth on the orders of the Little Blue Man, intending to arrest Atrocitus with Hal Jordan, but Chen Tao kept them for the Justice League under the pretext of protecting the Earth. After Chen Tao got involved with Atrocitus, he never told the two Green Lanterns that Atrocitus had formed an alliance with him. Instead, he made up a lie, making the two Green Lanterns think that Atrocitus had been imprisoned back in Ice Moat instead of building a Red Lantern central energy battery in his original cell. Later, when Darkseid came to offer his warmth, Sinestro ran away. The red-skinned alien would not help the Earth to confront the Lord of Apocalypse and paid less and less attention to Atrocitus. Therefore, for Atrocitus, the current Green Lantern Corps still did not realize that he had created a brand new corps under his nose. This period of time was a good opportunity for him to develop, but he didn't expect that he was ready to fight and develop his subordinates. In order to make these subordinates regain their sanity, he even cleaned up their shit and urinated and fed them every day. As a result, one day he suddenly told him, "You are here to blast soldiers, but you have no enemies." This is a cruel thing for an Avenger. The Atrocitus that Chen Tao saw when he came here was not like the decadent protagonists in the opening of the movie The Return of the King of Soldiers on Earth, who were drunk in the bar. Atrocitus was already tough. "Okay, are you sure you have searched every corner of the entire OA star domain?" Chen Tao asked. After calming down, he immediately noticed the first problem. Simply put, OA is not a ping pong ball that can do whatever it wants. No matter what happens in the Green Lantern Corps, it will always leave traces. Thousands of Green Lanterns, and so many Cosmic Guardians, even the Black Death Emperor or the First Lantern, can't kill everyone silently. If a battle had taken place, then there would definitely be. No, not at all. "I know what you are thinking, Batman," Atrocitus said. "There are no signs of explosion, and no fragments of the OA planet. This proves that the planet simply disappeared where it was supposed to be for some reason we don't know, and was not completely destroyed by something. Thank God." Chen Tao stared at Atrocitus. Atrocitus glared at him and said, "Don't look at me like that. As much as I wish the Guardians of the Universe and the Green Lantern Corps would all die, we cannot fight against the Blackest Night without the complete 7 emotional spectra. Of course I hope that my enemies will get the retribution they deserve, but it will never be at the cost of the complete destruction of the universe." He said, "Personal hatred aside, when it comes to real issues, I always stand with life." He turned around and said, "Come on, I captured a lone Green Lantern where the planet OA originally existed. I imprisoned him in the dungeon below the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery. I'll take you to see him now. Maybe you can get some information from him that I can't get." "You captured a Green Lantern?" Chen Tao immediately thought of a name. "Hal Jordan?" "Of course not. I know Hal Jordan." Atrocitus looked at Chen Tao like he was an idiot. "What are you thinking about? I won't put him in a dungeon if I catch him." Chen Tao realized that he had asked a stupid question, and he was subconsciously thinking about Hal Jordan. This is a subconscious sense of dependence, just like how he once relied on Clark Kent. Chen Tao remained silent, silently examining himself in his heart. He hoped so much that Hal Jordan could return to the Justice League to help him share some of the burden, so that such thoughts distracted his judgment. He hoped that Hal Jordan would take charge of the Justice League instead of him, and hoped that Clark Kent would save the world instead of him. Before such thoughts are truly realized, he must not be too eager for them, so as not to affect his thinking logic. The more a person wants something, the more likely he is to be targeted by someone with ulterior motives with such things. Desire makes one blind, and Hal Jordan is such a desire. Although in front of Atrocitus, this state of losing judgment will not cause any terrible consequences, but if he does not take it as a warning, he will suffer a great loss sooner or later. Chen Tao suddenly tightened his slightly relaxed nerves, allowing them to groan under the heavy burden. He once again became the shrewd and wise Batman, as if the stupidity just now was just an illusion. He heard Atrocitus say that, while leading him into the building below the central energy battery. They walked through the hall, through the many Red Lantern Corps members who were still barking like mad dogs. Chen Tao nodded to Talia, who was sitting not far away, as a greeting, and then followed Atrocitus to continue moving forward. Many members of the Teen Titans were sleeping soundly on the beds that Atrocitus had materialized. Across the corridor was the dark dungeon. As Chen Tao walked, he just wanted to complain. "Do you have to build the dungeon into this medieval style evil boss dungeon?" he said. "You are obviously not a villain. Why do you like to make it like this?" but he soon ran out of words because he found that as they went deeper, the cells in those dungeons were no longer empty, but were filled with various Red Lantern Corps members. This is the dormitory for the members of the Corps. Atrocitus told Chen Tao, those who have the potential to awaken their self-awareness will be taken out for dinner by me, and I will try to make them remember the feeling of being alive. As for the rest, who are too crazy, they will be temporarily tied down. They walked down for a long time, and Atrocitus said, "We are here. This is the real dungeon." Deep in the prison, Chen Tao really saw an alien in the uniform of the Green Lantern Corps tied there by a huge iron chain. His skin was as rough as rock, and his body was full of scars. It was obviously the injuries caused by Atrocitus's torture. This guy is a hard bone, and he refuses to say anything. Atrocitus said, when he was angry, he cursed at me, but he didn't even tell me his name. "Hanu." Chen Tao said. "What?" Atrocitus didn't understand. "He is from Sector 2, and is a guardian lantern of that sector." Chen Tao walked in front of the other party, and looked down at him. He seemed to be telling Atrocitus about the other party's intelligence, and it seemed that he was talking to Hanu. His race has rock-like skin, tall and strong. They are a very strong, warlike, wild and honorable warrior race. His eyes lingered on the other person's body without the Green Lantern uniform. Members of this race firmly believe that using weapons is the behavior of the weak, and a truly honorable warrior must defeat the enemy with bare hands. So even though he has the Green Lantern ring, which is known as the strongest weapon in the universe, Hanu has never used the ring to fight. Among all the functions of the ring, the only ones that are useful to him are to maintain life and travel between stars. "Who are you?" Hanu spoke. No wonder Chen Tao recognized him at first sight. After all, in the Green Lantern Corps, when everyone uses the Green Lantern ring to make a set of Green Lantern uniforms to wear, a lantern like Hanu wearing Green Lantern logo shorts is quite different. Especially when everyone else raised their rings to fire lasers. Only Hanu's fighting style was to raise his fists and beat others, which was even more impressive. In terms of his status in the Green Lantern Corps, Hanu was not an unknown person. In the comics, he was a member of the Lost Green Lanterns. He was sent by OA Star to stop the crazy Hal Jordan, and he was definitely the backbone of the Green Lantern Corps combat power. "I have never seen you in the Lantern Corps," Hanu said, "and my information is too detailed. Only people who have been in the Lantern Corps for a period of time will know. Even among my fellow Green Lanterns, you are the one who knows me more deeply. Who are you?" Note, the little blue men of the Green Lantern Corps during this period were afraid that the members of the Green Lantern Corps would unite to resist them, so they stipulated that each member of the Lantern Corps could not visit each other and could not interact, so the members of the Lantern Corps were quite unfamiliar with each other. That's why Hanu was very surprised. The restrictions were lifted later, and the members of the Lantern Corps became very familiar with each other. "Can I tell you that I saw all your information in the comics?" Chen Tao skipped Hanu's topic directly. He raised his hand, and as silver white particles flashed across his body, he quickly turned into the appearance of Green Lantern Batman. "You ask me who I am? I'm a Green Lantern, the new Green Lantern. And my friends are Hal Jordan and Sinestro, and they once mentioned to me who you are. So let's make it short. What about OA?" Hanu stared at Atrocitus next to him. "As a Green Lantern, you are actually associating with prisoners on Ice Moat. Their empire is a resistance organization that the Legion has completely wiped out. None of this is important, right?" Chen Tao said, "Or are you planning to ignore the disappearance of OA and want to arrest Atrocitus? Even if you catch him now, where can you take him?" He said, "Let's talk less nonsense." He deliberately put the ring in front of Hanu. He knew that the other party was still suspicious of his identity and was unwilling to give in easily. That's why Chen Tao planned to move the ring in his hand closer. Such a close distance was enough for Hanu to feel clearly that the green light energy on the Green Lantern ring was real. Sure enough, as the green light shone on Hanu, his rebellious face softened a little. "Well, for the sake of being a member of the Green Lantern Corps, you let Atrocitus go out." Although his appearance was as rough as a rock, he did not look as careless as he seemed. He was sure that Atrocitus was obviously under the control of Batman just by the attitude between the two, and he could easily tell who was the mastermind between the two. Chen Tao drove Atrocitus out. Han Nu finally spoke after the burly Fang alien left the dungeon. "If you think I have a lot of information, you are wrong," Han said angrily. That night, Chen Tao walked out of the dungeon with an ugly look on his face. He ignored Atrocitus, who came up to ask what happened, but opened a sonic boom channel. After ensuring that the signal could be connected, he called Nightwing as soon as possible. "Hello. I need you to seduce Night Owl." Nightwing on the other end of the phone was confused. He had just been fighting crime in Gotham City for a long time and was tired like a dog. For a moment, he couldn't react to how the word seduction was related to himself. "I'm afraid I don't have the heart to keep an eye on Night Owl anymore, so his affairs must be handed over to you," Chen Tao said, "and I have to find a way to get the Green Lantern Corps back." Chapter 361. What happened to the Green Lantern Corps? Chapter 240. Foreshadowing. It all started that night, Han Nu said. "After I dealt with the Zerg attack on Reach, I took the prisoners back to OA, and then I received an order from the Guardians to assemble the Green Lanterns to attack Sinestro." Note: yes, the second sector managed by Han Nu is also the sector where the famous Reach Zerg, Reach, the creator of the Blue Beetle, the mortal enemy of the Green Lantern Guardians, is located, but according to the agreement between the Reach Zerg and the Guardians, the Green Lanterns can operate within the reasonable scope of the second sector. "I know this," Chen Tao said. Han Nu looked at him in confusion. "What do you know?" "I see. Sinestro invited Hal Jordan to his home planet, Karuga, intending to teach him the real way to manage a planet." Chen Tao touched his chin, recalling Sinestro's original words in the comics, not realizing that he looked a little weird now. Sinestro's original words were, "What exactly can the Lantern Ring do?" But in fact, no matter how Sinestro whitewashes his behavior, the way he manages the planet is high pressure rule plus bloody dictatorship. He even monitors everyone's heartbeat. "Got?" Chen Tao shook his head. "I thought I was a control freak." "How do you know this?" Han Nu's question made Chen Tao realize that he was a little ahead of his time. He waved his hand nonchalantly. "This is what I deduced. Do you know what reasoning is?" Chen Tao placed his hands on his left and right sides and spread them out. "No one understands reasoning better than me." Then he made an okay gesture to stop Han Nu, who wanted to say something. "Don't talk nonsense. Let me think about it." He stretched out a hand and waved it up and down. Hal Jordan certainly didn't buy it, so he ended up mixing with the resistance groups on his planet and turned against Sinestro right on the spot. He participated in the rebellion of the entire planet. The reason why the rebellion on the planet of Koru failed over the years was that no one could defeat such a powerful enemy as Sinestro. But with the participation of Green Lantern Hal Jordan, when Sinestro was entangled by Hal, the angry people directly captured his mansion. This violent chaos directly caused. Batman was chattering non-stop, and Han Nu opened his mouth, not knowing who was interrogating whom for a while. A puzzled expression appeared on his rock-like face, and he opened his mouth, not knowing whether to continue. Originally, his trust in the alien wearing a strange hood in front of him, because of the Green Lantern ring, was a little shaken at this moment. Is this really information that an ordinary Green Lantern can grasp? But Han Nu knew that, even if he asked the other party how he got this information now, the other party would not tell him, which made him a little anxious. If it were any other time, even if it was a colleague of the Green Lantern Corps, Han Nu would have rushed over to question how the other party knew all this without being told. But now the entire OA star is missing, which makes Han Nu extremely anxious. He is a mature Green Lantern who can distinguish priorities. Now is obviously not the time to ask how the other party knew. But as he was talking, Chen Tao stopped. Han Nu blinked and stared at Chen Tao blankly. Then Chen Tao slapped his rock forehead. "Who is interrogating who? Go on. It was you who stole my lines, and now you blame me for not saying it?" Han Nu took a deep breath and said, "The situation you described is very complete. What happened next is that Hal Jordan was no match for Sinestro, so he returned to OA to ask for help. Then the Guardians asked us to go out and attack Sinestro." No, that's not what I want," Chen Tao said. "Did Hal Jordan's behavior on Karuga cause any consequences? Did Sinestro's wife die?" He looked at Han Nu expectantly. For Sinestro, his first half of his life, apart from the content of being a dictator, was completely a standard Green Lantern. He cared for his companions, upheld justice, beat the criminals in his jurisdiction to their knees in the posture of a classic superhero, ignored the Green Lantern's order not to cross jurisdictions, and had dinner with his brother-in-law Abinsu, and after being discovered, he cursed at the little blue man, and threatened that, if you do this again, I will rebel. One of the important things that led to his blackening and degeneration into a Yellow Lantern was the incident in the history of comics when his wife Arlene Sue died in the Karuga civil strife caused by Hal Jordan. Arlene Sue is not only Sinestro's lover, but also the sister of Green Lantern Abinsu. Although the couple often quarreled because Sinestro was too dictatorial in governing his home planet, he was still Sinestro's favorite person. Note, Abinsu is the Green Lantern who gave Hal the ring, a pink and purple alien, and Sinestro's mentor. Her death caused great psychological trauma to Sinestro, and what made Sinestro even more unacceptable was that Arlene Sue's death was not even completely accidental, but more like a suicide. Arlene Sue deliberately let herself die at the hands of the mob. She used her life to oppose Sinestro's dictatorial rule, which seriously stimulated the future leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps, and was one of the many reasons for his later behavior to become extreme. In order to prevent Sinestro from being too crazy, after he fell into the Yellow Lantern, Chen Tao had previously given Green Lantern Hal a mud face to save Sinestro's wife's life from the mob at a critical moment. Note, please refer to chapter 240. He was looking forward to whether his arrangement had achieved the desired effect, with Mudface rushing to the mob to commit suicide before Arlene Sue. Even if Arlene Sue still had the idea of committing suicide at this time, would she have the nerve to put it into practice? Sinestro's wife. What does this have to do with Sinestro's wife? Handu was confused by Chen Tao's question. He didn't know what Chen Tao had done to save Arlene Sue's life, and he felt puzzled when he heard the other party's question. Of course Sinestro's wife is fine. Even if the Green Lantern Corps defeats Sinestro, they won't do anything to his wife. After all, she is Abinsu's sister. In short, what I got at the time was that Sinestro defeated Hal and drove the other party out of his planet, but his actions also violated the regulations of the Green Lantern Corps. The Guardians will not stand idly by. The Green Lantern Corps is a place with rules. Sinestro uses fear to control the entire planet, which is no different from cosmic pests like the Reach. Handu said, so everyone was assembled to capture Sinestro, including a large number of Green Lanterns who are still stationed in their own sectors. Each of the Green Lanterns of the Green Lantern Corps is responsible for a sector. They are usually stationed in their own sectors. Only when the Green Lantern Corps needs to do something collectively, such as capturing Sinestro or attacking Darkseid like before, will they come to OA. But I didn't go. Handu said, the Zerg from Reach in my sector are making quite a fuss. Although the Corps has signed a non-aggression treaty with them, it doesn't mean that I should turn a blind eye to them. So I didn't follow them to fight, but stayed in OA for a while. Handu said, I was planning to throw the prisoners into the Green Lantern Corps jail and then return to my sector to continue fighting those Zerg, but at this time, OA, which was lacking in defense, was attacked by a Green Lantern who did not belong to our Corps. He calls himself the Ring of Power, but in my opinion, he is just a puppet and slave completely controlled by the Ring. His ring was obviously not made by OA. The Guardians would not create such evil things. Chen Tao uttered a huff. Yes, the ring worn by the Power Ring was indeed not made by the little blue man, but by the first Lantern. However, the things that the little blue man would create in the future, such as the Supreme Green Lantern, are much more evil than a mere ring. If it were in a normal time period, such an enemy would appear at the headquarters of the Green Lantern Corps, just like the underworld appeared at the door of the police station. At least they would have to face the siege of thousands of Green Lanterns. But at that time, all the elites were withdrawn to deal with Sinestro, so in the end only a few colleagues and I could go up. If I'm not mistaken. Chen Tao said, the Guardians of the Universe sent you Green Lanterns who stayed behind to fight against the Power Ring. That's right. Han nodded. Only our group of Green Lanterns who are still capable of fighting and the entire OA star. So, Chen Tao looked at him. Why are you here? Because we were fooled by someone again. Handu said somewhat gloomily. We had just left OA Star, and that madman called Divine Powering blew up one of his legs and an arm without hesitation. Who knows how he did it? He poured a large amount of green light energy into the remains of his limbs, and then created a devastating explosion. Handu said, our team of 5 was wiped out in an instant. Except for me, who was relatively strong due to my race, and withstood the explosion. None of my colleagues survived. Everyone will be wiped out after 5. Chen Tao muttered. What are you talking about? Handu asked. Nothing, just continue. So I said, I can't get any useful information here. Handu said, then I have nothing to say. I was knocked unconscious by the shockwave of the explosion, and the Green Lantern ring spontaneously maintained my life, allowing me to float quietly in the universe. Then I was captured by the red-faced and fanged prisoner, and brought to this ghost place, and then interrogated by you. He moved the chains tied to his body by Atrocitus, and then said, even I, who have experienced everything, don't know what happened. What can you speculate, based on my description alone? Now we can only wait for the Green Lantern Corps members who captured Sinestro to come back, and then we can discuss how to get OA back. Handu said, maybe you don't know much about OA. It is almost impossible to move that planet, at least not when the Guardians of the Universe are on it. So the planet must be in its original place, but it was sealed, because of some scientific technology. I see. Then Handu heard the voice of Batman. I think there are at least 2 people behind this, and one person who is the executor. The alien with rock-like skin suddenly found that he could not understand what the other party was saying. How do you know? He knew that asking would not yield any results, but he still asked, and unexpectedly got an answer. I just know, because I'm Batman. Such an answer is worse than no answer. After perfunctorily answering Handu, Chen Tao continued to immerse himself in his own reasoning. One is most likely Lantern number 1. In the past, he was trapped forever and couldn't even move a finger, but now he has the powering from Earth 3. Although it is still weak, for the first time in billions of years, he suddenly has the ability to interfere with the outside world, just like Hawking with Else can raise a flag. Although he can't move much, it is very crucial. Handu didn't know who Lantern number 1 was at all. He opened his mouth and made 2R sounds like a fool, and then asked the question, what Lantern number 1? The person who discovered the emotional spectrum. You don't think that using green light is an innate ability of the little blue man, do you? Chen Tao explained. He is an ally of the Guardians of the Universe. He is called the First Legion by himself. He is the first weapon used by the Guardians of the Universe to suppress the evil in the universe. The second is the Machine Hunter Corps, and the third is the Green Lantern Corps. As he spoke, he didn't intend to pay attention to Handu anymore, but started to analyze on his own. The other one is probably Corona. As an exiled guardian of the universe, he has always wanted to take revenge on his colleagues. Although he has not yet caught the 9-tailed beasts, 7 lantern beasts, he will definitely not be stingy in adding fuel to the flames and causing trouble for the Green Lantern Corps. And for him, the Yellow Lantern Corps' Lantern Beast Parallax monster has been imprisoned in the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery, which is obviously not in his interest. But all this is just speculation, which is the possible result deduced by Chen Tao from the comics. The specific situation is often much more complicated than his guess. In fact, in addition to these 2 behind-the-scenes promoters, there must be an open host who connected these 2 completely unrelated people together and planned this whole set of actions together. Who is this person? Sinestro? But the only thing that can be confirmed is Handu is still counting on the Green Lantern Corps members who went to capture Sinestro to come back. But if Chen Tao arranged this attack on OA Star, none of those people would come back. Chapter 362, Nightwing Project to create the most handsome man in the brothel. Chen Tao frowned. Chen Tao could basically confirm his guess about the First Lantern and Corona through the information he had from the comics. However, both of them are now in a state of hard labor. Even if they can interfere with the outside world, what they can do is very limited. And the person who successfully used their abilities and planned the whole incident must be a dangerous person. Could it be Sinestro? Chen Tao touched his chin. In the history of comics, after Sinestro rebelled and was captured by Hal, he was imprisoned in the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery by the Little Blue People. As a result, he was mixed up with the Yellow Lantern Corps Lantern Beast Inspector who was imprisoned in the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery. After the major event of Emerald Twilight occurred, and 7 million people died in Coast City, Sinestro directly led to the whole process of Hal Jordan's fall into Hal Parallax. For Sinestro, he has the ability and the brain to complete that level of conspiracy. Sinestro when he was still a Green Lantern and Sinestro who became the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps are completely different in level. But frankly speaking, Chen Tao thought this was unreasonable. The death of Sinestro's wife, Aline Sue, certainly made Sinestro heartbroken, but to some extent, it also removed the last shackles that could bind Sinestro. So no matter what he did, he never had to consider retreat. But now it's different. Aline Sue is not dead. Can Sinestro still ignore Aline Sue's opinion as before? Chen Tao shook his head again. No, logic can't be thought of that way. If Sinestro is still determined to completely destroy the OA star, even though his wife is not dead, and he has made painstaking preparations for this, such a thing is not impossible. In the final analysis, Chen Tao was able to instantly judge the first lantern through the attack of the OA star by the Divine Ring, and was able to infer the existence of Kirana through this method of luring the tiger away from the mountain, which was already based on a huge amount of comic reading. And now let him speculate whether Sinestro planned all this out of thin air. He is blind. After all, he is not really the all-knowing when he banks in at the entrance of the village. After all, he still needs to see it for real before he can draw a conclusion. After getting a general direction of thinking, Chen Tao left Atrocitus prison without looking back. Although Han Nu kept shouting at Chen Tao to let him go, Chen Tao turned a deaf ear. After all, this was the trophy captured by Atrocitus, and Chen Tao would not release the other party casually. In a relationship, sense of propriety is the most important part. Even if he wants to release him, it should be Atrocitus who should do it, not him. While thinking about this, Chen Tao walked through the corridor and appeared outside the cell. He held his head. In addition to the Green Lantern matter, he also had to follow up on the Night Owl matter. He didn't want to find his home in a mess when he came back after going out. Chen Tao thought. In order to prevent Night Owl from hiding in his owl hole alone and constantly tinkering, and finally suddenly taking out a problem that Chen Tao had no way to solve in advance, he needed someone who could pass the information he wanted from Night Owl. Chen Tao thought about this as he walked. He needed someone who could control Night Owl for a short period of time when he was away, maintain Night Owl's freshness, temporarily stop or roughly find out the other party's plan. And this person was undoubtedly Night Owl's favorite sharp claw Dick. Emotions make people vulnerable. Dick Grayson can evoke the softest part of Night Owl's heart, which can be turned into the sharpest blade to pierce him. He walked out and saw the Red Lantern Master sitting next to him, staring at the sky not far away. How is the situation? Chen Tao told him the information he had obtained from Han Nu before, and then told him that he would go to find the entire Green Lantern Corps after a while, which made the Red Lantern Corps Master nod repeatedly. Atrocitus said that he would also participate. For him, this was not a journey to find the Green Lantern Corps, the protector of the universe, but a journey of revenge to find the Green Lantern Corps that he hated. If an Avenger loses the object of revenge, it will undoubtedly be a huge blow to him. By the way, Batman, there is something else I need to tell you. Atrocitus said, I know you once had a Kryptonian teammate, right? The one named Superman. Yes, what's wrong? Chen Tao asked. I've encountered some problems here as well. Atrocitus said, in the beginning, I used blood magic to create the first Red Lantern ring. That was not the only Red Lantern ring I made, and not long after I made the Red Lantern Central Battery, many different aliens were spontaneously summoned by the Red Lantern ring, and then summoned by the ring to become Red Lanterns. Since the Red Lantern Corps was just starting out, and was not suitable for a war with the Green Lantern Corps, every Red Lantern would be forcibly taken back to Icemud, or they would come here on their own. Atrocitus paused, then continued, maybe this may sound a bit self-boasting from me, but it is indeed the case. I'm the strongest fighting force in the entire Red Lantern Corps and the master of all the Red Lanterns. As someone who controls the central energy battery, I can actually control every Red Lantern now, although this is only on the premise that most of them are mad dogs and have no ability to resist me. Chen Tao guessed what he was going to say next, but there was only one exception. His head started to hurt again. Would Atrocitus do something to him again? But there was only one exception. A red lantern broke free from my control. Although she was going crazy like the other members of the Red Lantern Corps, she was too powerful, and I couldn't control her. In the end, she wore a red lantern ring, and broke away from me, and I smote and rushed directly into the vast universe. Due to the characteristics of the English language, Chen Tao instantly heard the key points in Atrocitus' words. Combined with the Kryptonian mentioned by Atrocitus before, a person immediately appeared in Chen Tao's mind. She calls herself Supergirl Kara. Of course, when she is not crazy / are you talking about Supergirl Kara? The two of them said in unison. With so many Red Lantern Corps members, you failed to capture her? The Red Lantern ring drained all her blood and internal organs, making her as powerful as a mad tiger, and the ring can repair her injuries at any time, making a Kryptonian almost not afraid of getting hurt. Atrocitus shook his head. Of course I have the ability to keep her, but I don't have the ability to keep her alive. Chen Tao frowned. Okay, I know. We'll discuss this later. He rubbed his temple. Before, Supergirl Kara left the Earth and claimed to go find her home planet Krypton, and said that her father had collected a large piece of Krypton's debris, and she wanted to go back to rebuild Krypton. As a result, how did she wander to Atrocitus in a confused manner? Where is the father she mentioned before? But no matter what, Chen Tao opened the sonic boom channel. He had already thought of some ideas in his mind, and was eager to talk to Nightwing now. And by the way, he had to test Nightwing's ideas to see if he was opposed to the method he came up with. Because his idea is essentially a beauty trap, it is still dangerous for Nightwing. Soon Nightwing's phone was dialed, and Chen Tao asked the other party to seduce Night Owl. Batman, tell me about this. When you return to Earth, Gotham City, Nightwing Big Grayson sat on the forehead of the Wayne Building gargoyle, and the sky was foggy. This is also a common scene in Gotham. It is shrouded in fog and clouds all year round, and it is difficult to see any sunshine. Nightwing twisted his back, and then contracted his gluteus maximus. Everyone who has been to Metropolis will be very unaccustomed to the weather in Gotham. Metropolis is always sunny, although there is no longer a red and blue scout flying over the forehead. But along with this scout, there are more villains who have fought in the city, because they came for Superman. Therefore, Superman's disappearance even makes part of Metropolis more livable. Dick shook his head. Now is not the time to think about these things. Since the Penguin was frightened by Batman's killing, he has now completely retired, and even opened a breakfast shop. Although he still retains some smuggling business, overall, the Penguin has washed away too much of the black. However, the problem is that over the years, this city has cultivated too many users, and there is too much dirty money that needs to be washed into legal income, white powder, casinos, and various criminal activities. Without the government's strong suppression, when there is a vacuum in the power that once occupied these, gangsters who will replace the Penguin will inevitably appear. This is a bottom-up decision, and Nightwing has been busy with this matter for some time. He must completely solve the group of people who try to replace the Penguin, based on the information provided by the Penguin. Compared with the Penguin, these newcomers are more cruel, bloody and more unruly. What? You want to talk on the phone right now? It's better to do this kind of thing face to face. What? You said that in that parallel universe, my alter ego is Night Owl's #1 thug, and I have invested too much affection in that alter ego, so he might love me as well. Nightwing stood up and moved his buttocks away from the gargoyle's head. Impossible. I have read the information about Night Owl that you left in the Bat computer. A person like Night Owl would not look at me differently just because of such a feeling. Nightwing shook his head, and to be honest, I don't think he would not be able to see through some conventional spy tactics. If he is the Batman from another world, you know, this is all left over from our games. He asked, what are you going to do? Am I going to run over and tell him that I plan to hang out with him? Or are you going to create some common spy infiltration drama? As Robin, who was once trained by Batman, Nightwing has many experiences of infiltrating gangs as Batman's insider. The training in this aspect is quite sufficient, and Nightwing also has some experience in being a spy. In the original history, Nightwing's identity was exposed in the big event Forever Evil, so Batman arranged for him to fake his death and enter the Spider-Web organization as a double agent, Agent 37, and he became a spy very successfully. But the more he knew how to be a spy, the more Nightwing knew that it was naive to expect someone like Night Owl to love him. Ever since Batman and the crime syndicate reached a cooperative relationship and officially became teammates, Nightwing had read the information of all of them due to the traditional skills of the Bat family, especially for Batman-like characters like Night Owl, who were one of Nightwing's key observation targets. It was precisely because of this understanding that he knew that such a thing was simply impossible. Even if such a thing was discovered by the other party, it would arouse greater anger from the opponent. Chen Tao understood what Nightwing meant. It was indeed impossible to play Night Owl in the palm of his hand, just by relying on one leaking. But, no, you have to understand one thing. Then Nightwing heard Batman say, it's not to let you play the former Claw Batman, but to let you become a new Dick Grayson, and appear next to Night Owl. You should never play the former Claw Dick, but be yourself, so that you can really deceive men. I don't quite understand. What's the difference between the two? Dick didn't understand. Let's talk face to face. Then he saw the sonic boom channel appear in front of him, and Batman walked out from behind with a malicious smile on his face. Yes, Dick knew this smile. It was as if the Joker's skin was cut off from his face and then sewn on his face. He knew at a glance that Batman was going to do something bad. The dead Bai Guang is invincible. Chen Tao said, other people are just substitutes for Bai Guang. But substitutes are always just substitutes, and can never replace Bai Guang. However, Night Owl has desires. Nightwing heard Batman say, even someone like Night Owl, who seems to be an extremely powerful human, needs to be abused, stung, ignored, and trampled. I can't understand it, Nightwing said. He felt very strange, because at this moment Batman's tone felt like a mama-san in the red light district training a new top girl. In the past, Sharp Claw Dick and Night Owl had a completely dominant and dominated relationship. Sharp Claw Dick obeyed Night Owl's orders unconditionally and became his living shadow. But this time we want to give Night Owl a brand new experience. This time, we want Night Owl to be the object of domination. I have a plan. I'm sure I have a great plan. Chapter 363. We want to turn Night Owl into a licking dog. That won't happen. But Nightwing quickly interrupted Chen Tao's speech. As I said before, this idea is too idealistic. Dick Grayson weighed his words carefully. It felt a little strange to talk to such a crazy Batman. How should I put it? He knew that Batman had become like this for a long time, but he was still used to the serious Dark Knight. But they were discussing professional issues now, and Batman rushed over to face them. Dick Grayson put away the weird thoughts in his heart and began to think about the possibilities proposed by Batman with a regular spy mindset. But Batman's first sentence shattered his spy mindset. No, this is a power relationship. Chen Tao said, Night Owl is undoubtedly a powerful person, but I have every reason to believe that he longs to be dominated. I don't understand what you mean. This is a pathological psychology, but it is common among powerful people. I need to stimulate it. Nightwing saw Batman squatting there and said meaningfully, those in power need to play the role of the weak to experience the feeling of being trampled by those in power and use this to confirm their own power and get pleasure from it, extreme pleasure. Why are you so familiar with perverted ideas? Nightwing finally understood that after all this fuss, he was using a spy mindset while Batman was using a perverted mindset, and it was the most twisted kind. The whole logic chain is like this. I play the role of the weak and the weak have no rights, so the weak are trampled by the strong. The weak are trampled by the strong, prove the terribleness of the strong. But I'm actually the strong, so this makes me feel very good. It's hard to understand, right? Because you are a normal person. You have never been the absolute power in a relationship. Nightwing took a breath. Batman's words made him have certain associations. A relationship, an absolute power. Nightwing couldn't help but think of when he was the first Robin. Batman required himself to pass his training before he could participate in his career. Under Batman's training, Dick Grayson went from a professional acrobat to a strong enough fighter. During the sparring, the feeling of the short stick hitting him was still fresh in his memory even after many years. So it's not Night Owl, but you? I always feel like I have discovered something incredible. And Chen Tao did not notice Nightwing's little expression. He was still immersed in his own speculation. Therefore, for Night Owl, it is meaningless to replicate the former Claw Nightwing. It will only arouse his vigilance and make him constantly remind himself in his heart that what he sees is a fake and everything is a trap. Things can't be done this way. Then what should we do? In the final analysis, Night Owl's emotional pattern is power-oriented, and the form is completely hunting. He is like a beast, hunting his prey. His subjects, his kingdom, are what he fights for. Chen Tao said, you have to become the most difficult beast for Night Owl to hunt. How to do it? The Court of Owls is an organization that can almost never be completely exterminated. They always have various branches hiding in the dark. Chen Tao said, I will let the Claws plan a kidnapping and kidnap Night Owl's most loyal subordinate, the Outsider. Well, that's Alfred from the parallel universe. That's right. Chen Tao nodded, and the Outsider means as much to Night Owl as Alfred means to me. You will meet Night Owl during the investigation, and then join forces to fight against the Court of Owls. Chen Tao said, use his emotions to find out what Night Owl wants to do. I always think that Night Owl's real purpose is completely different from that of Superman's gang. Nightwing frowned. I will give you full responsibility for this matter. Mudface and the group of claws that were seized from the Court of Owls will all be under your command, but don't rush to start. I have to find you a protector of sufficient weight before I leave the earth. Chen Tao pressed his temple in a bit of annoyance. He knew how dangerous this matter was for Nightwing. Once Night Owl turned his face and was ruthless, he would not be able to save Nightwing's life. I will find you a strong enough person to protect you, to ensure that after the plan fails, you can escape from the angry Night Owl calmly. Chen Tao told him, I have a general idea of the candidate, but I can't be sure now. And in front of Nightwing, Chen Tao raised the communicator, and soon a prison image was projected on it. Hannu, who was captured alive by Atrocitus before, stayed quietly in his cell. His black rock-like skin was shining, like a statue made of obsidian. Who is this? Nightwing asked. A survivor. Then he saw Batman touching his chin and said sarcastically, don't you think it's a bit strange? A messenger who conveys bad results to others. Nightwing said, he has all the information that the enemy wants him to have, or he is simply pretending to be the enemy. Nightwing remembered those years in the past, when Batman just destroyed the criminal actions of those gangs, and used the identity of Match Malone to tell the criminals the unfortunate news. Then, that's right, and then use the identity of the messenger to give them a wrong message, so as to induce them to leave their lair. Batman seemed to know what he was thinking. Nightwing heard Batman say, a very simple trap. So I tell you this, because I hope you know, that I will not leave in the true sense. Chen Tao said. He patted Nightwing on the shoulder. In an hour, I will take care of all the aftermath, and take you to find a protector who can protect you. Then you can start to implement the plan. You have to fill in the specific details of this matter by yourself, and make sure to do it as realistically as possible. I will arrange other people to fill in the security of Gotham City. Then Chen Tao paused and said, but I hope you know, if you mess up, if the protector I find for you is not enough to protect your life, you can count on me at any time. Then Nightwing saw Batman holding a golden ball in front of him, the secret treasure of Atlantis, the treasure of the Death King, the golden ball. I made a positioning magic on it, which can be connected to this through the sonic boom channel opened by the Apocalypse Mother box at any time. If Night Owl wants to kill you, you know, I will not allow this to happen. Nightwing nodded and seriously accepted the gift. Then he raised his head and wanted to say something, but Chen Tao immediately took over. The Teen Titans are unharmed. I have made arrangements before, so you don't have to worry about your teammates. I want to talk about you. Nightwing said. Chen Tao was silent. The two didn't know what to say for a moment, and they both knew that Batman was irreplaceable. I will take care of this, Nightwing said. He stared at the face that was no different from the former Batman. In his mind, the words that the old butler Alfred had said to him once rang out. Master Bruce. He has suffered a lot. He can finally rest. He should be able to rest. So please, Master Dick, let Batman go. For so many years. For the first time, Gotham is no longer his responsibility. He is no longer Batman, but Bruce. Nightwing looked at the Batman in front of him. But whether it was Batman or Bruce, or anything else, he couldn't stop now, right? So Nightwing repeated it again. I will take care of this. Green Lantern Hanu was soon released. Chen Tao accompanied him through the Red Lantern Central Energy Battery Hall where many Red Lanterns were tied up. He deliberately took Hanu to wander in front of Blue Beetle's bed, and the other party timely expressed his surprise at the Reach Zerg armor on an Earthling. After all, he was the Green Lantern of the Reach Zerg sector, and all this made sense, but Chen Tao's heart was getting colder and colder. Everything was so normal, too normal. When do you plan to explore the OA planet? Chen Tao heard the other party ask. Hanu glanced at Atrocitus, the leader of the Red Lantern Corps next to him. And you? Sorry, I know this is presumptuous, but the Green Lantern Corps needs help. Atrocitus was almost laughing with anger. Although he certainly couldn't sit back and watch the Green Lantern Corps being destroyed, resulting in an incomplete color spectrum and unable to fight against the Blackest Night, his initiative to save the Green Lantern Corps for the survival of the entire universe was completely different from a Green Lantern shamelessly asking for his help. He said anxiously, if it were normal times, I might still be entangled in a brand new Corps, but now is not the time to think about these things. The destruction of the Corps will cause more than 2,000 sectors to become lawless areas without law. Those space pirates, hegemonic empires, and large space criminal organizations that are suppressed by the Green Lantern Corps will all. Atrocitus refuted without hesitation, while Hanu kept using moral kidnapping. Chen Tao ignored the conversation between the two of them and walked straight to Talia, who was not far away. The other party had a complicated look. I'm sorry, she said. It's okay, Chen Tao replied. Then the conversation between the two came to a standstill. They were silent for a while, not knowing what to say. In the end, Talia opened the topic with Damian. Regarding Damian, I'm not sure whether the idea of bringing him to your side is what I originally thought, or whether it was instilled by Xiangxi. She shook her head. I will take Damian away and disappear. We, mother and son, will no longer give you. No need. Chen Tao shook his head. The other party said this as if he was some scumbag who didn't recognize his first wife. Damian can still go to school at the Teen Titans. I plan to turn this place into a boarding school for young superpowers. You can come to see Damian at any time, or stay in school to accompany him, if you can let go of the Shadow Dancer League. But to be honest, I'm a little curious. How is Leiza Oeogu? He's still dead. Talia said. He's always like this. Every few years, he gets tired of living for a while, and then dies, until he resurrects from the Lazarus pool next time. HMM. Talia's words killed the game directly. Chen Tao said a few more words, but he dug his toes into the ground stiffly, and finally left a sentence. I'll open the passage in a while, and we'll take all the Teen Titans back to Earth and fled. Talia looked at his running back with a complicated expression. It was still hard for her to accept talking to such a Batman, so she deliberately drove him away. It was still hard for her to accept. Her lover would never come back. Barelv Prison. The battlefield was in a mess, with broken bricks and tiles everywhere. Medical staff in white clothes had arrived at the scene, and the rescue team was in place, constantly digging out the living prisoners and guards in the ruins. The army with live ammunition had set up a cordon next to the prison. Some prisoners were lucky enough not to be affected by the battle and quietly slipped out of the ruins of the house. As a result, they were caught by a large number of troops not long after they walked out, and could only be sent back like a bereaved family. Seeing Batman coming back with the entire Teen Titans, Amanda Waller raised her chin, and soon the medical staff carried away many Teen Titans members who were still unconscious. Chen Tao ignored Amanda Waller, who wanted to say something, and asked anxiously, where is Violent Wolf? I asked Captain Boomerang to watch him before. Where is he now? I have something to find him. 10 minutes later, Chen Tao appeared at the place where Violent Wolf's head was blown up before. The other party sat there in a bad mood. Not to mention his brain. Even the hair on his forehead had grown back, exactly the same as before he was attacked. And Captain Boomerang. Hey, where is Captain Boomerang? Chen Tao looked around, and soon he saw someone performing a makeshift operation on Captain Boomerang. Even the operating table was set up. Captain Boomerang screamed in pain, because the amount of anesthetic was not enough. After Bao Lang woke up, he slapped Captain Boomerang, and Captain Boomerang's ribs and one leg bone were broken. Amanda Waller explained in a low voice, then someone in our army told him that Batman might want to see him, so he has been waiting for you here until now. Chen Tao walked over. Batman, you blew me up. You can recover from the explosion. Chen Tao answered Bao Lang's words, but his eyes had already drifted to the side. I like your style, you crazy bat, but now I want to know where Maxwell Lord is. These people say that only you can make the decision. Chen Tao glanced at Amanda behind him. The other party specifically arrested Maxwell Lord. She couldn't let such a powerful telepathic person go. However, she was unable to face Bao Lang's accountability, so she pushed herself out. I told that little slug that, if he dared to use telepathic tricks, I would tear him to pieces. Bao Lang was still talking, but Chen Tao's eyes were focused on his retina again, because there was a line of small silver words flashing there. Warning, warning, anchored object has been found. Bao Lang's brain residue. Chapter 364, Wolf Batman, the Killing Bat. Warning, warning, anchored objects detected, obtained. Robbo's brain residue. Introduction. Robbo is very likely one of the creatures with the strongest self-healing ability in the DC universe. Even if there is only one drop of blood left, he can be completely restored to his original state. However, due to Robbo's own powerful strength, which is enough to fight with the Son of Krypton, there have been many things that can hurt Robbo over the years, but the number of times his head has exploded is very few, and this time is one of them. With the sound of the explosion, the brain flying against the wind released Robbo's mental control and restored his manic and chaotic nature. You may be able to use it to summon the Batman of a parallel universe. However, can the existence that is summoned because of the restoration of the crazy and chaotic nature after the brain explosion be something peaceful and tranquil? My head. Ah, it's okay. I won't die without my head. But someone will lose his head. The only tough guy's going to crush his head. Crisis energy converted. 478 crisis energy units you currently hold. 1990 warning. Downloading files that can target Batman. Bat of mad killing danger level are in the big event Blackest Night. The Black Lantern rings parallel to the 7 major emotional spectra began to spread in the universe. The Black Lantern Corps will control every dead person and completely copy the dead person's memories and abilities before they died, until all life in the universe is devoured, and the universe returns to its past dark state. In the Blackest Night of the main universe, the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps, Sinestro, found the White Lantern beast spirit of existence that existed on Earth, and the spirit of existence was the nemesis of the Black Lantern. Therefore, the Black Lantern, the Black Death Emperor representing death, tried to separate the White Lantern spirit of existence from Sinestro. At the critical moment, Sinestro generously shared the power of the White Lantern with everyone. This righteous act made Green Lantern Hal Jordan and many members of the Justice League all transformed into White Lanterns and successfully repelled the invasion of the Black Lantern. However, in a dark multiverse, everything went in the worst direction. The Sinestro of that universe was too arrogant, and he refused to share the power of the White Lantern he had obtained with anyone. This behavior directly led to all the members of the Lantern Corps slowly exhausting all their physical strength in the sea of Black Lantern corpses, and then being killed one by one. After everyone died, Sinestro regretted it very much. He knew that it was his selfishness that harmed the entire universe. He was once the greatest Green Lantern, but he was afraid. He was afraid that Hal Jordan would surpass himself after possessing the energy of the White Lantern ring. He was afraid that he would no longer be the only one after sharing this gift with others. But it is useless to regret now. The situation is gone. It is better to commit suicide than to be humiliated alive. Therefore, Sinestro committed suicide with a White Lantern ring among countless Black Lantern corpses. However, he failed to die. He was possessed by the White Lantern and could not even die. As soon as Sinestro died, half of his body was controlled by the Black Lantern. He became a half-living and half-dead existence. half White Lantern, half Black Lantern, and even his abilities changed. The White Lantern could originally revive anyone, but now Sinestro can only revive others for a short time, and will soon turn back into a Black Lantern corpse. The Blackest Night has completely arrived, and almost all life in the universe has been extinct in just 19 days. During this period, it is not that no one has resisted, such as Batman. In the early days of the Blackest Night, the order of the entire human world collapsed, but Batman still tried to maintain the order of Gotham City. In order to save this city, where Black Lantern corpses are rampant and destined to be destroyed, Batman did not hesitate to inject himself with Xanian DNA. The DNA came from Robber the Wolf, which could give Batman the same physique as Robber the Wolf, allowing him to use the replication of his own cells through Xanian DNA to forcibly remove the control of the Black Lantern ring. Batman succeeded. He did succeed in becoming the Batman, although the price was that he completely gave up his bottom line and killed and destroyed countless thugs who took advantage of the chaos and looting of the Black Lantern zombies, and also resisted a large number of Black Lantern zombies. But he also failed. The Blackest Night was a foregone conclusion. No matter how long the Batman persisted, it was meaningless. As the people under the protection of the Batman turned into Black Lantern zombies one after another, the Batman tried many methods, but was still powerless. He once tried to inject the people with Xanian DNA, but those ordinary people were not Bruce Wayne. They did not have the well-polished body and indomitable will of the son of Gotham. Injecting them with DNA would only accelerate their death. The Batman went crazy. In order to save everyone, he even tried to use a few people he protected for human experiments. He tried to develop a gentle way to absorb the DNA of the Xanian. However, his behavior had no effect, except to make those people flee from him in fear. As long as we can develop a method to absorb DNA gently, as long as we can develop that method, we can save everyone. This belief always supported the Batman. He went out every day to capture innocent people and bring them back for human experiments. He firmly believed that, as long as his experiment was successful, he could save everyone. The sacrifices of those people who died wailing in human experiments would be valuable. Finally one day, the Batman succeeded. He successfully let an ordinary person absorb the Xanian DNA. The Batman was ecstatic. He was as happy as a child and ran to tell the old butler Alfred the good news. However, he only saw Alfred, who had turned into a blacklight corpse, in the old butler's room. The old butler who prepared breakfast for him every day now only roared and tried to hug his dearest little Bruce. The Batman let the old butler who had turned into a blacklight corpse hug him. The other party's bite could not make the Batman fall into the blacklight under the effect of the Xanian DNA. The Batman just let the old butler bite him, because that would be the last time the old butler hugged him. After the sadness, the Batman tried to save more people with the ordinary person who successfully merged with the DNA of the Xanian. Although he had never met the civilian who successfully merged with the DNA before, the Batman was hopeful. He thought that the darkest night would eventually pass. He thought he could rebuild his home on the ruins. He thought that there would be people who would survive on the earth, and there must be some corner that he didn't see. He thought he could wash off the blood on his hands and then deceive himself with all this is to save mankind. All this is meaningful. However, without the spirit of the existence of the white light beast, the civilian who reluctantly accepted the DNA of the Xanian still couldn't be as powerful as Batman. The DNA of the Xanian in his body was not enough for him to use the division of his own cells to offset the control of the black light like the Batman. Those cells gave the Batman a false impression, and it was a hooligan to talk about toxicity without considering the dosage. The companion who accepted the DNA was able to resist the erosion of the black light energy in the laboratory, just because his cell division speed was faster than that little bit of pitiful black light energy. But once the splitting speed cannot keep up with the injection of black light energy, the result can be imagined. So when the Bat of Killing returned to the Bat Cave with the food and fresh water he had collected, hesitating to tell his companions that he still did not find any living human beings today, he saw that the Bat Cave was full of blacklight corpses screaming to the sky, and the leader was the companion who he once thought would never be controlled by the black light again. After integrating the DNA of the Xanian, at the table of that companion, the Bat of Killing saw an unfinished bat sandwich, which looked like a clumsy attempt by someone who had never made such a strange sandwich. However, at this time, the sandwich was all stained with the blood of the blacklight corpse. It was already inedible. As a food, this sandwich was hopeless, just like this world. So, at the very end, the Bat of Killing sat alone on the gargoyle of Wayne Tower in Gotham. Next to him was the old butler Alfred, who had become a blacklight corpse and was chained to the bat plane by him, and under his feet was Gotham full of blacklight corpses. There is no living person anymore, and he can't find any civilians when he goes out. The Batman is crazy, but in such a universe, no one will send him to Arkham Asylum. Do you want to consume 320 crisis energy synchronization immediately? Warning. Warning. The Batman in this parallel universe is too powerful, which will seriously damage Batman's morality and reduce Batman's sanity to the extreme. Warning. Warning. Batman's danger level is detected. D with the current Batman level, it is not able to withstand the pollution of Batman with a level danger level. The mandatory protection strategy of the agreement is being activated. Overcharge protection. Batman number 52. The agreement will automatically protect your sanity from being damaged. With your current danger level, you can only synchronize with Batman for 30 minutes at most. Chen Tao read the character log of the Batman for a while and couldn't help but be slightly silent. Even through the description of the text, he can still feel a huge sense of powerlessness. But fortunately, Chen Tao knew the ending of Dark Multiverse, Blackest Night. White Lantern Sinestro pressed Robber the Violent Wolf against the origin wall as the energy of the guiding source and restarted the creation wave. The creation wave took the origin wall as a starting point, swept the entire universe at a speed faster than the speed of light, and wiped out every Black Lantern in the world. As the life closest to the creation wave of creation, Sinestro even gained immortality. In the Black Lantern, new life began to be bred. Due to the acceleration of the creation wave, the evolution speed of these lives was beyond imagination. In just a few months, they had already stood on their feet, formed tribes and created languages. Their genes all came from Robber's alien DNA. To some extent, this is also the world that the Killing Bat wants to see, full of life and hope. Hey, are you listening to the only tough guy talking? Robber's voice interrupted Chen Tao's thinking, and he raised the hook in his hand. I want to cut Maxwell Lord's head into pieces. Chen Tao certainly would not allow him to do so. He was still thinking about the tragic life of the Batman, unaware that to outsiders, he was just standing there like an NPC who had lost control of others. Then the voice of the wolf also came. Batman, are you fucking stupid? Standing there, did Maxwell Lord damage your brain? Chen Tao came back to his senses and stared at the wolf. What are you talking about? Be careful, I will also press you to the origin wall as the guiding source energy of the creation wave. It's over, wolf. Chen Tao said, while you were lying there sleeping, I had already taken care of Maxwell Lord. You know, if you didn't participate in the operation, you shouldn't have a share of the money, and you don't have any spoils to enjoy. Maxwell Lord is mine now, and you have no right to touch my spoils. Chen Tao asked, you're not a mercenary for the first time, right? Yes. Wolf looked at Batman quietly for a while, then pouted and was forced to admit, you helped me get rid of Maxwell Lord's voodoo tricks. Although Maxwell Lord didn't ask me to do something I wouldn't normally do, the one and only man won't be manipulated by anyone. So I owe you a favor. Wolf smoked a cigar and walked up to Batman and extinguished it on his chest armor. So this also means that if you have a job to do, no matter how crazy or insane he is, the one and only man will work for you once for free, and the one and only man never breaks his promise. Amanda Waller also appeared not far away, with Bloodsport beside her. She didn't know, when she returned to the scene, where Wolf had died. Captain Boomerang was whispering to her beside him. After hearing that Wolf Logan could be resurrected after his head was blown up, Amanda Waller's eyes flickered. She didn't know this information before. After all, although he successfully captured Wolf to join her first generation of X task force, she was not familiar with him, at least not as familiar as Batman. But who is Amanda Waller? Not familiar with him doesn't mean she can't use him. She even dared to get the Dark Heart that sealed the eclipse first, and the matter of Wolf was even easier. She whispered to Bloodsport, you can find a way to get some of Wolf's blood later, and we may. Very good. But before we talk about your service to me, there is one more thing I want to tell you. Although you are not qualified to touch my spoils, if you want to take revenge on Amanda Waller, I will never stop you. However, not far away, Chen Tao's words made Amanda Waller stiff. Oh, really? That's great. Violent Wolf immediately turned his gaze to Amanda Waller. You're the one who arrested me, right? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 365. The Laughing Night Owl manufacturing plan starts. Amanda Waller took 2 steps back when she saw Violent ready to fight, but she didn't show any fear on her face. Batman, don't bother with such intimidation skills, she said. You won't let Violent kill me. Without me to bridge the gap between you and the government, you will encounter 10 times more things now. And I control more than 60% of the secret organizations in the world under the US government, suppressing countless crises. I suppress many things that haven't happened yet in the bud, and many people just don't know about my achievements. She looked at Batman, but you should know. Chen Tao had no expression. Frankly speaking, Amanda Waller did not lie. For Chen Tao, Amanda Waller's existence is more beneficial than harmful. But Amanda Waller's biggest problem is that, although she can suppress some potential crises, she has no control over things beyond her ability. Simply put, any crisis that can be suppressed by Amanda Waller is not a very serious crisis. If it is a very serious crisis, Amanda Waller cannot suppress it. Even if she suppresses it, it will become a cover-up in the sense of the fact, although Amanda Waller insists that this cover-up is not her intentional. So he said revenge, but in fact such revenge can be regarded as revenge or not. Nanoli, I ask you to come and protect me now. Amanda Waller whispered to King Shark through the headset and continued to retreat. Speak quickly if you have the conditions, Batman. But Batman stood there with his arms folded, which was undoubtedly a tacit consent to him. It all depends on the situation. These people can't be your men. Amanda Waller said, they are all secret forces cultivated by the government. Chen Tao said, I think this is a very reasonable proposal. Have you ever thought about one thing, Amanda? Tell me your conditions, Batman. Amanda Waller began to retreat. Bloodsport blocked in front of him. His gun began to spin, but he still didn't dare to shoot. Then Bao Lang was not polite. He clenched his fist and approached Amanda Waller. Although the cosmic mercenary had a bad temper, he was not an unreasonable mad dog. Batman freed him from Maxwell Lord's control, and he owed Batman a favor. In fact, he didn't care much about Amanda Waller's arrest of him as an ex-task force. The cosmic mercenary has always been a casual person. This time Chen Tao must give Amanda a clear and definite message. He will indeed cover the other party, but this is not what he should do. These people are characters whose strength doubles when fighting in the water, and they are also one of the government's secret plans to deal with Aquaman. Bao Lang glanced at Chen Tao. He lowered his arms and said, I want the underwater marines. The team you set up specifically to deal with Aquaman. Every member of the team can transform into a shark. I also want King Shark. The sudden disappearance of Aquaman cast a shadow over Chen Tao's heart. He now needs to stock up on some means to deal with Aquaman in case something really goes wrong. Chen Tao said, maybe I just plan to let Violent Wolf beat you up. So I just need to borrow them when the time is right. Batman and the government will work together. But Batman has the command of that team. Hey, what's going on, Waller? You'd better not force me to fight this beast. Captain Boomerang said from the side, if you blow my head off, I'll die. If I fight this guy, I'll die. But in fact, the chances of these people dealing with Aquaman are still relatively small. They are more likely to deal with some of Aquaman's enemies, such as Chimera, Black Manta, Lodorm, or something else. Seeing Amanda Waller looking at him, Chen Tao sighed and said, okay, it's not true. The government will not accept that they know nothing about the matter. Amanda Waller glanced at the approaching Violent Wolfrob, and then continued, and I don't have the authority to control the troops you mentioned, but that doesn't mean I can't talk to the government. Amanda Waller originally thought that Batman would continue to let Violent Wolf approach him until he got a positive answer, but Chen Tao quickly raised his hand to stop Violent Wolf's actions. "Rob, give me some face." He just needed to get such an answer. In the end, Chen Tao didn't intend to force Amanda Waller too much. Sometimes showing off is not a good thing. "Then it's settled," Chen Tao said. Then he looked at Violent Wolf next to him. "It just so happens that you are a mercenary. I have a mission for you." I said, "I can serve you for free once." Violent Wolf said, "No need, I will still give you enough rewards." Chen Tao said. He walked to Bao Lang and whispered to him, "Have you ever considered being a bodyguard for someone else? A superhero called Nightwing. By the way, there is one more thing. Bao Lang, do you want to sell your blood? Give me 30 gallons first." Even Bao Lang was shocked by what the other party said. 30 gallons? Are you kidding? A few minutes later, Chen Tao appeared in the laboratory in Gotham City. He was holding a large bucket of Bao Lang's blood and another Green Lantern ring in his hand. It was the ring of Green Lantern Han Nu. In order to prevent Han Nu from being monitored by the ring, he took the other party's ring. Anyway, the other party also relied on his own combat power to maintain the battle and did not need a Green Lantern ring. This is an insurance. In the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery of OA Star, the Yellow Lantern Core Lantern Beast Parallax Monster is always stored. In the big event Green Lantern War, Kirana once controlled all the Green Lanterns through that Parallax Monster. Although Chen Tao now knows that the Green Lantern Core's Iron Shark is also suppressing the Parallax Monster in the Green Lantern Central Energy Battery, but now that the Green Lantern Core has disappeared, everything is unclear. Who knows what will happen next? Chen Tao is just preparing for a rainy day and taking precautions first. If the Iron Shark can really completely control the Parallax Monster, then the Green Lantern Core will not have such a problem as the Yellow Defect. Many things are relative, and you must not think inertially. Oh, of course, Han Nu will not obediently hand over his ring. Even in the Green Lantern, he is a lantern known for his bad temper. After all, he is a berserker race, and fighting does not rely on concreteness, but on the kind of round fists. But Chen Tao is very friendly. He pulled Atrocitus to have a good talk with him, and as a result, Han Nu obediently handed over the ring. Very kind. And beside him, followed Nightwing. Chen Tao was standing next to the microscope in the laboratory at this time, observing the cells of the Violent Wolf with a huge microscope, and from time to time he used some power of decay black or metal spirit to try to infect those cells. In short, Chen Tao already had an idea about Night Owl. Such an idea was still a vague thought before, but after meeting the Violent Wolf, it has been developed and perfected in a short time. One of the biggest problems and difficulties in trying to get Nightwing to go undercover under Night Owl was how to save Nightwing's life after Night Owl found out that Nightwing was actually a spy. There could not be any mistakes in this matter. Chen Tao's original idea was to use various means to delay time and then hold on until he could save people himself, but now, synchronizing with the killing bats not only gave him the memories of the killing bats, but also gave him a way to gently integrate the DNA of the Xanians into the bodies of ordinary people, which made him seem to have a different choice. First of all, no matter what Night Owl's plan is, as long as he puts the dressed up Nightwing Dick Grayson in front of him, Night Owl will definitely drool all over the floor. Nightwing Dick Grayson will be taken into the Owl Cave by him, accompanying him day and night, and it is a simple matter to find out what Nightwing is doing. But Nightwing is not a fool. No matter how deep the filter of white moonlight is for Nightwing, he will definitely react after confirming that the other party has stolen his plan, the biggest secret, and then try to capture him. Yes, after confirming the other party, Nightwing may not be without doubt, but he does not want Nightwing to do so in his heart, or he is conceited and thinks that he can stop Nightwing from doing so with his personal charm. But in any case, as long as Nightwing really steals the information of his plan and tries to share the information with Batman, Nightwing will not deceive himself again. He will definitely activate the chassis and backhand prepared in advance to stop Nightwing and try to catch him. However, immediately afterwards, Nightwing will find that the Nightwing in front of him is pretended by Clayface, and the real Nightwing has already escaped and fled. But with Night Owl's ability, he will definitely be aware of these things in advance and make preparations in advance. Even if Nightwing can escape in a short time, he will definitely be found by Night Owl and finally caught. Because Night Owl is an evil version of Batman, and Batman who is well prepared will never lose. But it doesn't matter, because all this is within the plan of the Batman who laughs, his Batman. Because at this critical moment, Lupin will play a role. He will be summoned by Nightwing and jump out to attack Night Owl. Lupin's strength is unquestionable. Even when facing Superman, he can still stretch out his hand. This is definitely a fighting force that can tilt the situation. But with Night Owl's ability, he will definitely be able to think of how to deal with enemies like Lupin and prepare in advance. Therefore, no matter how strong Lupin's fighting power is, under Night Owl's careful targeting, he can only be beaten to a pulp. Although Night Owl is also unable to kill Lupin who is reborn with blood, he is very likely to teleport him away or imprison him, making him unable to save Nightwing. Although Night Owl is just a mortal and Wolf is a complete superpower freak, he is able to do all this because he is an evil, fill in the blank, 3 points, and never loses. But it doesn't matter, although Night Owl won, it was all within the plan of the Batman who laughs, because the Batman who laughs is such an infinite nesting doll character. No matter how many victories the protagonist group has won, it must all be within the plan of the Batman who laughs. No matter what plan the protagonist group has thought of, the Batman who laughs must have thought of it in advance and calculated the protagonist group, making the protagonist group lose everything. He will always go to the next level and then copy his previous operation like copying and pasting. Everything is within the plan of the Batman who laughs. Is a peerless both comparable to Batman will always win. Do you understand what the value of the Batman who laughs is? Therefore, we can quickly guess the follow-up of the plan. Nightwing will definitely try to play the emotional card to let Night Owl lock himself up again and let him go. But who is Night Owl? Being weak once is enough. It would be fine if Nightwing didn't say that. But when he said that, for Night Owl, whether to spare Nightwing's life or not would become whether he could kill the weakness in his heart. If you were a normal person, facing a person who looks exactly like the former Bai Guang, especially if you once fantasized about forming a partner with the other person in the future and spending the rest of your life together, even if the other person deceived you, you would definitely think about saving the other person's life and then continue to slowly train him to be obedient. But who is Night Owl? He will definitely wield a wise sword to cut off his feelings, completely cut off his nostalgia for the former sharp-clawed dick, and implement his cold and ruthless temperament, and will never tolerate those who betray him. Therefore, in order to ensure that he has completely cut off all the feelings, Night Owl will definitely do it himself and send Nightwing off instead of letting others do it. On the surface, Night Owl won again, and he completely thwarted Nightwing's conspiracy, but it doesn't matter. Whether it's Clayface, Wolf, or Nightwing trying to emotionally control Owl, it doesn't matter, because everything is within the plan of Batman laughing. Owl strangled Nightwing and made the biggest mistake of his life, because Nightwing's spine and heart actually have a very high concentration of Joker virus. A little known fact, Owl is a living person who can run, scream, and escape. Even if he has feelings for Nightwing, Nightwing has no chance to poison him. And it's even more difficult for Chen Tao to give him a shot of Joker virus unless he defeats him first. But Owl never confronts Batman head on. But at that moment, he will never be prepared. Owl has the same IQ as Batman, is just as smart, and has the same powerful fighting skills. If you infect Master Owl with the Joker's laughing virus, Master Owl will become Owl laughing. Then Master Owl will laugh ha 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 ha. Great, the plan works. Ha 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 ha. Thinking about it, Chen Tao couldn't help but let out a burst of evil laughter, which scared Nightwing next to him. Although he had experienced Batman's wonderful fairy music countless times, every time he heard it, Nightwing felt a chill rushing from his tailbone to his forehead. Then he heard Batman ask, "Dick, have you ever considered dying? Have you ever considered becoming a superpower with self-healing ability?" Chapter 366, Yellow Lantern Corps, Supergirl on a Leash, Antimatter Universe, Core Vault. In the future, this will also be known as Sector -1. Inside a building, yellow energy burns like fire at Sinestro's feet, making his eyes sparkle. I'm Sinestro. I have been to every corner of every sector of the universe, and because of this, I have learned one thing. This universe needs to change. We live in a world corrupted by hedonism and chaos, a world without morality, a world of wildness, a world of darkness. When I was selected into the Green Lantern Corps, I believed that I had finally escaped this darkness. I worked hard to prove myself worthy of the ring. I freed my home planet of Karuga from sin. I brought order, and vowed to bring the same to the other planets in Sector 1417, and then, with the help of the Corps, spread order throughout the universe. I did a good job. For a while, the Guardians even called me the greatest Green Lantern until the Earthling I trained took everything away from me. Hal Jordan called me a fascist for the order I gave Karuga, and I was stripped of my ring. I was branded the first traitor to the Green Lantern Corps, and I was banished to the other side of the universe, the antimatter universe. I was sent into darkness. For the first time in my life, I felt fear. The light blinded me. I believe fear is part of the chaos I hate, but it is more controllable than all the restraints in the universe, and it will be mine. Whoosh. The increasingly intense yellow light energy began to spurt, explode, and wield its power, resonating with Sinestro. At this time, the red-skinned alien stood naked in front of a huge lantern furnace. This universe will be changed. The Green Lantern Corps will also be changed. Sinestro raised his head and looked at the creation in front of him called the Yellow Lantern Central Energy Battery. He raised the Yellow Lantern Furnace in front of him, which was obviously larger than the previous Green Lantern Furnace. As he lifted it, the last ray of yellow light energy also poured into the lantern and finally disappeared. The day is dark and the night is bright. Evildoers and traitors fear my divine light. They are afraid of fire and death. Those who oppose me will die. Fear is the source of Sinestro's authority. Clang, clang, clang. Sinestro walked out of the building, and beside him followed the Yellow Lantern Corps instructor Akilo. The opponent was a monster with 4 legs on the ground, and had a mouth full of sharp fangs. Sinestro knew very well that he was always thinking about stabbing his fangs into his heart. There was no good person in his Yellow Lantern Corps. Sinestro looked down from the valley, and below were countless members of the Yellow Lantern Corps who were howling violently. For billions of years, the Guardians have been trying to bring order to the universe. Sinestro's voice seemed to be as high as it came from the horizon. They failed. Now it's our turn to spread our colored light throughout the universe and dominate. We will drive fear into the hearts of those who worship chaos. But first, we will burn those who stand in our way. Sinestro forced the Cavaders to continue working for him. Large numbers of Cavaders who refused to comply were abandoned in the Valley of Cavada. Their final fate was to rot into a skeleton. Sinestro never took these people's lives seriously, and the next time he saw these bodies would probably be during the blackest night. As the yellow light covering his body stopped flashing, Sinestro, who had been floating in the air instead of walking, fell to the ground. He walked to the steps of the conference hall, and sat in the main seat with a big horse and a golden knife. Since you are here, why are you hiding in the shadows? The red alien suddenly spoke abruptly, his face grim. He knew very well what kind of people he recruited. Scum, freak, lunatic. These words are not too much to describe them all at once. Among these many dangerous people, there is one person who even Sinestro would be afraid of. Unlike those ordinary garbage, whose names are prefixed with titles such as murderer and dismemberer, the prefix of this person's name is Tyrant. What's wrong? Then, Sinestro, expressionless, heard the man's voice. I just didn't stand in front of the stage. My good ally, this can't be called hiding. Then, a huge shadow suddenly rose from the darkness of the room. In the inky black, 2 red lights shot through the darkness. Then there was the sound of iron chains. Clank, clank, Mungo. Sinestro breathed a sigh of relief, and he turned his head and looked at the yellow-skinned giant who appeared in the room. The other party's height almost reached the ceiling. His body was muscular, and he was wearing a blue-purple coat. His hands behind his back were holding a dog chain made of Crentium steel, which is usually made by a reverse black hole, and is usually used to pull stars. And the one tied to the end of the chain. Sinestro's eyes stopped at the S on the other party's chest. He had spent a long time in the hometown of the Earthling Hal Jordan, and he knew very well what this S stood for. Raw. Kara Zor-El, the Supergirl wearing a red and blue Superman costume, raised her head and roared maliciously at Sinestro. Raw. As she roared in a mad way, a red light ring on her finger suddenly burst into a violent red light, and the red light enveloped her body. Soon, Supergirl was wearing a crimson Red Lantern Corps costume, and at the cost of this, blood flames formed by the red light energy were sprayed out of Supergirl's eyes and ears. Supergirl rushed towards Sinestro regardless of everything. She had completely lost her mind, and her originally pretty face was full of hatred for the equality of any creature in front of her. She landed on all fours, then suddenly flew up, her blonde hair fluttering in the air. The lady opened her mouth with a mouthful of white teeth, and bit Sinestro directly from such a long distance. Seth had no expression on his face. Facing the attack of Supergirl, he didn't even frown. As the chain was gradually lengthened, Supergirl also rushed in front of him, and then, when it was about 1 centimeter away from the tip of his nose, the chain suddenly stretched straight, which made Supergirl's movement stop abruptly. "You can stop the boring demonstration, Mongo," Sinestro said. "If you don't make your little pet disappear in front of me, today is the time for us to fight again," he said, "but you also know that neither of us can do anything to each other. Come back, good dog." The yellow giant did not answer Sinestro's words. He pulled the chain on his hand, but did not get a response from Supergirl. This is of course a matter of course. Supergirl, who has lost her mind, doesn't care about the conversation between the two of them. She is now full of chewing. If her main purpose is not to kill people instead of eating people, she looks no different from a zombie now. Mongo didn't indulge him. He pulled the chain violently, and the next second Supergirl was dragged back to his side by Mongo's brute force with a face full of pain. Raw. Such behavior certainly angered Supergirl, who had not yet regained her sanity. She immediately changed her target of attack from Sinestro to the tall yellow alien named Mongo. When Mongo pulled the shackles for the third time, Supergirl turned her head and rushed directly towards Mongo. She flew up, and even though she was unconscious, she subconsciously used a classic Superman flying punch. The power of this move exceeded tens of thousands of tons, enough to smash a mountain. Relying on the physique of Kryptonians, their strength in their youth will exceed 3,000 tons, and tens of thousands of tons in adulthood is simply a piece of cake. Although Supergirl's body has not yet fully matured, such a punch is still terrifying enough. But with a clear bang, Mongo's huge palm pinched Supergirl's slender fist, and then slapped her to the ground. Mongo grabbed Supergirl's neck fiercely, and his fingertips exerted a little force. Then Supergirl was lifted up by Mongo like a little chicken with his height advantage. Supergirl punched and kicked, but it was no use. Each of her attacks would cause violent shock waves to erupt on Mongo's body, but the place where Mongo stood was completely intact. Mongo used his body to withstand Supergirl's attacks, and even seemed to be able to do it with ease. He said, "Then let's talk business, Sinestro. I came to you this time because I have decided that I will join your Sinestro Corps, although I still insist that this name is hopelessly stupid." Mongo said, "Although I don't agree with some of your stupid actions, the weak must be protected. The goal of the Yellow Lantern Corps is to replace the Green Lantern Corps, to maintain the order of the universe, not to bring destruction. The strong should only rule the weak," Mongo said, and the weak with a bang. Mongo raised his other hand wrapped in the chain, and slammed it on Supergirl's face. This blow was heavier than any of Supergirl's previous first level punches and kicks against Mongo. The huge shockwave swept the entire room. Sinestro had to raise his hand and use the yellow lantern ring to materialize a layer of yellow protective film force field on the wall of the building to ensure that the ceiling of the entire building would not be swept away by the wind like a fallen leaf. Even though she had lost all the blood and internal organs in her body, this powerful blow still made Supergirl, who had lost her mind, roll her eyes. "Should be controlled by the strong. Do you expect your troops to maintain law and order like those Green Lantern policemen?" Mongo asked. "Don't be ridiculous. I thought you would be more creative. I thought I made it clear enough." Sinestro stood up. Originally, standing up in the negotiation was an act of invading the other party's territory, but due to Mongo's extraordinary height, such an action did not have any effective results. But Sinestro still maintained a standing posture, and he raised his chin slightly to make his eyes level with Mongo. I will join the Yellow Lantern Corps. So now, give me a Yellow Lantern ring. But after staring at each other for a while, Mongo gave in first. He held out his hand to Sinestro harmlessly and began to ask for the Yellow Lantern ring. After thinking about it for so long, I have made a decision. Joining the Yellow Lantern Corps will do me good and no harm. The Yellow Lantern Corps is a place with rules, Sinestro said. And I will obviously abide by those rules. Mongo responded. Sinestro looked at him steadily for a while. Then he flipped his hand and a ring flew out. Here is the Yellow Lantern ring you wanted. Then he turned around and walked towards the direction of leaving the hall. Welcome to join the Yellow Lantern Corps. I know what you are thinking, Mongo. 90% of the members of the Yellow Lantern Corps are thinking the same thing. So I'm afraid I have to tell you that you are also welcome to challenge me at any time. And if you can get the recognition of the Yellow Lantern Corps Lantern Beast, the Parallax Monster, my position can be given to you at any time. But only those who can truly master fear can remain sane when possessed by the Parallax Monster. Mongo, I'm 100% sure that person is not you. The Parallax Monster will chase those who are best at controlling fear. And why are you so sure that person is you, Sinestro? Sinestro was silent when he heard Mongo's sarcasm. You are right, but now, I'm the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Let's carry out our plan. First, we must induce the main force of the Green Lantern Corps to leave Oastar. He turned his head slightly and looked at Mongo standing in the hall. Only by capturing the Parallax Monster can you control the monster and take my place, right? Then Sinestro ignored Mongo and strode out of the hall. Behind him, Mongo's eyes flickered. This part about what happened is a bit long, and I didn't finish writing 4,000 words. Chapter 367. We need a fear master. No one knows fear better than Dr. Jonathan Crane. Oh. Or maybe, and possibly we should call him Mr. Scarecrow. The famous Gotham villain Scarecrow, the ultimate nightmare of countless people. He would be one of the monsters that parents used to scare their children every darkest night in Gotham. But in fact, what many people don't know is, Crane lives in constant fear all the time. He hates this. It reminds him that he has never been different in his life. His childhood was lived in constant fear. Fear of dogs, fear of falling, fear of germs, fear of bad people, fear of other children, fear of teachers, fear of his parents, fear of doing wrong, fear of being teased, fear of change, fear. Crane closed his eyes. Even after a long time, those roars still lingered in his ears. Be careful, clean, or I lose your skin and bones like toothpicks. You may be famous outside, but here without your fear gas and mask, you are nothing. Clean trembled in fear. This was one of his biggest fears, the fear that what others said about him was real. In fact, you are worse than nothing. They didn't even put you in Arkham Special, like they did with other famous mentally ill criminals, but threw you into the general area, with the rest of us. Fear, fear, fear. Please, please don't hurt me. I won't dare to do it again. If I hurt you, you are not worthy of me. Idiot, you won't pee your pants, will you? Ha 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 ha. The Scarecrow was so scared that he knelt down and begged for mercy. Ha ha ha. I can't believe this guy has become a super criminal. What am I, a super criminal? My grandmother is braver than him. Seriously, this guy is the Scarecrow? Are you sure? There was a time when fear was his friend, his puppet, used to deal with others. Things were not like this before. He embraced fear and roamed in his world, letting the whole world know that he was the most terrible person. But then all of this was gone, taken away by someone who understood fear as well as he did. That person even knew how to use fear as his weapon. Because of Batman, everything returned to the starting point. Afraid of being hurt, afraid of those big bad guys, afraid of their attitudes, words, fists, crude homemade weapons, afraid that he was real in their eyes. Afraid that without his fear gas he would be nothing. Afraid that he would be labeled a weakling for the rest of his life. What should he do if that were the case? No. 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 Please. Help. It's Scarecrow. Scarecrow. He's coming for us. Idiot. We're all going to die. Crane shook his head, shaking off the dying cries of his former cellmates. But this wasn't real. It wasn't just thin. Jonathan Crane wasn't just Scarecrow. He was a scientist, a trained psychologist who specialized in the study of fear. The gas is just one of my many tools, and I'll prove it to you. The paranoid, the bullies, the insignificant people. I'll prove it to you. The entire Gotham City. And yes, the other person who can harness fear. Batman. I'll prove to everyone that it doesn't take my special gas to bring fear to others. I'll show them what real fear is. Right now, at this moment, Jonathan Crane, also known as the famous Scarecrow, is sewing a scarecrow. This sounds like nonsense, but the fact is that what Crane holds in his hand is technically a real scarecrow filled with straw. This time, he is going to change his behavior. No more subordinates, no revenge. Crane's eyes paused on the sharp knife on the table not far away. Then he lowered his head and continued to sew the scarecrow. The victims this time will be completely random, without any connection, and killed in the most cruel way. All the intelligence that Batman has collected and sorted out about Jonathan Crane himself and his accomplices is useless. Batman has been away from Gotham City for too long, and has been away from their game for too long. The Riddler is missing. The Joker is missing. Two-Face, the Penguin, and Mr. Freeze have become Batman's lackeys. Gotham has been quiet for too long, and it's time for this city to remember the fear of that chaotic era again. And Nightwing. Batman actually let his henchmen do justice in this city. He actually thought that his stupid henchmen alone could solve all the problems of this city? No, Scarecrow would not allow Batman to ignore the city of Gotham like this. This city belongs to him and Batman. It's time for Batman to put aside those boring Justice League things and return to his job. Crane is going to be a new Scarecrow, a Scarecrow that no one knows anything about, can't predict, and can't even find. He is going to restart the Gotham game that has been stagnant for many years. He is making scarecrows, and he will place them in every corner of the city, on rooftops, parking lots, storage rooms, telephone booths, bedroom closets, living rooms, blocking people's sight, staring at people's windows, every corner. He wants to send a message to the city, to increase people's fear. He wants to tell people that he can be everywhere, appear at any time, and no one can stop him. He is a master of instilling fear in others. He wants to tell everyone there is no safety anymore. Scarecrow turned his head sharply. In an instant, bang, the lights in the room went out. Who is it? Scarecrow held up the needle in his hand. Who is it? He trembled and waved the needle in his hand in the dark. But no one responded to him. Scarecrow tried to take out his cell phone. He knew that it was afternoon outside and there should be light coming through the window, but there was only darkness. No, now is not the time to think about these things. It's Batman. How did he find me? The phone didn't light up at all. In the darkness, Chen Tao quietly observed Clean. He needed Clean. He needed such a master of fear to help him. When facing the possible existence of the Sinestro Corps, which represents fear, nothing is more useful than a master of fear. And Chen Tao even had some ideas. Just like the Bloody Bull, the Lantern Beast of the Red Lantern Corps, who chased the anger, the Parallax monster would surrender to the knees of the person who is best at manipulating fear. Maybe he can do something about the Parallax monster of the Yellow Lantern Corps through Clean. Of course, in order to realize these ideas, before using Clean, he must scare him first, otherwise he will never give in easily. A barrier built by nanorobots was used by Chen Tao to wrap around the room where Clean was, blocking the last trace of light. Chen Tao synchronized the high-speed bullets, and under the X-ray vision, every move of the scarecrow was clearly visible. Most people think that one of the most primitive fears is the fear of darkness. But when you think about it carefully, you will find that people are not afraid of darkness itself, but what may lurk in the darkness. Time passed. Chen Tao did not say a word to the scarecrow again. He had been like this for an hour or two, slowly torturing the scarecrow with the most insignificant methods. Stroking the scarecrow's cheek with a feather, gently stabbing him with a pin, and breathing softly on his cheek. Making a slight rubbing sound with his shoes on the floor. Where are you? Where are you? Don't play these tricks. These are all tricks I have played before. I know that they are pins and feathers. No. These may not seem like much, but in Scarecrow's mind, he would think that the feathers and pins were biting his mice or bugs. The breath could come from anything, and the friction of the shoes on the floor let him know that there were other people in the room, and all this was done deliberately by Chen Tao. No. Come out and face me. Face me, you monster. And now it was time to put on another mask, time for Scarecrow to see himself clearly. So he let out a low laugh. He looked like a ghost, and his voice was like the sharp croon of a night owl in the dusk before the sunset. Then he let out another high-pitched laugh. Then, in the dim light, caused by the flickering silver-white particles, Scarecrow saw the figure that made his heart stop appear in front of him. He didn't know how Batman found him. What was even more terrifying than Batman's appearance here was Scarecrow's deep awareness that perhaps he could rule fear, become fear. But there was another person who could also command fear as he wished. Someone who was better at controlling fear than himself. Batman. No. It's too scary. Scarecrow finally collapsed. He held his head and tried desperately to escape. He broke through the house and ran for his life in the afternoon sun. But he could only see the shadow appearing in front of him like a ghost. Your tricks may have changed in form, and your sick psychological games may be more corrupt than your last time, but I can see from your terrified eyes that one thing is the same. You are still the same melancholy little coward as before. Burning violently. The sunlight reflected into Scarecrow's pupils, and then reflected the bat monster that still looked like a living shadow in the sunlight. He held his head and howled. Chen Tao said a formulaic arrest declaration, and looked at the Scarecrow who was scared to death and felt puzzled. Really? Scarecrow is not good at this. He is so good at scaring others, but he is also so easily scared. He just used some of the skills learned from Batman in the comics to scare others, but he actually scared Scarecrow like this. Is this a bit exaggerated? Oh my god, why is Scarecrow howling and tearing his clothes, running away with his hands and feet? Is it really necessary? Acting in a movie? Am I that scary? It's just a reproduction of Batman and your own actions in the comics. But Chen Tao picked up Clean, who was snotty. This time he was scared out of his wits. He should be convinced, and he can be used. Well, Scarecrow was captured successfully, and the treasure against Parallax monsters +1, which is really good. Ever since Bane's prison break incident and released Scarecrow, he has been moving in a mysterious way, and it is not easy to find him. Scarecrow didn't know how or what method he used to remove the tracking nanorobits that Chen Tao had placed on him. In the end, Chen Tao's control over the nanorobits was indeed too simple, so that Clean took advantage of this loophole and made Clean disappear from his sight for a while, and even participated in the Outsiders' plot against Thundershazam. Note, during this period, Scarecrow was ordered by the Outsiders to be Billy's psychological teacher again, thus weakening his will. Later, Scarecrow successfully extracted himself from the Outsiders Bureau and disappeared again. However, during this period, he took the initiative to find trouble in Gotham City, and it was useless to hide. Although he avoided the surveillance cameras, he couldn't avoid the eyes that Chen Tao used as surveillance. What's more, the straw he used to make the Scarecrow was once a living plant. He only needed to gently mobilize a part of the power of the green of all things to revive the dead straw, and then ask them where they had been before. Green of all things, Kit, HMM. Chen Tao suddenly became silent. He looked at the Scarecrow under his hand, which was shaking like a sieve, and suddenly a trace of doubt came into his heart. Scarecrow, is he really the best candidate to be liked by Parallax, the embodiment of fear? Don't make him do it for a long time, and finally say what, he likes me instead of Scarecrow? That would be funny. HMM. However, Chen Tao's skills of intimidating others were all learned from comics, and at most he added a little bit of his own opinions when he was an actor in his previous life. In essence, it is a crude reproduction of comic techniques. This is not mastering fear, but at best it is just a reproduction of the process of creating fear. The Scarecrow in front of him is a real master of creating fear. So, Chen Tao, who roughly reproduced the fear technique, became happy again, and hurriedly carried the Scarecrow, the master of fear who was scared to urinate, and disappeared into the portal. On the other side, you must get the fearful lamp beast, Parallax. When Sinestro left the hall, a voice suddenly rang in Margot's ears. Our cooperation must be based on this premise, otherwise everything is empty talk. You must be better at controlling fear than Sinestro. You must be a true master of fear. Of course. Mongo turned his head. He whispered, no one is better at controlling fear than me. Chapter 368, Supergroup of Villains. Thanks to a friend of the author who does not wish to be named, UZHU. I'm Mongo. Everyone in the universe knows that Mongo, the tyrant of the universe, is an orange-yellow alien with a height of 2.43 meters and a weight of more than 510 kilograms. He is muscular, powerful, cruel, and violent. In most people's impressions, a character like me who is famous for his sense of strength should be a powerful man. In addition, my title of Tyrant of the Universe and my actions of driving the war world, note, a planet-sized cosmic war fortress, to dominate the universe make people have a preconceived impression of me. But in fact, I can't say that it is completely different from what others imagine, but I can only say that it is roughly similar. First of all, weak trash should be used as stepping stones for me to sit under the throne. There is no doubt about this. They have neither the will nor the motivation to become stronger. Even though I took great pains to build a huge arena in the war world and let them kill each other every day in an attempt to inspire their will to become stronger, these pathetic weaklings only muddle through. As long as they can survive in the arena every day, they are completely satisfied. It is not terrible to be weak for the time being. As long as they are mean and shameless enough, have enough perseverance and persistence, and constantly improve themselves, and cruelly and tyrannically plunder resources from others to become stronger, the weak will sooner or later become strong. And the most terrible thing is, they never want to exercise their bodies and strengthen their strength. They never even take the initiative to learn those despicable strategies. They never think about taking the initiative to become stronger, never think about how to use all means to improve themselves, but just passively accept the external force pushing them to run. When facing the strong, they don't know how to kowtow and cheat the benefits from those guys to strengthen themselves, but hide far away, like a group of soft-bodied animals whose bones have been taken away. Bah. A bunch of unmotivated trash deserve to die in my arena. Mongo thought. And the weak who really have the heart of a strong, when facing a stronger person, should do the same thing as him. First. This is the first one. Never underestimate the Parallax monster. You must be able to control the Parallax monster, not be controlled by it. Your willpower is too weak. Even if you have the method I taught you to weaken the Parallax monster, if you want to control it, you must concentrate, or use other strengthening methods to make you stronger. This is a building somewhere in the antimatter universe, covered. The huge Mongo sat alone in an empty room. Because this room was snatched from the original covered people, Mongo's head almost hit the ceiling. At this time, a very thin voice was speaking to Mongo. The voice seemed a little sharp, as if someone was strangled by the neck, speaking and breathing at the same time. And what's worse is that your understanding of fear is far behind Sinestro's. This means the sharp voice belittled Mongo as worthless, but the cosmic tyrant smiled, as if he was not insulted at all. He listened carefully to the other party's evaluation, and then interrupted him. If you could choose Sinestro, you would definitely want to cooperate with him more, but unfortunately, what Sinestro wants is to replace the guardian of the universe, and become the protector of the entire universe. He will never let a dangerous person like you out, right? He said, only me. Only I who am madly pursuing power and don't care about the future fate of this universe will really fulfill my promise and release you from the cage. So, he asked sincerely, you said that my understanding of fear is not as good as Sinestro's, so how can I improve myself? He added, what I want is a real improvement, not a forced improvement with external objects. There is no way to improve. I can't do it. Mongo's face sank immediately. That's it? You are worthy of calling yourself the exiled guardian of the universe? The creator of the 666 Sector Massacre? Mongo deliberately tried to provoke Colonna's anger in the hope that he would say something, but such a trick was nothing in front of Colonna, who had lived for billions of years. So Mongo finally had to give in, and began to state the pros and cons. Mr. Corona, you should be very clear. I know that if you can't control the parallax monster, you will not be able to break the cosmic egg that trapped me. Note, the cosmic egg, a kind of universe that is still in its embryonic form, is Kirana's prison, but I really can't help you improve your understanding of fear out of thin air. Kirana's voice rang out. You know, this is about the willpower of a life, and this kind of thing itself cannot be interfered with by external forces. Before Mongo could continue speaking, the voice that called himself Kirana sped up his speech and continued to seduce. But as long as Sinestro is killed, the parallax monster will have no other choice but to choose you as its first choice. When it has no other choice, he must think he can control you. But through the method I teach you to control the parallax monster, you can temporarily seize control. Then, as long as you let me out, I can take action immediately to help you eliminate the control of the parallax monster, so that you can train steadily and slowly until the day when you can completely control the parallax monster with your own abilities. Mongo's face was gloomy. The voice claiming to be Kirana had approached him not long ago, and in order to gain his trust, he told him a lot of information about him. Now Mongo already knew that this secretive Kirana was once a member of the Guardians of the Universe, but because he was unwilling to give up his emotions, he parted ways with the Guardians of the Universe, and even created events such as the 666 Sector Massacre, to prove to the Guardians that creatures without emotions cannot protect the universe. Note, Atrocitus, the Lord of the Red Light, is the only survivor of the 666 sector. He is now imprisoned in a cosmic egg, and he is eager to rescue him himself. But the other party refused to reveal more information. Mongo seriously suspected that the other party must have a way to control the parallax monster, but was unwilling to tell him. However, Mongo did not choose to point this out, but continued, but this way I will be in too much danger. You must give me something else to ensure that I can be more powerful when facing the parallax monster. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that I can complete your task. Don't rush to complain. If you are really a scientist as you claim, you must have some powerful things in your hands. Mongo tried to take more things out of the other party, and things went as he wished. I once forged a piece of equipment, Divine Power Glove. It has been stored in the foundry of the Guardian of OA for billions of years, and now it should be guarded by a Green Lantern named Shed. If you get it, you will have the power to use green emotional energy without wearing a Green Lantern ring, and the power of this glove is not comparable to that of an ordinary ring. It can help you suppress the parallax monster. Also, I have some tips that can help you fight against the parallax monster. Listen carefully. 10 minutes later, Mongo raised the yellow light ring and cut off the connection with Kirana with satisfaction. But there was no time to breathe, and he would soon receive the next guest. Mongo opened the window and spread his legs. Soon, a green ring quietly flew into Mongo's room from the window along the corner of the wall like an adulterer. We must reduce the number of meetings, Mongo, otherwise Sinestro will definitely find out. Even if we reduce the number of meetings, you have to help me control the parallax monster, so that I can help you kill all those hidden people and rescue you from the shadow cabinet. Control the parallax monster? It's very simple. I have a way to help you. I'm the first person to control the emotional spectrum, and those damned guardians sealed me, and then this ring of disaster that I once made can help you. As long as Sinestro is killed, the parallax monster will have no choice. How to kill Sinestro? It's very simple. The King Deng energy can distort Sinestro's will and make him repent. Then he will beg you to kill him. And as I said, I happen to be able to control all emotional spectra. Abinsu has already created the King Deng tribe, and their location is. Dozens of minutes later, Mongo watched the ring fly out of the window with satisfaction. It's time to receive the next guest. Mongo opened the hidden passage next to the room and walked along it for a while. In the innermost room, there was a corpse that was almost rotting, but the strange thing was that the corpse had obviously been here for a long time, but from the corridor to here, there was no stench at all. Mongo stretched out his hand and knocked on the corpse. Deathstorm, get up quickly. With a whoosh, the skeleton man sat up in shock from his dying illness, and a red flame ignited on his head, as if someone had connected him remotely. Mongo, I warned you that I'm your ally, not your subordinate. The voice of Deathstorm came from the skeleton. I have helped you conceal the attack of the powering on OA Star from Super for long enough. It is not my responsibility to delay it until it can no longer be delayed. On the contrary, if Super was more careful, he could easily detect that the powering lost contact much earlier than the time I reported, and then I would be in trouble. Although I escaped this time, because Night Owl did not seriously verify what I said, I will never help you do such a dangerous thing again. I have provided you with enough power of the Black of Decay. In any case, I have fulfilled my responsibility as an ally. A Yellow Lantern ring, 2.1 billion corpses, from a planet called Karuga, that the Yellow Lantern core is about to destroy. Mongo's mouth curled up. And all this needs to be done by you after killing Sinestro. Only you can inject a huge amount of the Black of Decay into his body. You are born an assassin. The corpse will be redeemed immediately after Sinestro's death, and all the creatures on Karuga that have no potential to become strong will belong to you. The Yellow Lantern ring is a deposit, as an advance payment. Without waiting for Deathstorm to answer, Mongo continued, now calculate the time. The Yellow Lantern ring should be arriving on Earth soon. And I promise you, when everything is over, I will become the master of the Parallax monster, control the entire Yellow Lantern core, and completely destroy the Green Lantern core and OA Star. You can spread death throughout the universe at will. Spread your wet and sticky decayed black. So, accept it? There was silence for a while on the other side of the communication, and soon another voice came. Intelligent life has been locked. Martin Stan from Earth, you have the ability to inflict great fear on others. Welcome to join Sinestro. Zzzz. Welcome to join the Mongo core. Good boy. Mongo said, good boy, well done. He said, welcome to join the Yellow Lantern core, my core. After sending off the third collaborator, Mongo was about to contact the fourth collaborator. Mongo didn't think there was anything wrong with this kind of central air conditioning behavior. As a weak person, Mongo needs to borrow the power of these strong people to truly accomplish the feat of resurrection by borrowing a shell and truly change the Sinestro core into the Mongo core. And this fourth collaborator is Night Owl. Frankly speaking, I have always doubted your purpose for doing this. Mongo appeared in another room. There, Night Owl's face appeared on the screen. Mongo stared into his eyes. Among the many allies who have formed an alliance with him, this one is the only one that worries him the most. Although he knows that the other party is just a mortal, but during the short period of contact, the resources and things that the other party has mobilized and taken out have surprised him. I can easily understand the purpose of others cooperating with me, but you, and only you, I can't figure out what you want to do. Corona and Lantern No One's demands are very simple, that is, to release them from their own prisons. Deathstorm wants to spread the energy called the Black of Decay in the universe, and this purpose is easy to understand. But the man in front of him, his mind is like a bottomless pool of water. Comparing it with the intelligence from Deathstorm, it can be easily discovered that Night Owl deliberately did not expose Deathstorm's delay in the information about the powering, but quietly let him go. At that time, Mongo and Night Owl didn't even know who each other was. Deathstorm is cooperating with you, right? And I also want to discuss a small cooperation with you. Night Owl behind the screen seemed to be sitting in front of a computer. He supported his elbows on the table, then crossed his fingers and said, my purpose is very simple. The stronger this universe is, the better. Chapter 369. The Freeloader Mongo, who was taken advantage of by the freeloaders, Yizawa will never care. For a cave that will be used by owls to live in, nothing is more important than secrecy. Deathstorm thought so. At this time, Dr. Martin Stein was standing on an asteroid, surrounded by endless stars. If it were a normal superpower, he would have suffocated by exposure to the vacuum of the universe, or been killed by countless cosmic rays and radiation. But Deathstorm was different. Half of his body was dead, and now, due to contact with the power of the Black of Decay, this half was even questionable. This is why Deathstorm did not create a protective shield constructed by the fear energy of the Yellow Lantern like other Yellow Lanterns. Flames spurted out from his feet, slightly getting rid of the gravity of the asteroid, and searching forward along the ground. Although this is indeed an asteroid, it is a planet after all, and the area is still quite large. It is definitely not a place that can be explored in a short time. However, he soon found an entrance at the top of the uplifted mountain in front. It was a heavy stone door, but Deathstorm could almost guess that there should be thick steel behind the stone door. The owl logo on it was too conspicuous, and it was hard not to notice it. Dr. Stan, with a skull head, flew up and landed on the flat ground in front of the door, then took a deep breath. There is a reason why the three giants of the crime syndicate are Super Queen and Night Owl, especially Night Owl, who does not seem to have superpowers. His position is not based on super. Over the years, there have been countless idiots who have tried to challenge him under Night Owl's feet, and they all turned into corpses in the end. Facing such a Night Owl, how could Deathstorm not be nervous? In short, at this time, he stretched out his hand and knocked on it. "This is Deathstorm. Open the door, Night Owl." Then, the stone wall above the huge stone door opened, revealing a screen. The uneasy Deathstorm saw Night Owl's face appear on it, looking at him indifferently. "I have done what you said. I deceived Margo into thinking that you didn't notice what I did," Deathstorm said, "and now you ask me to appear in front of you, so I'm here. Open the door." The Night Owl on the screen nodded, and soon, with a loud bang, the stone door opened. After passing through a deep corridor, Deathstorm appeared in front of Night Owl. In the empty hall, the two of them looked at each other, and then fell silent. Then, the standing Deathstorm asked the sitting Night Owl first. "What exactly do you want to do, Thomas?" he asked. "Help me deceive Superman, and then use it to blackmail me." Looking back now, I was able to suppress the news of Hal's disappearance so easily, and you played a big role in it. You are hiding something from all of us, and you are constantly planning something. He said, "What exactly do you want?" "Safety." Night Owl lied without changing his expression. "I'm preparing for the future of the Alliance in my own way, just like Superman sucked his kryptonite. Once the monster that drove us out of our home continues to chase us to this planet." Night Owl didn't care whether Deathstorm believed what he said. He knew that the other party was just subconsciously looking for a reason that could convince himself. Since he wanted it, he would give it to him. For a liar, it doesn't matter whether your reason for deceiving is clever or not. What matters is whether the target of your deception wants to be deceived. You see, isn't Deathstorm now easily accepting all the explanations he gave? But what he is going to say later may make the other party have some different opinions. "I ask you to give up that thing." "What is it?" Deathstorm pretended to be stupid. "You know what I'm talking about. Dr. Stan, you have gone too far in your research on the power of the Black of Decay. You actually want to attack this new Earth where we exist, and take advantage of Batman's absence to turn all the creatures on the entire Earth into corpses of the Black of Decay." Night Owl said, "Let's not talk about whether your behavior can succeed. Even if it succeeds, countless living corpses are not in the interests of the crime syndicate. What we want to rule is a world full of living people, not a ruin full of dead bodies." He scolded, "You are simply obsessed. Has your brain been burned by grabbing the power of the Black of Decay?" Deathstorm almost jumped up from his chair. He thought he had done it very secretly, and didn't even put it into practice. How did Night Owl know? He tried to deny it. "What are you talking about? I didn't." Then he heard Night Owl play a recording. Deathstorm in the recording was just like a drug addict who was high. He kept on talking to a man named Anton Arcane, and promised that he would destroy all the creatures on the Earth, and give the whole Earth to Lord Arcane. Then he would spread the Black of Decay to the whole universe. Note, Anton Arcane is the spokesperson of the Black of Decay. His status is similar to that of the swamp monster of the green of all things and the king of life of the red of all things, Maxim. He is the main villain of the big event, the coming of the Corruption Kingdom. When Deathstorm heard this recording, he knew that he could not deny it. "How did I get this recording?" "It's simple. I was spying on all of you. Although Deathstorm has a skull face, you can still see that his face is very ugly. Damn, where is the privacy? It's really unlucky to be a teammate with Night Owl." Night Owl said, "I ask you to give up this stupid idea immediately, and I will implant some biological tissues in your body. Don't think I want to control you, Dr. Stan. I admit that those biological tissues can cause such an effect, but I'm more motivated by the good intention of helping you. The Black of Decay has distorted your mind, and I will never allow my teammates to be manipulated like this. Deathstorm looked at him. No talk. No talk. 3. Night Owl counted down silently in his heart. 2. The fire on Deathstorm's forehead seemed to burn more vigorously. 1. Sizzle. A fierce yellow light gushed out from the ring on Deathstorm's palm and instantly penetrated Night Owl's chest, and his body followed closely behind, and his fingers were like knives, cutting through Night Owl's already pierced body, and then the power of the Black of Decay began to erode. It was all only. Deathstorm looked stiffly at Night Owl, who was lying on the ground and twitching constantly. Under the opponent's armor were countless sophisticated mechanical structures. Deathstorm could even see at the molecular level that the armor was coated with a thick layer of lead to prevent the super X-ray from seeing through it. The chin of Night Owl, which was exposed under the mask before, was just a small piece of cloned living biological tissue installed in the place where the chin should be, like the biological tissue skin of T-800 in Terminator that even bleeds. As the twitching robot fell to the ground and completely lost the ability to get up again, the image of Night Owl's head soon appeared on the screen of Owl's computer in front of him. Do you think I will come to meet you privately without any preparation? The yellow light ring. Well, I admit that I did not expect him to be willing to give it to you, but so what? Buzz. The walls around him made a low humming sound, which exerted invisible psychological pressure on Deathstorm. Martin. Do you think you can survive after stepping into the trap I carefully prepared? Even if there is a 1 chance that you can escape, he said, in front of Super, you still have to die. And everything I do is for the organization. Even if you speak in front of Super, do you think he will believe me or you? So, he said, I can give you one last choice, and it is the only choice. Deathstorm turned his head and saw a huge crystal cage rising from the ground. Accept my transformation obediently. As long as you are willing to be controlled by me, everything can be discussed. Life or death, it's up to you to decide, isn't it, Dr. Stan? A few dozen minutes later, the Night Owl on the screen tapped on the keyboard on his side for a while and sank Deathstorm, who was already unconscious in the crystal cage, back to the ground. The other party has already accepted his transformation, and everything is so easy. With his ability, it is easy to control the other members of the alliance. In other words, the 3 giants of the crime syndicate are not at the same level when facing other members. Night Owl operated on the keyboard for a while, and soon he was in contact with Mongo. Because he was integrated with the technological creation of the Father Box, he was able to cross the stars and talk to Mongo in real time. He supported his elbows on the table and crossed his fingers. I guess you must be very curious why I said that the stronger this universe is, the better. Mongo on the other side of the screen was waiting for Night Owl to continue, and Night Owl did not keep him in suspense. An unprecedented powerful enemy is eroding your world. He will bring the most thorough destruction and the most complete end. In such a world-destroying danger, I need someone strong enough to become the master of the Parallax monster and serve as the main force against the Anti-Monitor. Sinestro is too moral. He wants to be the second Green Lantern, which is different from my purpose. I ask you to provide me with enough experimental subjects. You must fulfill your promise now. What? You ask me for benefits? Night Owl sneered. You plan to use Deathstorm to assassinate Sinestro, right? You've taken a fancy to the instant death effect of his black power of decay, and you think he's the best assassin. Soon, Mongo on the opposite side found that Deathstorm, who he had high hopes for, and had just given a yellow lantern ring, was lying in Night Owl's crystal cage like a dead dog. His face fell, and he cursed in his heart. Mongo, who was good at getting something for free, finally met someone who was better at getting something for free than him. Then, Night Owl proposed a lot of unreasonable humiliating treaties, and did not provide any help. It was equivalent to Night Owl purely offering verbal help, and then asking Mongo for a large number of alien populations and experimental subjects. He even pried away the technology about the war world, and just when Mongo was about to explode, the other party suddenly stopped. Mongo had to admit that his psychological bottom line was thoroughly understood by the other party, and he could do whatever he wanted to him. The other party just stepped on the lowest limit he could accept. This feeling was really sad. Snap. Night Owl cut off the connection with Mongo. He sat in the seat in front of the Owl computer and stroked his chin. Master Thomas. Behind him, the outsider emerged from the shadows. I'm worried, he said. Deathstorm has never been a dangerous character. He is not important at all. What I'm worried about is that you actually helped Deathstorm to conceal the matter about the powering. Once this matter is discovered by Superman, it will arouse his vigilance. The outsider placed the owl sandwich next to Night Owl and brought a cup of owl coffee. The latte art on it was even in the shape of an owl. And the big guy from Krypton never knew what it meant to hold back. Is it really necessary to do this for Mongo? Night Owl took the food from the outsider's hand, took a bite, and then drank a sip of coffee. He looked very normal. Then he spoke. For the Yellow Lantern Corps, this time is too important. Compared with the Green Lantern Corps, they are too weak. Without my secret help to buy them time, they may not have enough time to develop and will be destroyed by the Green Lantern Corps. Night Owl shook his head and said, besides, I'm not unprepared. He said, from now on, I will never meet anyone in my original form. Everyone will see my remotely controlled robot. He said, no one is worth my risk. Before the plan is completely completed, I must hide in the dark to ensure that I will not be beheaded by others. But he was halfway through his words when he suddenly heard a shrill alarm from the owl computer. Warning. Warning. Danger detected for the key protected target, Dick Grayson. Location, 2nd Avenue in the Diamond District of Gotham City. Then it automatically jumped and presented an image. Nightwing Dick Grayson was being hunted by the Court of Owls. Night Owl had no expression on his face. Outsiders looked at him. Master Thomas, why is Dick Grayson in this universe the target of key protection? Night Owl turned his head away, pretending not to hear the question from the outsider. Let's not discuss this now. He made a conclusion first, and then said, the key is to save Dick first. Book title, Marvel, The Knight from Dranlon Castle has an enhanced version of Red Daddy, and Albert Red, who obtained the Kamen Rider Kiva Belt, is a non-family ethics drama in the Marvel world. Chapter 370, Darkseid's Daughter, Causes and Consequences. Please read on. After the outsiders left their hiding place under the orders of Night Owl and set out with a secret society of supervillains to rescue Nightwing who was being hunted by the Court of Owls, the owl cave was silent, with only Night Owl sitting there. He sat alone on the chair, like a silent statue. Click, click. Then, he heard the sound of footsteps on the ground. Night Owl, who was proficient in detective skills, knew it was a woman as soon as he heard the sound, but the footsteps were so heavy, like a piece of living obsidian knocking on the smooth floor, giving people a sense of heavy pressure for no reason, like Darkseid, making people creepy. Who is she? Who can appear here? Appear in this hiding place that Night Owl carefully prepared for himself, face to face with him? In short, Night Owl looked at the woman who walked out of the shadows, and then watched her stand in front of him. You pay too much attention to Dick Grayson Greyer. Night Owl interrupted Greyer's unfinished words. I know my limits. The woman that the Night Owl called Greyer was dressed like a typical Amazon, but what attracted people's attention the most was her skin, which was not so obvious, but still shone with a black luster like obsidian, and her blood-red eyes. They were a pair of bloodthirsty crow eyes without pupils. Night Owl looked at Greer fearlessly. You think I don't find it strange? You think I haven't thought about the possibility you have thought of? But instead of leaving him outside and making Batman more suspicious of us, it is better to keep him under our control. Night Owl said, there is nothing more harmless than a controlled spy. We can also give Batman false information to mislead him. Then Night Owl's eyes wandered and paused in the direction where the outsider just went out. Don't worry, our cooperation will never be discovered by Nightwing. I even hid it from Alfred. Note, the outsider is Alfred, the butler of Earth 3. It's better so. Gray looked at Night Owl for a while, then said, you'd better have some idea in your mind. Otherwise I can't guarantee what will happen. Of course. If he finds you, I will break his neck with my own hands. Night Owl said, in my entire plan, you are the only one who can make Darkseid and the Anti-Monitor go to war. You will be the trump card hidden in the end, a non-existent ghost. No one can survive after knowing your existence. He said, I will never let my feelings affect my judgment. He said this, and then saw Gray's body slowly retreating, disappearing into the darkness. Whatever, you'd better not let me do it myself. Night Owl. she said. "Otherwise, I don't mind giving you a ride when I do it." Maybe this sounds like a threat, but you know, I'm sorry, sparing you is not something I can control. After all, I'm the daughter of Darkseid. Bloodthirstiness is ingrained in my nature, and I can't escape it. If you want to eliminate it, unless you murder Darkseid completely. Sinestro left Mango's small meeting. He ignored the Sinestro core members who bowed to him around him. He didn't think highly of these guys he recruited from the bottom of his heart. They were all a bunch of scum and garbage. But what Sinestro wanted to create was an era greater than the Green Lantern Corps. He walked down the corridor. Here was a dark dungeon. The Cavaders of the antimatter universe had once used this place to imprison prisoners from their planet, but now it was filled with people who opposed the Yellow Lantern Corps, including of course, Amansu. "How is your aunt?" Sinestro soon found a member of the Yellow Lantern Corps standing at the door. He had purple-red skin and a burly figure. From the last name, it can be seen that this person has a great relationship with Sinestro's former mentor, the legendary Green Lantern Amansu, who entrusted the Green Lantern ring to Hal Jordan. That's right, Amansu is Amansu's biological son, and Amansu's sister Arlene Su is Sinestro's wife, so Sinestro's wife is the aunt of the Green Lantern in front of him. Although Amansu is Amansu's son, he has lived his whole life under the shadow of his greatest Green Lantern father. Many years ago, when Amansu had just come of age, he had tried to get his father to use his connections to get a Green Lantern ring from the Guardians of the Universe so that he could become a Green Lantern. But such behavior was rejected by Amansu without hesitation. He scolded Amansu and asked him to continue to exercise his body and temper his spirit. He told Amansu that he was not ready to become a Green Lantern. At first, Amansu did not blame his father as many people thought. He thought from the bottom of his heart that he could not become a Green Lantern, so he doubled his training. Yes, his father was the greatest Green Lantern in history. How could his judgment be wrong? But as time went on, Amansu missed the Green Lantern ring again and again in his constant efforts and failures. He eventually fell and became a member of the Black Ring Crime Group, a criminal group in the universe. And his father Amansu did not know all this. He was busy dealing with the prophecy of the Blackest Night, and he was with Atrocitus, the Lord of the Red Lantern, every day. In the end, he even took him to Earth, which eventually led to his own death. Then, after Amansu died, the most devastating and unacceptable thing happened to Amansu. His father's ring did not choose him, but chose an earthling named Hal Jordan, who took his father's ring for himself and took away the glory that should have been inherited by him. He hated Hal Jordan madly, but deep in his soul, Amansu knew that he could never manipulate a Green Lantern ring. He did not have enough willpower. He knew that his father was right, but now it is different. Even if he can't become a Green Lantern, he may still be a Yellow Lantern. Lord Sinestro. Amansu did not try to get close to Sinestro, but said in a serious tone, "Lord Alinsu still doesn't want to eat. I've been looking at her, she." "Go on." Sinestro guessed what Amansu dared not say. His face became very ugly. Amansu took a deep breath. "Lady Alinsu wants to commit suicide, and I have stopped her many times," he said very quickly, "and I have also injected enough nutrients into Lady Alinsu. Her life is not a problem, but she has suffered a mental blow." Sinestro's temples were throbbing, and Amansu knew that this was a sign of his anger. He knew that his uncle was an unprecedented iron-fisted figure. The abuse and denial of him by others was like a breeze to him, and it was not worth remembering at all. However, only when someone he cared about, such as his aunt Alinsu, opposed him, would Sinestro really be furious. "Lord Sinestro." "No, Lord Sinestro called me uncle." Sinestro's expression was grim. "Come on, accompany me to see your aunt, and see what she wants to do." The two of them walked a short distance ahead and soon appeared in a luxurious prison. Even in such a dark dungeon, the room was cleaned up very cleanly, and the walls and floors were all covered with thick soft devices. Even the toothbrushes were soft. The purpose was to prevent prisoners from committing suicide. Sinestro's eyes twitched when he saw these arrangements, and the anger in his heart couldn't help but burn more vigorously. Amansu followed behind him with a bitter face. These were all from his handiwork. After all, she was his aunt. He couldn't use the Green Lantern ring to hang the other party like a specimen when the two sides disagreed like Sinestro. Their marital conflict has far exceeded the normal scope and has become a battle of concepts and life ideals. It is not a category that normal people can mediate. At this time, Arlen Su was lying quietly on the bed like a lifeless corpse. Arlen. Sinestro opened the door with a creak. He stood in front of his wife and looked down at her from top to bottom. Seeing his living wife, Sinestro suddenly restrained his anger. He said softly, "Ammon told me that his aunt didn't want to eat. She has been relying on nutrient solution to maintain her life these 2 days. So I came to see you. I know I'm sorry for you. There is something wrong with our relationship, but you shouldn't punish yourself like this." Arlen Su on the bed did not respond. She let out a sobbing sound that was almost like she was about to die. "Arlen, don't call me that. Don't talk to me like that." She suddenly exploded. "You dictator. The Green Lantern Corps will punish you. Listen to me, Arlen Su. You hurt all those who oppose you. You use your force against innocent civilians. You destroy government agencies and replace the will of the group with your personal will." Arlen Su held her head and screamed loudly, "Oh my god, Sinestro, this is not peace at all but a complete dictatorship. You even created the Yellow Lantern Corps and destroyed the order of the universe. You are a complete lunatic and villain. Aben Su didn't punish me." Sinestro also roared, and Ammon Su next to him turned his head away, not knowing whether he should leave at this time or continue to stand here. "Before I told Hal Jordan about what I did, I told Aben Su what I did. He didn't support you. He didn't oppose me." Sinestro roared. "Aben Su acquiesced to my actions. Everything I did was for my planet. When Aben saw what you did, you were not as crazy as you are now. I once believed you, Sinestro. I explained to the people and government agencies that I deceived them. I deceived them that everything Sinestro did was for the better of the planet, but you just let all of us into the abyss." Sinestro's face was livid. He knew that what his wife said was right. At that time, although Aben Su did not clearly oppose, he did not clearly support it either. He just seemed a little ambiguous, and Sinestro's behavior at that time was much lighter than it is now. But even if the behavior at that time was not as extreme as it is now, what he did was completely in violation of the Green Lantern Code. But he was already dissatisfied with some of the actions of the Green Lantern Corps, so he did it according to his own ideas without any scruples. Aben Su did not report him to the Green Lantern Corps, which gave Sinestro a wrong estimate and made him make a wrong judgment in the end. Hal Jordan's dissatisfaction with the Guardians also made Sinestro think that the other party was like-minded, so he told Hal Jordan about the situation in his jurisdiction, just like he told Aben Su. He thought that the other party would support him and would not interfere at the very least, but he did not expect that he would report directly. Sinestro did not dare to let Hal go to complain, but he could not make up his mind or had no ability to kill Hal. Hal Jordan's power is beyond imagination. Sometimes, although everyone is a Green Lantern, the gap in strength between Green Lanterns is greater than the gap between species. Sinestro originally thought that he could easily control Hal Jordan, but after actually doing it, he found that it was not the case at all. Although the other party had not used the Green Lantern ring for as long as himself, he was defeated by himself, but he was extremely resilient. It was easy to defeat him, but it was difficult to kill him. For Sinestro, this was very troublesome. In the comics, Arlen Su died on the spot in the rebellion caused by Hal, which caused Sinestro to lose his mind. He attacked Hal Jordan at all costs, wanting to kill him wholeheartedly. However, his desire to kill resulted in him not only failing to capture Hal Jordan, but letting him escape. Hal Jordan ran back to OA, and then called the entire Green Lantern Corps. No matter how powerful Sinestro was, he was unfortunately captured. This is most likely one of the rare events in the history of DC Comics in which the Green Lantern Corps not only did not die, but also successfully achieved its goal. It also started the epic feud between Sinestro and Hal that lasted throughout the entire Lantern Corps. However, since Arlen Su did not die in this timeline, Sinestro's sanity was back online, so he did not let Hal Jordan run away like in the comics, allowing him to run back to OA to bring a siege army, but trapped him, which bought him a lot of time, so that things went in a completely different direction. After realizing that the matter was exposed, Sinestro made two preparations. He first trapped Hal, and then prepared to take the entire planet. to escape to the antimatter universe, but before that, the first lantern found him. That's why he was wearing a yellow lantern ring at this time. Chapter 371 Batman is here to give the villains warmth and hotness again. The first lantern, Volthoom, came from the 31st century of Earth 15. He and his mother were both scientists. They discovered and studied the emotional spectrum and used it to make a lamp that could travel through the multiverse. So Volthoom claimed to be the first discoverer of the emotional spectrum, and he was not lying. At that time, the end of the world was coming, and his hometown was about to be destroyed by a powerful energy pulse. Volthoom's mother gave the experimental traveling lamp to Volthoom. She asked Volthoom to use the traveling lamp's ability to infinitely explore parallel universes and escape from this universe as soon as possible to avoid the catastrophe. In desperation, Volthoom left his mother and started his journey alone. He traveled through countless parallel universes and time points. He wanted to find a way to use the emotional spectrum in the multiverse to restore his world and resurrect his mother. He went to one place after another, concentrating on studying the power of the emotional spectrum, but most of the time this research was not satisfactory. For example, in the parallel universe Earth 47, he taught the people here to use the emotional spectrum, but he didn't expect that these guys could only use the emotional spectrum to create beautiful music, playing and singing every day, and doing nothing. So he left Earth 47 and ran to the parallel universe Earth 3. There, Valen reached an agreement with the wizard Modru, using part of his soul to create a ring, which is the Ring of Volthoom, also called the Power Ring. This is the origin of the evil version of the Green Lantern Power Ring of Earth 3. Although Valen eventually broke up with the wizard and left Earth 3, the ring remained there. This is also the reason why Valen was able to control the Power Ring, to take it off directly from the Earth 3 version of Hal Jordan and come to chat with Margot, because the ring itself contains part of his soul. In short, in the long search, he has been tortured by failure again and again like a walking corpse, but the desire to resurrect his universe and his mother always supports him and allows him to continue his journey. He became a servant of the spectrum, constantly shuttling through the universe, looking for an advanced civilization, and hoping that they can save their hometown from the destruction of pulse energy. The later story is why he is now trapped in the shadow cabinet. He found the little blue man and taught them the emotional spectrum. Then the little blue man turned his kindness into a vengeance. He first made a great heart and played with his brain, and then threw him into the shadow cabinet as a threat, leaving a group of guardians to watch him, and he could not be free for billions of years. The Power Ring is an unsuccessful product. First of all, it is a ring, so if you want to exert your power, you must have a host. For the first lantern, the most trustworthy is always the Power Ring that is directly under his control, not other people. So this ring can act as a thug, but it is far from enough to subvert the entire Green Lantern Corps, or even rush into the shadow cabinet to release him. As for the Power Ring escaping from his control, how is that possible? So the first lantern can only secretly support Margot as his backup, although he knows that Margot is not a good thing either, but the problem is that he has no choice now. However, even with the only chess piece he could manipulate, the Power Ring, the power of the first lantern was still weak. Therefore, in a blink of an eye, the Yellow Lantern Corps actually expanded to a number that could compete with the Green Lantern Corps, skipping the stage of recruiting people like the Red Lantern Corps Atrocitus. Originally, Sinestro knew that he could not beat the Green Lantern Corps and was ready to run away with his planet. Suddenly, he changed his plan when he got the power of the Yellow Lantern energy. Although he knew that this ring would always tend to control the weakest people due to the manufacturing version, it didn't matter. At this stage, the first lantern was still very excited to help Sinestro work. He also helped Sinestro find a powerful cosmic tyrant like Margot, and as a middleman, he promoted the alliance between the two of them. Compared with Corona, who also has the blood of the Guardian of the Universe, and likes to do things secretly like other little blue men, the first lantern did a lot more openly. He had to create opportunities for the Power Ring to truly escape from the cage. Only things controlled by him were truly safe and trustworthy. The Yellow Lantern Corps has been established. Why don't you come to the Shadow Cabinet to release me? Asking means next time. Alright, Lantern number 1 realized that he had raised another freeloader. What is the reason why he can't beat the Green Lantern Corps? It's very simple. There are too few people. In this case, Sinestro continued to use the Green Lantern energy to trap Hal, and on the other hand, he used the Green Lantern authority. He still had to release a large number of prisoners who had been arrested by the Green Lantern Corps during Hal's entrapment. Unexpectedly, while cooperating with Sinestro, Lantern number 1 gradually began to find something wrong. How come Sinestro looked like a replica of the little blue man? The Cavaders helped him forge the Yellow Lantern ring, and he imprisoned the Weapon Master in return, and helped him continue forging. Why does this operation of crossing the river and destroying the bridge look so familiar? Therefore, Hal Jordan of Earth 3 is a coward. He is completely controlled by the ring and naturally cannot provide any help for the ring. He must find a way to cause a fight between Mongo and Sinestro. This is not to say that he started to instigate infighting before the matter was accomplished, because once either Sinestro or Mongo has an absolute upper hand in the Yellow Lantern Corps, releasing him will become a matter of forever. Only when they fight each other will Lantern number 1 have a chance. However, its requirement for selecting a host is not courage or any energy of the emotional spectrum, but cowardice. When he was created, he was set to choose the most cowardly person in history. Even Lantern number 1 cannot change this. If he could change, he would not abandon the ring on Earth 3, but would take the good things with him. Lantern number 1 never thought about it. Although these scums are not proficient in the use of the Lantern ring, they are already threatening enough. Therefore, when seeing Sinestro, such a talent, Lantern number 1 directly gave him the yellow light energy and introduced him to the antimatter universe Cavader, asking him to find the Weapon Master to help him forge the ring. Frankly speaking, the host controlled by the power ring now, Hal Jordan from the parallel universe Earth 3, is simply the most cowardly person that Huo Rung has ever seen. Although such a person cannot provide any help for the ring, it also means that he cannot resist any actions of Lantern number 1 and cannot even prevent Lantern number 1 from controlling the power ring to leave him and come back. You know, this is almost impossible for a normal Lantern. Whether it is Hal Jordan or Sinestro, the only way to deprive the ring from them is to defeat them, and the same is true for any Lantern. Lantern number 1 is even a little fortunate that when he made this ring, he made it have this defect of only choosing cowards, otherwise he would not be able to control it now. He has been trapped for tens of billions of years to compete with the host of the ring for control every day, and his strength has weakened to the extreme, and he really can't compete. He now hopes that everything will go smoothly, as long as he destroys the Green Lantern Corps and removes the biggest obstacle to his escape. He can then use his divine power to take advantage of the situation and mobilize the Yellow Lantern Corps to break through the Shadow Cabinet. Even if he can only mobilize it for a while, he can escape. Atrocitus is taking many young people from the Teen Titans back to Earth. At this stage, Batman told him that he did not intend to expose himself to the eyes of the entire Earthlings. Therefore, Atrocitus did not use the Red Lantern ring or his original appearance at this time. Instead, Batman found a creature called Mudface and smeared it on his face, turning him into a strange alien with horns on his head. Anyway, people on Earth have not seen many real aliens. Atrocitus's appearance is enough to fool others. Now his identity is an alien friend that Batman met on an alien planet, that's all. The Red Lantern Corps does not exist at all. Batman left in a hurry after inquiring about the situation here, saying that he was going to find Scarecrow. Who is Scarecrow's mother? Atrocitus didn't know, and Batman didn't explain to him. The Lord of Red Lanterns was fed up with Batman's riddles. He seemed to know everything, but he just wouldn't tell you, and then he was preparing himself. Although he didn't have to worry about anything, it always felt weird. Atrocitus thought. At this time, he had sent all the children back to Titan Tower, and the restored Spark was taking care of all of them. The woman named Talia left Titan Tower and left his son there. Atrocitus knew that the woman seemed to be Batman's spouse, but their relationship was very messy. Atrocitus shook his head. It had nothing to do with him. In short, he now appeared outside Batman's laboratory in the Justice League Hall. This was a fairly large hall, and inside was Batman's laboratory. Atrocitus was waiting for someone, and Batman told him to wait here, and he would bring someone over soon. Atrocitus didn't know what the other party wanted to do with him. He hated the Riddler the most. With a bang, Atrocitus looked up and saw someone pushing open the door connecting the corridor to the hall and walking in. However, it was not the Batman he imagined, but an old acquaintance of his, Bane. The other party possessed a kind of energy representing death. Atrocitus had met him before when dealing with Darkseid. To this day, he can still remember how he looked on the origin wall. Atrocitus turned his head and was about to say something, but Bane suddenly poured a bubble of water on his face. This was a bit unexpected. Atrocitus did not feel any hostility from the other party and was immediately poured directly. The mud face on his face melted immediately and he wailed, "It's really Mudface. Batman called me here with bad intentions." Bane jumped up directly, and before Atrocitus could react, he was almost knocked out by the other party's fist. Atrocitus did not intend to demolish the building before Batman arrived. Since there was no one around, he quickly used the red light ring to block Bane's attack. After a long time, the two of them checked their names and found that they were all called by Batman to attend a meeting and do experiments. Then there is a simple question now, where is Batman? The two looked at each other. No one knew the whereabouts of Batman. At this moment, with a bang, the door opened again. The one who walked in was Batman. "Oh, Batman, you are here. Wait." Atrocitus wanted to say something, but he saw the person standing behind Batman, and his eyes widened immediately. William? The person who appeared behind Batman at this time was William Hand, the initiator of the Blackest Night and the host of the Black Death Emperor to the present world. Ever since Atrocitus used blood magic to brainwash the other party on Ice Moat and cleared the darkness in the other party's heart, Atrocitus handed him over to Batman, and Batman protected him on Earth. William Hand is very important. He can't die. Once he dies, he will become the first Black Lantern corpse, and then summon the Black Death Emperor on the spot. Then the Blackest Night will come, and everyone will be finished. So Atrocitus handed him over to Batman. He thought Batman was the best person to protect this ancestor, but what the hell is going on now? Why is he here? And, wearing a Robin uniform? Damn it, Batman. You should put him somewhere where you can protect him at any time, and take care of him like some fragile porcelain at any time, to ensure that William Hand will not die unexpectedly, and bring bad luck to the whole universe. Seeing William Hand, such a bomb, was actually brought around by Batman so carelessly. Although Atrocitus, whose internal organs were emptied by the Red Lantern ring, had no blood vessels at this time, he still felt his head throbbing. That's right. Chen Tao patted William Hand's shoulder and said, "Let me introduce you to my 5th generation Robin, William Hand." Huh. Atrocitus didn't understand for a moment, and then he heard Batman say, "We are going to take him to the battlefield. Whoever doesn't obey will be killed. We'll summon the Dark Lord and bring warmth to the villains. If you don't obey, I'll destroy the world. Don't those old antiques want to escape from their cages? If the world is destroyed, find the Black Lantern corpse to release you." Hehehe. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372 Batman's New Robin. "Batman, you're crazy." Chen Tao waved his hands. There was a reason why he didn't return William Hand to his original family as Atrocitus had hoped, and let him grow wild. Let's not talk about whether Atrocitus used blood magic to eliminate William's inner darkness. This elimination is permanent. After all, in the history of comics, Atrocitus's action of eliminating the darkness in William's heart and extinguishing the Blackest Night in advance ultimately failed. He was captured by Alan Sinestro and taken back to Ice Moat. Whether the blood magic he prepared can work, and how long it can work, has not been reflected in the comics. Even if this kind of inner darkness elimination is permanent, let's talk about a very simple truth. As a human being, William Hand's lifespan is limited. Even if he didn't collapse his entire family and then himself in his youth, because of the whispers of the Black Death Emperor, and turned into a black-light corpse on the spot, and started laughing strangely, as a pure human, William Hand will still die of old age. Even if Chen Tao kept adding buffs to him, such as the human-faced bat potion and the water from the Lazarus pool, William Hand would still die. Moreover, not everyone is like the ninja master Leizao Aogu, the father of Talia Aogu and the mentor of Batman, who can soak in the pool repeatedly for 600 years without going crazy. The water from the Lazarus pool can drive people crazy and trigger the darkness in people's hearts. Chen Tao couldn't guarantee that, if William Han took him to the pool and soaked him like an Oreo cookie, after soaking in the hot spring, would he start to want to marry a corpse again? Especially after Mr. Bruce Wayne and Alfred personally visited the Han family and used nearly a ton of banknotes to make Mr. and Mrs. Han swallow all their problems. William Han felt that he had never been so relaxed in his life. He had a heavy sense of mission in his heart. Due to atrocitus magic, he no longer loved corpses. Therefore, he could clearly perceive how abnormal and morbid his previous behavior of loving corpses was. It was not his inner thoughts, but someone was manipulating his mind, which was what William Han hated the most. But, Mr. Batman, if you hadn't discovered your fate, you could certainly stay at home and be a kid who was eating and waiting to die, thinking about what to eat for lunch every day. Therefore, being taken away from the family environment that made him feel at a loss might be a good thing for William himself. Although it was a bit cold to be naked in his pants and his two long hairy legs exposed outside, William Han liked it very much. In fact, during this period, William did not fail to express his wish to return to his own home, but such words were rejected by Batman mercilessly and arbitrarily. William Han didn't react much to Batman's words. During this period, whenever Batman appeared in front of him, he would say in his ear, "Once he dies, the Dark Lord will come to reality," and then utter a lament. This is so annoying. William Han's ears were almost calloused from listening to it. But if you are allowed to grow wildly knowing that you are not an easy person to deal with, this is a huge irresponsibility for the entire universe. Soon after, William Han got a set of Robin uniform without pants. William Han was born into a very serious Catholic family. His two older brothers were both God's good children in the eyes of their mother, and Batman often said that he would kill him and make a bomb to destroy the whole world. But William Han knew that the other party would not do that. Batman and Alfred, the old butler who took care of him, were both good people. Of course, the electrum of the Court of Owls cannot be used. This thing is different from the Dionysus factor contained in the Pool of Lazarus. The Dionysus factor can correctly activate the appropriate genes and promote the body's self-repair, but the essence of electrum is to resurrect the dead and then drive the corpse. Giving William an injection of electrum might be like giving the Black Death a ticket to reality. Although Batman scared him and said that the pile of banknotes was money to buy his life, William was not afraid at all. William Han, wanted to be a hero who was admired and saved billions of planets, not some first Black Lantern corpse in history. William Han immediately recognized the alien who had pressed him there before, and suddenly felt a little timid. Batman in the comics officially defines the creatures resurrected by Ember Gold as not living people at all, but corpses that can repair themselves and move freely, so this is why Batman is so ruthless when killing the Court of Owls with his claws. His original words were, "Although you may not realize it now, your life is destined to be full of bloody legends and epics full of death wails, and your actions are destined to affect the lives of trillions of lives in the entire universe." Legend, extraordinary, epic. He is praising me. I'm praised. I'm a genius. But William Han, due to his dark heart blessed by the Black Death Emperor, always has a perverted hobby for corpses that is different from ordinary people. In such a serious family environment, the psychological pressure on William Han himself can be imagined. Atrocitus's appearance was indeed somewhat scary. After all, he had a red face, fangs, and a tall stature. Although Chen Tao had previously given him a large mud face, disguising him as an alien with a somewhat silly appearance, such a disguise had already disappeared under the opponent's wash due to Bane's previous mud face phobia. At this time, William Han sat quietly beside him, watching Batman and his two teammates, one named Bane and the other named Atrocitus, discussing things in a low voice in the distance. He seemed to be able to hear what they were saying faintly. The alien named Atrocitus seemed very excited. He loudly refuted Batman several times, but Batman just answered calmly, which made Atrocitus stop. William was a little far away and only faintly heard some words about lifespan and didn't know what they meant. Finally, he saw Batman, Bane and Atrocitus come to him after the discussion. As a superhero, you need strong enough superpowers to at least guarantee the most basic self-protection ability, Chen Tao said. So that's why I found these two teachers for you. Chen Tao introduced. Bane will inject you with a human-faced bat potion. The human-faced bat created by this thing is much weaker than the power of the real human bat, Dr. Kurt Langston, but it is also a superpower that the red of all living things cannot resist and can only accept with pinched nose. The red of life will flow in your body. Bane will teach you how to use the power of the red of all living things correctly and how to use it in battle. Then Chen Tao paused, and Bane will also teach you about how to calm your mind and fight against the inner demons. Then he turned to Atrocitus. Atrocitus will use blood magic to assist you. If you can learn his blood magic will also be yours. But apart from this, nothing is more important than this matter, Chen Tao said. Bane will let you contact the power of the Black of Decay, but you must pay enough attention to this point. Batman, I haven't agreed to this yet. Bane beside him interrupted Chen Tao. In fact, I still can't understand. You told me that once this little guy died, it would cause a terrible zombie disaster, but you still let him come into close contact with the creature of death. Isn't this a sheep walking into a tiger's mouth? But Chen Tao ignored Bane. He just told him, if one day the Black Death Emperor still finds you, and he still wants to seize you, these may be ways to save you. You must be extremely clear about how the power of death is constructed. The black light can be turned on because the Black Death Emperor manipulates you. Your willpower cannot cover the power of the Black Death Emperor, but if you understand the Black of Decay, you can keep your heart and know what you want to be. The basic considerations have been completed, but before taking William Hand out for nuclear deterrence, Chen Tao still has a problem to face. He is now like saying, listen, everyone, we have a bomb in our hands now. A super huge bomb that scares everyone. The name of this bomb is William Hand, and the effect of the explosion is a universe-destroying crisis called Blackest Night. But now there is a very serious problem. Not everyone knows how terrible the explosion effect of this bomb is, at least not everyone knows the specific details. Therefore, although Chen Tao has decided to use William Hand as a trump card, he still can't just take William out straight. He has to let everyone know who William Hand is and what the Blackest Night prophecy that the little blue man is trying to cover up is. Then, William Hand can really play a role. And to achieve this step, what Chen Tao has to do is also very simple. Destroy the Green Lantern Corps, kill the Guardians, and prevent those bastards from erasing all the content about the Blackest Night in the Book of OA. Therefore, to a certain extent, his interests are consistent with Sinestro. As Sinestro said, for the entire universe, a core that maintains order may be important, but the Green Lantern Corps is not important, and the little blue man of the universe is not important. In a timeline where the Green Lantern Corps could no longer survive, the Black Star Corps still used high-tech armor to complete the work that the Green Lanterns needed to do in the universe. The world has never been one that cannot turn without someone, and the world has never been one where the two opposing parties cannot reunite in a short period of time for the sake of interests. But there is only one thing that can be confirmed. Chen Tao is absolutely full of malice towards the group of little blue men who are causing trouble. After sending away the 3 people who started teaching, Chen Tao soon appeared in another place. He knew that he didn't have much time to wait for the students to grow up, but what did that sentence say? First, let William Hand have a basic acceptance of supernatural powers in a cramming way. There is no better place than this. This is the Justice League's laboratory. Lex Luthor has been here since he recovered from his illness. Luthor took the initiative to give up his rights. A large number of Justice League affairs dragged him down, causing his scientific research ability to decline instead of improve, and those Justice League affairs were too messy. Many things did not require Luthor to make decisions at all. Therefore, in accordance with Luthor's wish, Chen Tao freed him from the complicated things, but gave him enough orders again. What a joke. What are you thinking? Do you think you don't have to work like this? One scientific research task after another was assigned to Luthor. For Chen Tao, many verifications and conjectures require experiments again and again, and then observe the periodic changes. So now, although Luthor no longer allocates energy to manage the Justice League, these things still keep him busy. Lex, good afternoon. The afternoon sun shone into the laboratory through the window, and a dark shadow composed of ethereal nanorobots slowly flowed in through the window. As the black sand condensed into a human shape on the ground, Chen Tao appeared behind Luther, but was somewhat surprised to find that even at this point, the other party still did not notice him, so Chen Tao could only speak first. This made Chen Tao feel a little strange. In the past, Luther was a person who lacked a sense of security. Even in his own room, he would be ready to deal with dangerous creatures of intruders at any time. Of course, the former Batman was also like this. The mechanical dinosaur in the hall of the Batcave, which many people thought was a statue at first glance, can prove it. But this time, the other party just let him quietly touch the other party's throat, and he could twist it at any time, if he exerted force. Luther, how are you? Chen Tao asked him a few words, and then the other party turned his head, which scared Chen Tao. Before, when I looked at Luther's boiled egg from behind, I didn't think there was anything wrong. Since he started to lose his hair in his youth, Luther has always been known for his image of a boiled egg. But at this time, the boiled egg had thick dark circles under his eyes, and his whole face was sunken, as if he had been having fun for 3 days and 3 nights, and dancing wildly in the dance hall. This sickly old ghost really scared Chen Tao, so much so that the question he was about to ask was stopped for a while. Lex Luthor, I have prepared what you want. Luthor said, a plan that can strengthen Deathstorm and other members of the crime syndicate, but can also trick them. Chapter 373 Batman is doing evil in secret. The essential strengthening direction of the Deathstorm is to use a Deathstorm matrix to combine itself and a corpse into a superpower. Unlike Ronnie and Dr. Stein in our universe, this domination is one way, but it is also extremely stable. This is a laboratory in Gotham City. Chen Tao and Lex Luthor are walking in the corridor together. Not far ahead is the elevator heading underground. Luthor said as he walked, but this actually brings a problem. He stretched out his hand and touched his forehead, which was like a boiled egg, and then said, the Deathstorm from the 3 parallel universes of the Earth is actually not like the Firestorm in our universe. It can be arranged and combined at will, and separate itself from the corpse at any time and anywhere. Luthor raised his wrist, and a dark blue stereoscopic projection suspended in the air was projected from his wrist. He turned the projection in front of Chen Tao, and a simple image of the Deathstorm appeared on it. He tried to split himself into the corpses of Dr. Martin Stein and Ronnie Raymond, but failed. A red cross appeared on the stereoscopic projection. Then the image switched to Firestorm, who easily turned into 2 people, and at the same time completely eliminated his superpowers, turning back into 2 ordinary people. The reason for this is that the dead bodies do not have self-awareness like the living. The so-called separation requires 2 people to decide together. Even if Martin Stan's personal ability is strong, he cannot split himself independently. So, what does this mean? Chen Tao touched his chin. He found that, when he was with smart people, his IQ would always decrease. When he was with Clark and Diana, he was always the one who used his brain. But when he met Luthor, he could occasionally let his brain rest. While the 2 gangs were fighting fiercely, they plotted against Firestorm, turning Firestorm into a super large cage, sucking all the members of the Justice League of America and the Justice League into the Firestorm matrix, so that the crime syndicate could easily destroy the entire league. As the elevator stopped, they continued to move forward along the corridor and soon walked into a huge pure white hall. Yeah, right. So what does this mean? For some reason, Chen Tao actually enjoyed the feeling of being an idiot. As long as we can control these Ronnie and Martin, we can bypass Deathstorm's consciousness and let their spirit control the key to open the prison. I definitely don't want to kill my teammates. Come on, Batman, we are all used to this. So let's get straight to the point, Luthor said, opening Firestorm prison is not an easy thing, but if Deathstorm merges with more Ronnie Raymond and more Dr. Martin Stein, the situation will be completely different. Maybe he knew that such opportunities were few and far between, so he cherished them especially. Firestorm was Dr. Martin Stein, who was not good at fighting at all, so he gave all the control of his body to Ronnie, and Deathstorm simply made Ronnie dead. Unlike Firestorm, Deathstorm has never experienced the feeling of sharing a body with others like him. Luthor said, I use the cells of Parasite to absorb some of Firestorm's energy, and then fuse them with the cells of Ronnie and Martin, and successfully created this thing. Firestorm is like two pieces of a puzzle. Not only does it take two people to gain superpowers, but even to do any action requires the permission of two people. In fact, it was not his idea that the Firestorm Matrix could be used as a ball cage. In the original comic history, when the crime syndicate came to the main world, they used the Outsider and Atom Girl to provoke the war between the Justice League and the Justice League of America. Chen Tao coughed lightly. I need to clarify that when I was making this plan, I definitely didn't want to. Although Chen Tao could guess what Luthor wanted to do with just a little thought, he didn't intend to do so, but wanted to give his brain a break. So the fact that the Firestorm Matrix could trap people was something that had happened in the comics. Chen Tao just recounted the plot in the comics, and then filled it into the Justice League's database as a so-called hypothesis, to provide Luthor and his team with a direction for thinking. Later, he never paid attention to it again and completely forgot about it. Luthor looked at Batman with some disappointment. TSK, 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 I thought you would be more imaginative. The two of them walked to the door of the elevator, and then Luthor pressed the elevator button, and the two of them went down together. Chen Tao couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed for a moment. So this means that Deathstorm is a pixie that can only go in but not out. Look at this. Batman, this is the backup plan you prepared yourself. Every word was written by you, but you don't even realize it now. Luthor continued. Luthor opened another file, and Chen Tao stretched his head to take a look. It was about the concept of how to use the Firestorm Matrix to imprison the enemy. Luthor found some mechanism nearby and pressed it, and then two medicine jars rose from the ground, and two pink-skinned monsters soaked in medicine appeared in front of Chen Tao. Their faces vaguely resembled Dr. Martin Stein and Ronnie Raymond, but their lower bodies were extremely deformed, and they looked disgusting and terrifying. I'm pretty good at playing with monsters like parasites, Luthor said. At first, I tried to synthesize a parasite version of Firestorm myself, but found that it didn't work. The Firestorm Matrix is not something I can create out of thin air. Only with the existence of such a thing can Ronnie Raymond and Martin Stein synthesize Firestorm. And the reconstruction of the accident at that time was too coincidental, it was almost impossible to do. But if I can't synthesize it myself, there is no problem in joining someone else's matrix. Luthor said, I have invited Firestorm to help before. He has successfully fused a pair of parasite versions of Martin and Ronnie into his body. Apart from a slight change in its appearance, there are almost no negative effects. On the contrary, it has increased his strength. The characteristics of the parasite determine that these guys can absorb the power of Deathstorm's matrix and compete with Deathstorm mentally and physically. Once these things are fused with Deathstorm, it will be almost impossible for this guy to expel them. Luthor touched his chin. And it's important to note that every time it fuses a parasitic version of Martin and Ronnie, the increased power becomes somewhat addictive. The previous Firestorm showed a strong desire to fuse a new parasitic version of itself after the fusion, but Martin Stein, who was more serious, was skeptical about this. But it can be seen that for Firestorm, the feeling of fusing new members is quite good, and it can make it secrete a lot of dopamine. If Firestorm is like this, then it means that Deathstorm will also be like this. Luthor shook it twice more, and soon, with the sound of banging, one after another parasitic versions of Martin and Ronnie were born from the ground, and soon filled the entire laboratory. Luthor turned around. A somewhat evil smirk appeared on his bald face, showing his villain nature. We need to let Deathstorm feel the feeling of being filled. Chen Tao thought, wait. If Deathstorm absorbs so many parasitic demons, will he have the ability I hoped to have before? Absorb energy? Yes. Luthor said, like a real parasitic demon, it can not only absorb energy, but also release energy. He paused, then said, you know I created a perfect parasitic demon Rudy, but unfortunately, except for this accidental product, my other experimental subjects are some defective products with low energy absorption and low lifespan. Great scientific discoveries are often born from unexpected miracles, but they are unwilling to let you replicate this miracle. Luther said, but if these parasitic demons Martin and Ronnie are integrated into the Deathstorm matrix, they don't need to worry about life issues. Their integration will enhance the Deathstorm matrix. The energy generated by the enhancement of the Deathstorm matrix alone is enough to extend their lives beyond the specification. Originally, the parasitic demons I created wasted too much energy. Even if they absorbed a lot of energy, a lot of it was wasted instead of being stored in their bodies. That's why they were short-lived due to lack of energy. But now this problem has been perfectly solved by the Firestorm matrix. That is to say, if the Firestorm matrix imprisons a creature with huge energy, these parasitic demons can absorb the energy of this creature and convert it all out, right? Yes, isn't that what you asked for? Yes, I originally planned to use this method to deal with the blood slaughter bull one day. Chen Tao blinked, thinking. But now, maybe, a thing called a parallax monster can also be captured using this method. He muttered to himself in a low voice. Anyway, they are all lamp beasts of the lantern group, and they are the same thing in nature, although the parallax monster is much more powerful. There is a gap between lamp beasts. Parallax monster is almost the most expressive lamp beast among the 7 lamp corps. If you want to make an analogy, it is the Ninetales of the next door Naruto. But if the Ninetales is sealed and then continuously extracts energy, it will still have to kneel. Originally, when it was expected that he might encounter Parallax monster, Chen Tao had already caught Scarecrow as his backup, but he was always worried that the other party might drop the chain. This is a backup to deal with Parallax monster. Chen Tao touched his chin. If Scarecrow is useless, he will directly open the door and release Deathstorm and then scoop up Parallax monster inside. The Pokeball was captured successfully. Hehe. Chen Tao smirked in a low voice, and although Luther next to him didn't know what Chen Tao was thinking, he also laughed evilly. The twisted smiles of the two people reflected each other, not to mention how much they looked like villains. After leaving Luther's laboratory, Chen Tao went to find Poison Ivy without stopping. I really don't understand why you want this weird drug. Ivy said, if you want to poison someone, I can immediately help you prepare a bottle of poison that only takes 2 milliseconds to kill a person. I used to kill those who discharged nuclear wastewater at the Gotham nuclear power plant. Then Poison Ivy quickly realized that she had slipped up, and she continued, in short, according to your requirements, this drug can make the victim grow branches all over the body, restricting their own movements. But this drug is useless, my opinion is. Very good. Chen Tao said. That's what we need. He looked at the bottle of potion. This thing is prepared for the little blue men. He has not forgotten those bastards who are always trying to make trouble. In fact, many people tend to always pay attention to the powerful force of the Green Lantern Corps, and often ignore the combat effectiveness of the little blue men themselves. Let's not talk about the ability of the little blue men to manipulate the energy of the Green Lanterns and reshape the lantern rings. Let's just talk about one thing. You know, in the original comics of the Sinestro Corps War, the Prime Superboy who was invincible on Earth was finally taken away by the self-explosion of a little blue man. Although this did not kill the Prime Superboy, but exiled him to the multiverse, it was at most to disperse the opponent, but it was still dangerous enough. If there is a possibility of confronting the little blue man in the future, Chen Tao will never let himself confront the opponent head on. If the little blue man has a brain twitch and thinks that you, Batman, are a greater threat than Sinestro, and then he self-explodes in front of you, then you will be in trouble. But as long as these drugs that make plants grow under the skin can temporarily control the little blue men, as long as there is a little time, Chen Tao can prevent these emotionless little blue men from making the most rational choice. One of the reasons why Chen Tao did not let Poison Ivy make highly toxic drugs is that the little blue men are aliens themselves. Drugs that are highly toxic to Earthlings may not be toxic to them. However, drugs that make plants grow under the skin of people must have the same effect on little blue men as on Earthlings. He wanted to say something to Poison Ivy, but his communication device soon rang. Chen Tao answered the phone, and the Green Lantern Hanu was reflected on it. Chen Tao had taken his ring away from him before, but he still brought it back to Earth. Chen Tao arranged good food and accommodation for him, and kept him there. Then it seemed as if he had forgotten about him and did not let him leave the place where he was staying and simply kept him there, and there was no action for several days. Han-Nu is now a little angry. Batman, you have been dragging it for so long. Why don't you take action to investigate the situation of OA? Chapter 374. Neither heaven nor hell can give us comfort. 3 days. 3 days already. It's harder for me to find you than to find a living creature in sector 666. I can't believe you've put me under house arrest on this Kryptonian spaceship. On the other side of the screen, the berserker Green Lantern, who used to be as cold and arrogant as a black rock, now had all his bulging muscles shriveled up, and even his skin had lost its luster, becoming like coal. Chen Tao had just connected with Han-Nu, and the other party seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw. With a sense of despair that was pushed to the extreme, he poured out his sweet greetings that he had been holding back for 3 days to Chen Tao through the screen. For 3 days, except for the artificial intelligence robot that comes with this spaceship, I haven't seen any living person. You're guarding me like a thief, refusing to communicate with me, and not letting me save a star by myself. You're kidding me with the safety of the entire universe. Although Han-Nu lost the ability to use the lantern ring to translate his own language because Chen Tao took away his lantern ring, the language he spoke was a bunch of intricate alien languages on his own planet. But thanks to the excellent translation ability of the Kryptonian spacecraft, which is not inferior to the Green Lantern ring, Chen Tao can still clearly understand what he is saying. Han-Nu hugged his bald head. Asshole, let me out. Even if you don't want to save OA, you have no right to stop me from doing so. Let me go. I'm going to save the universe. Let's go to Karuga to capture Sinestro, and then force him to tell where he has imprisoned all the Green Lanterns who came to capture him, and then rescue them. Isn't this the normal behavior? Chen Tao doesn't believe in coincidences, especially a coincidence that suddenly appeared after a long series of premeditated plans. Although according to Atrocitus, he carefully checked the area around OA after the destruction of OA, and it can be said that it is a high probability event to pick up Han-Nu, the Green Lantern, but this still doesn't make sense. Han-Nu on the other side of the screen was furious, and Chen Tao on this side of the screen looked leisurely. What? Really take the space of OA as your 30 square meter house? Atrocitus just happened to pick him up. I don't know the location of OA at all. Whether it was hidden in the original starfield after being blocked, or someone found a way to teleport it away, or it was simply destroyed quietly, we still don't know the location of OA, right? Even if we want to save OA, there is no way to talk about it. Chen Tao asked him back, do you know how to save it? Han-Nu was stunned for a moment. Even so, is this the reason why you have been standing by and watching for so many days? Han-Nu was going crazy. He said, go to Karuga. The legion that went to attack Sinestro lost contact first, and then OA was attacked. This is a chain trap. It is very likely that Sinestro did it. Even if it was not him, he must know the news. Han-Nu's words made sense, but his request was flatly rejected by Chen Tao. However, although Chen Tao used nanorobots to check Han-Nu's whole body, and although he also used the mental ability of Bat Mage to scan Han-Nu to ensure that the other party was not controlled by the mind, and although Chen Tao had no problems, no matter how he checked, this was definitely not right. Note, Green Lantern Mogo, a living planet with life, is also the strongest Green Lantern. As long as the main force of the Green Lantern Corps returns, counterattacking Sinestro will be easy. As long as we go to Karuga, we will know what's going on. That is Sinestro's home planet, where his words are law, and he will never give up the planet that belongs to him. When the defense of OA was empty, it immediately encountered the divine powering that did not hesitate to self-destruct, severely damaging the combat power of the last wave of Green Lanterns who stayed in the base camp. The entire attack was closely linked and premeditated, but guess what? Coincidentally, they missed Han-Nu. After he fainted, they let this Green Lantern float in the universe, and then he was picked up by Atrocitus by chance, and sent to his hands. Whether it was paranoia or insanity, therefore, he naturally had a reason for doing this, and from beginning to end, he did not regard Han-Nu as a real survivor who needed care. Seeing that Batman's expression was a little shaken, Han-Nu continued to persuade Hal and the others took Mogo away, a living creature of such a large size. Mogo is the strongest Green Lantern in history. Even Sinestro would find it difficult to trap them for too long. As long as we go over to support them, we will be the key to breaking the battlefield. There must be the answer there. The main force of the Green Lantern Corps was taken by Hal to conquer Sinestro, and then they never returned. Either they were wiped out, or they were trapped by some trick. No, this is most likely a trap. I won't rashly step into a place I don't understand and allow myself to be calculated. Chen Tao said. He argued, the enemy has used some method to prevent OA from contacting us. Han Nu on the other side of the screen tried to interrupt Chen Tao by shouting, OA still exists, they must. The enemy prevented us from contacting anyone on OA in order to make us confused. Listen to me, in this state, everything you think about is designed by the other party. Chen Tao said, if we can't find OA, we will naturally want to save those Green Lanterns who went to conquer Karuga, but ended up being defeated and trapped. Even if we go to Karuga with the mentality of exploring, we may not be able to come back, so we accumulate strength and wait for Sinestro to make a move. Chen Tao said, I will only follow up after I find that Sinestro has taken action. Otherwise, the initiative of the entire battle will always be led by the other side. Chen Tao is now focusing on one strategy. When friendly forces are in trouble, he will not move. No matter what you say, I will not take action. You. Han was furious. Chen Tao decisively cut off the conversation and blocked the other party's long roar behind the mobile phone screen. It should be about the same now. Let's try it. Chen Tao narrowed his eyes. Let's try to see if my guess is correct. William Hand sat alone next to the roof of the Justice League base in Metropolis. The location of the Justice League base is very good, overlooking the view. Looking down, it is a steel jungle that spreads to the sky, with a constant stream of traffic. Countless people are busy, completing their tasks like ants. No one has ever looked up at the sky and tried to see what the people standing on the clouds of the building are thinking. At this time, William Hand stood by the eaves, staring blankly at the whole world under his feet. Okay, click. Chen Tao appeared next to the other party. He said nothing, but took another step forward, one step ahead of the other person. This action almost made him fall, but Chen Tao knew that this would not happen. What are you thinking about? I'm a Christian. But William did not respond to Chen Tao's words directly. He said to himself, my family is a Christian family. My two brothers are good children, the kind of people. Only I, and only I, show an unusual interest in corpses. Then he turned his head, but Mr. Atrocitus told me that it was just the darkness in my heart that was at work. That was not what I originally thought. And he has helped me dispel the darkness in my heart, and now I'm free. He said, but I'm even more confused. I'm just a child from an ordinary family. My mother often told me that everything is God's will, as if she could use this sentence to explain all the tragedies and comedies that happened in life. Then he turned his head back, ignoring Batman, and quietly looked at the hazy clouds in the sky. But I don't quite understand. I don't quite understand why it is me. I don't quite understand why I have to endure this. William turned his head and looked at Chen Tao. These are too dangerous, too deadly, and too crazy. Do you have faith, Mr. Wayne? No. Chen Tao told him, and I don't intend to believe in God. Even the origin, note, the source of DC is often considered to be God, is just a powerful thing. Maybe many insignificant people like to call their hugeness that they cannot understand God, but I never think so. So are you an unbeliever, Mr. Wayne? No. But Chen Tao rejected William's question again. Neither heaven nor hell can comfort you. He said, only ourselves. Small, lonely, struggling, fighting with each other, and fighting with ourselves. I'm not an unbeliever, William. I pray to myself, pray for myself. William's eyes were straight, and then gradually became firm. He seemed to have made up his mind, and then whispered, it's useless. What? I said it's useless. Teacher Atrocitus believed that he used blood magic to stop the darkness in my heart, although I didn't know what he meant by the darkness in my heart. But what I could understand was that my necrophilia did not disappear. It was just suppressed, just like the feeling when I was in my teens and secretly used the money from my family to hire some thieves to help me steal some nerve treatment drugs. Drugs can suppress my emotions, thereby suppressing my vigorous necrophilia, William said, but none of them can cure the root cause. I just blurred that feeling, but it didn't stop. They told me everything, the darkest night, what I would become. I know everything now, but I can't change it. I dare not tell Teacher Atrocitus, nor anyone else. As he spoke, his whole body began to tremble. Teacher Bane showed me the flowers. You know, those flowers bloomed in the pots like a miracle under his manipulation. I have never felt what life is like. In the past, I was always forced to be obsessed with death. Chen Tao listened quietly. He listened to William's delight in finding that he had strayed from his dark destiny, just as Chen Tao himself had thought again and again that he had strayed from the destiny of shouldering the responsibility of the survival of the entire world. That feeling was so addictive. I really thought that kind of destiny had left me. You have no idea how much I want to be a normal person. A normal person would not be interested in corpses, and a normal person would not let his mother down like that, but I can't. William said, but after Teacher Atrocitus helped me, I really did it. I really didn't miss the corpse anymore, but now, I just found out that this is only temporary. He looked at Chen Tao without saying anything, a little anxious. Say something, Batman. You once told me who I would be. Superheroes change the world, and I can choose what kind of person I want to be. But that's not true, Mr. Wayne. From that moment on, I knew that they were not true. I was going back to that dark, broken path. I couldn't control myself. I had no choice. He said, if my destiny is to bring death and destruction to the world, then what is the meaning of what I believe in? I have been a necrophiliac for so long, and have been sinking for so long. Why did God let me wake up briefly, and then watch myself sink again? Why did he give me hope, and then ruthlessly extinguish it? If I will always return to the route that fate has set for me, then what is the point of everything I have done to struggle to get out of this route? What can I believe in? God? Myself? Or you? Then he heard Batman say, if becoming the key to reality as the Dark Lord is your destiny, William, this is your manifest destiny. The so-called faith is something that can persist to the end when the test is the most severe. If you want to win the respect of fate, listen to me, William. Disobey him. And if you don't want to believe in yourself, but want to find a belief from the outside, believe in me. Batman was not fooled. Sinestro was sitting alone in the room, with no one around him, but a voice sounded in his ears. He stood by and watched. It doesn't matter. Sinestro whispered, even if Batman does nothing, my goal has been achieved. Throughout the whole incident, no matter what choice Batman makes, it will be wrong, and no matter what Batman chooses, it will lead things to a result that is favorable to me. The purple-red-skinned alien shook his head. For us, the most important thing is to attack the OA star. We must seize the Green Lantern central energy battery. In the microscopic realm that cannot be seen by biological vision, a small yellow insect was swaying quietly, catering to what Sinestro said. Chapter 375 Behind the Glory is a Loneliness. Oh my friends. Oh my. Think of those golden years. Although his time on Earth was short, sometimes Sinestro often thought that many things were so similar. The heroes on Earth. Barry Allen, Hal Jordan, Billy Batson, Shazam. They chased Batman's footsteps, fighting evil, upholding justice, saving the world, just as he once chased a Bensu. He once admired a Bensu so much that he even fell in love with a Bensu sister, Aline Sue. He firmly believed that his heart was as clear as a mirror and that everything he did was just. He never denied that he was a powerful force, but he used power to suppress all evil. Although his rule annihilated individual free will, it was a necessary evil and an inevitable way to achieve absolute justice. No. You have twisted yourself into your dirty, ridiculous, absolute justice puppet. That is not justice at all, but tyranny. The leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps called his servant coldly with his almost frozen voice. Is he dead for stealing? You didn't judge him at all. You were just killing people wantonly. He put his wife down. Then he took a deep breath, with an undisguised sad expression on his face. If I don't send those 3,000 people to die, the virus will be brought back to our planet by their spacecraft, and then it won't be 3,000 people who will die. Then he paused and added, Sinestro loudly refuted his wife. In the fierce argument that lasted for 4 hours, even the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps felt exhausted physically and mentally. Sinestro walked up to his wife and looked down at her. The reason why Arinsu was not executed on the spot was because she had made outstanding contributions to Karuga and was once a relative of Abinsu. She had never seen Sinestro look so sad, at least she hadn't seen it for a long time, since they got married. TikTok. You can't disobey the orders of the Sinestro Corps. Then tears flowed from her eyes, and those tears hurt Sinestro, causing great pain to this powerful man. Amansu was surprised, but, Lord Sinestro, my aunt. And that matter, it was just a dispute over interests, a dispute over interests. How dare you use your will to decide right and wrong? Did Sinestro really want to torture his wife? She saw a crystal tear falling on the ground, and she could hardly tell whether it was Sinestro's tears or dew dripping from the ceiling of the cell. Amansu knew very well what the Sinestro Corps would do to those opponents. For those opponents who were not killed directly for various reasons, the torture they suffered in the cage would make people feel that death is also a kind of relief. Arlene Su widened her eyes in surprise. Remove all preferential treatment for Arlene Su. Bedding, cell. Put her where she really belongs. You will never agree with everything I do, right? Everything I have done for my hometown, my most beloved hometown, Karuga. So Arlene Su was slightly dazed, but in the end, she still said coldly, his power was so strong that it hurt Arlene Su. Even without using the yellow light of the lantern ring, the Lord of the Legion could strangle a giant alien tiger with only one eye with his bare hands, and even confront Atrocitus holding the cosmic magic stick. When he was angry, Arlene Su had no power to resist. But Abinsu's sister did not scream at all. She raised her swan-like neck and looked at her husband stubbornly with a tearful expression. He finally lost control. He could no longer stand his wife's endless revisiting of the past 4 hours. This was the first time he lost control in 4 hours. He grabbed Arlene Su's collar and lifted her up. Never. Everyone is crawling at your feet. Should I sing your praises? You used brute force to change our social structure and turned the Republic into a strongman regime. And that time with the spaceship, you sacrificed about 3,000 innocent people. Arlene Su took 2 steps back. Amansu, you are my family, the one I love most. But you will never support me, right? Put Arlene Su back in custody and make sure she doesn't commit suicide. Arlene Su raised her head tremblingly and looked at this familiar yet strange husband. There is neither your aunt nor my wife here, Ammon. There are only opponents of the Sinestro Corps. You simply relied on force to suppress the war. If you kill everyone, there will be no war, right? Ridiculous, you murderous executioner. He asked slowly, but none of this mattered anymore. Sinestro stood up. The last trace of weakness faded from the face of the leader of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Tell me, what can I do? I want everyone to know, even my wife. He turned to look at Amansu. Follow my orders, uncle. Sinestro was a burly man, and his wife was half a head shorter than him. Then he paused slightly, and emphasized in a stronger tone, when executing Arlene Su, all prisoners of the Sinestro Corps must see it. Let every prisoner who opposes me know that Arlene Su has broken with me. Don't make me repeat it a second time. Yes. Amansu lowered his head. Then Sinestro never looked at Arlene Su again. He walked away from the prison with heavy steps, almost escaping. Behind him, his beloved was cursing hysterically. Sinestro opened his hands, and the yellow energy wrapped around him, taking him to the sky. He pulled his body up little by little, and the prison under his feet began to gradually shrink. At this time, he appeared on a mobile war fortress, and distributed on this fortress were countless densely packed members of the Yellow Lantern Corps. Long live Sinestro. They saw Sinestro flying over their heads and suddenly burst into thunderous cheers. Then, like overturning dominoes, circles of cheers spread throughout the war fortress. All kinds of evil villains, rapists, killers, robbers, scum. At this moment, they were all shouting the same name. Long live the Sinestro Corps. Long live. Long live. Long live. Sinestro raised his head and looked at the huge green planet in the universe far away from the war fortress, which was under attack by countless tiny yellow spots of light. So he murmured softly. The voice was amplified by the yellow light ring and resounded throughout the war fortress. Sinestro Corps. I give my orders here. He slowly raised his hand and pointed to the planet that was still resisting. I command you to capture the planet OA for me and for the new order of the universe. The general offensive begins now. Long live. Long live. Long live. Sinestro stood in the void with his hands behind his back, watching the countless members of the Sinestro Corps who surrendered at his feet take off with yellow light all over their bodies, rushing towards the OA planet like a tide. At this moment, the glory belongs to Sinestro. Chen Tao returned to the Bat Cave at 3 o'clock in the morning. Chen Tao, who has almost transformed his brain into a bat computer, no longer needs to sleep. Before that, he slept for at least 5 hours a day. The main reason for this was that Luther and Lucius, the top scientists, were still human after all, and it was impossible for them to accompany him in cultivating immortals. Poison Ivy, as the spokesperson of all things green. Even if she can absorb light energy through photosynthesis instead of eating, she is still a part of human after all, and she can't go without sleep, even if she doesn't eat, not to mention the members of the Justice League like the Flashberry who have to go to work and be superheroes during the day. They need sleep, and Chen Tao can't disturb them. It might be a good choice to use this time to study the gorilla Grodd and his friends, but during the day, Grodd and his friends would have to accept Luther's call at any time. If Grodd was not allowed to rest at night, Chen Tao was worried that he would die. So when everyone was sleeping, Chen Tao could only force himself to let go of the sense of crisis that was always like a thorn in his throat, and try to lie on the bed and fall asleep peacefully, skipping time with one click. But now, Chen Tao is no longer in this mood. He hasn't been back to the Bat Cave for a while, and it's not just because he's busy. Forget it. Chen Tao shook his head. It was so late, and the old butler Alfred should have rested. He just needed to finish the work quietly, and then leave quietly. He came back this time just to back up some files on the Bat computer, some things he never liked to let others do. The Bat computer has almost been impregnated by him with the power of the metal spirit. No one can steal anything on this computer, but the computer can show what is needed to others at the right time. Of course, Chen Tao has always kept the really important things in his mind, not on the computer. So he just needs to open the access control, and then, with a bang, Chen Tao opened the door and saw the old butler Alfred sitting upright in his pajamas at the entrance of the Bat Cave. Although it was already early in the morning, the old butler was energetic and did not feel tired at all. Alfred, why are you here? It was too late to escape now. Chen Tao couldn't help but regret why he didn't use the perspective of the speed bullet to observe whether there was anyone behind him before entering the door. This was ultimately caused by his lack of vigilance. The Bat Cave was his lair. He naturally regarded this place as a shelter. If someone ambushed him here, just like what Bane did in the comic Nightfall, it would cause unexpected consequences. Chen Tao suddenly cut off his divergent thinking. Now was not the time to think about these things. He took 2 steps back and watched Alfred approach. Master Bruce Wayne, are you going to take the initiative to save the alien planet OA? I'm surprised that I didn't know about this matter, but someone else in the Justice League told me. Chen Tao was sweating profusely. The old butler Alfred kindly helped Chen Tao to sit down at the seat next to him, and then continued, I never knew that the Justice League's business had expanded to the entire universe. It's not enough to manage the Earth, and now the Justice League has become the protector of the entire universe. I really never dreamed of this. I used to think that holding a submachine gun and shooting at others on the battlefield was the craziest thing I had ever done in my life. But now, alien civilizations, space police. Times are changing so fast. Chen Tao dug his toes into the ground. It's just that I find it a little strange. Why do you always say that you want to retire, but now the scope of business is getting wider and wider? It's not enough to even manage the Earth, but also to manage alien planets. Chen Tao was speechless. Then I won't say anything else. I just want to ask a question. Master, when can we settle in Fiji? After solving the problem of planet OA? In fact, after so long. Master Bruce, I have always had a question in my mind. Are you really planning to retire? The old butler pressed on. Tell me, you are making one plan after another. constantly trying to deal with those real dangers, desperately grabbing power, and increasing your strength. Is it really for retirement? Or are you enjoying it? Answer me. Do you enjoy it? Do you get a sense of accomplishment from it? Do you feel the value of self-realization? Answer me. I, Chen Tao, almost couldn't stand it. Answer me. You are really doing all this with all your heart and soul for retirement? When Chen Tao was about to escape, he heard the old butler's voice. But, it doesn't matter. The old butler paused, and he was sure of something. He was a little sad, but a little relieved, but seemed to have made some resolutions. It doesn't matter, Master Bruce. What I hope you know is, no matter what decision you make, whether you retire or not, no matter what decision you make in the end, I will always support you. I understand your difficulties, Master Bruce. I know the helplessness behind your glory. The world cannot do without you. I know you shoulder too much. Alfred said sincerely, those burdens push you forward, just like Master Thomas was once pushed to become the person who reformed Gotham. Therefore, you don't need to feel guilty about this, guilty for not being able to fulfill your promise to me. I can wait, Master Bruce. I just hope you can go back to the Batcave as often as before. At least let me help you like before, even if it's making a bad sandwich, preparing breakfast, instead of leaving me powerless. So please, let me do something for you. The old butler hugged Batman. My Bruce. Please. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.